मुझे बता देना वहाँ से।
It's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker and participant who will first speak to us and then join me for a conversation. Honorable Tulsi Gabbard, the 8th Director of National Intelligence of the United States of America, a remarkable career in public service which spans service as a congresswoman representing Hawaii, a distinguished Lieutenant Colonel of the U.S. Army Reserve, and now leads the nation's intelligence community. With a commitment to national security and a legacy, leads the nation's intelligence community. With a commitment to national security and a legacy defined by leadership and resilience, Director Gabbard embodies the spirit of service and excellence. As the first female combat veteran to hold the position of Director of National Intelligence, she brings a unique blend of military and legislative experience to her role. She is committed to ensuring safety, security, and freedom of the American people while upholding its Constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Tulsi Gabbard. May I request you to take the mic, ma'am?
Good morning. Aloha, namaste, Jai Shri Krishna. Thank you so much, Samir, for your kind introduction. He is running a very tight ship here. I want to thank all of you for making the time to come and join us this morning as we kick off this day of critical and constructive dialogue. It's great for me to be back here in India. It's been too long, but it's always such a wonderful and warm experience knowing the rich history of this country and the vibrant democracy that really serves as the foundation for the special bond that has long existed between our two countries. I wanted to start our conversation today by greeting you with aloha and namaste, because contrary to popular belief, these words are not just greetings. They actually both have a very deep, spiritual, powerful meaning that for me personally have been at the core and heart of my life, and are what I hope will inspire meaningful dialogue and conversations here at Raisina. When we greet each other with aloha and namaste, what it really means is I'm coming to you and greeting you with respect. It is a recognition of the eternal divine spirit that exists within each of our hearts. And it's a reminder that we are all connected, that we are all children of God, regardless of our race or religion, ethnicity, politics, our background, where we come from, our status in society. By greeting us in this manner, we are opening the door to have a much more meaningful and deeper exchange that gets past the divisiveness and the partisanship that too often poisons the conversations that we have. It's a critical reminder that what we share in common is far more powerful than that which sets us apart. It's great to be back here in India, and I especially want to thank Prime Minister Modi for the invitation to come here, to get together with new friends, to greet old friends here from across the Indo-Pacific region and from around the world. I leave right after our dialogue here to head back to Washington, D.C., but it's been a constructive few days where I've been engaging with our Indian counterparts, working to continue to build off of the momentum that was created by President Trump and Prime Minister Modi's joint statement issued in Washington, D.C. after their Oval Office meeting. The partnership between our two countries has been strong for decades, and under the leadership of two great leaders and true great friends, President Trump and Prime Minister Modi, and rooted in our shared values of peace and freedom, security and prosperity, I'm confident that this partnership and friendship between our two nations and our leaders will continue to grow and strengthen. I'm grateful to be here with all of you because these gatherings are so important, because they give us the opportunity to come together and actually engage in direct dialogue and conversation around some of the most timely and pressing issues that face us all. The theme of this conference couldn't be better: people, peace, and planet. highlighting these fundamental aspirations that unite us. It's the foundation that prosperity, security, and freedom rest. If we are not at peace, we cannot be truly prosperous, secure, or free. And so today, our actions, our dialogue, the reaffirmation of our commitments to these principles, to one another and our partnerships, and our shared vision for the future provide us with the opportunity to build more meaningful relationships and work together as we leave this conference towards the interests of the people, to protect our planet and to further the cause of peace. I'm a child of the Pacific. I was born and raised, first born in American Samoa, raised in Hawaii. I've spent a lot of time throughout my life traveling throughout the Indo-Pacific and working in many different countries. So I'm very familiar with the rich and beautiful cultures, the kindness and hospitality that I've experienced everywhere I've gone, and the rich history within each country that leads to a better understanding of the nuance and complexities that exist within these countries, but also within the relationships in the region. It's a vast and critical region that's not just a geographic space. It is the geopolitical center of gravity for the 21st century. So ensuring peace and stability here is essential to our collective security, our objective of economic prosperity, and our ability to work together to take on the great challenges of our time. And we must tackle these challenges together. Our ability to do so as nations, as leaders, as people, is critical towards achieving our collective goals. Unfortunately, we live in a time where war and conflict is being waged on many fronts around the world. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, founded in 1945 by Albert Einstein and Oppenheimer, has declared the doomsday clock to be 89 seconds to midnight, closer to the brink of nuclear catastrophe than ever before. So your focus again on peace, people, and planet is timely. It is times like this that call on leaders to stand up for these interests that affect us all and will affect generations who will follow. Unfortunately, as we've seen throughout history, simply calling for peace too often invokes attacks and smears. Perfect example is during President Trump's recent campaign for the presidency, he made it a pillar of his campaign to share his commitment to peace and to bring his leadership towards bringing about an end to the Russia-Ukraine war, to stop the killing, to prevent this risk of World War III and nuclear war. And for this commitment, he was attacked relentlessly, not only by his political opponents and legacy media in our own country, but even by those abroad. Despite these attacks and smear campaigns, the American people voted overwhelmingly for him to return to the White House and delivered a very clear message and mandate for peace, which he is carrying out as we gather here today. Now, these goals cannot be achieved by any one person or one nation alone. Our ability to make progress toward a peaceful, secure, free, and prosperous society must be done together, and it begins with us. Now, I want to share with you a few excerpts from one of the most powerful speeches that I've heard in my life that was delivered by President John F. Kennedy at American University in 1963 on this topic of peace. He said, quote, "First, we must examine our attitude toward peace itself. Too many of us think it is impossible. Too many think it is unreal. But that is a dangerous defeatist belief. It leads to the conclusion that war is inevitable, that mankind is doomed, that we are gripped by forces that we cannot control. We need not accept that view. Our problems are man-made, therefore they can be solved by man." President Kennedy goes on to say, "Man's reason and spirit have often solved the seemingly unsolvable, and we believe they can do it again." He says, "I am not referring to the absolute infinite concept of peace and goodwill of which some fantasies and fanatics dream. Let us focus instead on a more practical and attainable peace, based on a series of concrete actions and effective agreements which are in the interest of all concerned. There is no single, simple key to this peace. No grand or magic formula to be adopted by one or two powers. Genuine peace must be the product of many nations, the sum of many acts. It must be dynamic, not static, changing to meet the challenge of each new generation. With such a peace, there will still be quarrels and conflicting interests, as there are within families and nations. World peace, like community peace, does not require that each man love his neighbor. It requires only that they live together in mutual tolerance, submitting their disputes to a just and peaceful settlement. He closed by saying, "So let us persevere. Peace need not be impracticable, and war need not be inevitable. By defining our goal more clearly, by making it seem more manageable and less remote, we can help all people to see it, to draw hope from it, and to move irresistibly toward it." These powerful words were as powerful and true and relevant then in 1963 as they are today. In the United States, President Trump remains unwavering in his commitment to achieving peace through a strategy rooted in realism and pragmatism. Securing peace through strength, which he speaks of very often, requires strong leadership with a clear-eyed and realistic understanding of the global challenges that exist as well as the opportunities. It requires a commitment to fostering cultural and economic ties that reduce the likelihood of an escalation to conflict, and a dedication towards reinforcing our mutual interests. It requires leaders have the courage to engage directly with both friends and adversaries alike, to increase understanding, to resolve differences, and to work to prevent an escalation to conflict. It requires leaders who are not afraid to speak an inconvenient or unpopular truth, and who ask the tough questions, who challenge the established view or, quote unquote, the way things have always been done, to spark what may be hard but necessary conversations about the realities we face and the best way forward to advance our mutual cause of peace, freedom, security, and prosperity. So just as President Trump is committed to America first, putting the safety, security, and freedom of the American people at the forefront of his policies and his decisions, Prime Minister Modi is committed to India first. Prime Minister Luxon is committed to New Zealand first. This is the expectation of any leader's commitment to their people, to serve them, to put their interests at the forefront of their decisions. But this should not be misunderstood to mean that America first is America alone. The relationships that we build together are critical to advance our mutual interests. And it's why gatherings like this here at Raisina are so important, because it brings us together here, people from over 120 countries around the world, providing us a platform where heads of state, ministers, directors, leaders in business and nonprofits and strategic think tanks can actually come together in that spirit of aloha for robust dialogue and debate that will help us increase our understanding of one another. It is our shared values that will continue to shape the future of our partnerships and the world. And while we represent our own sovereign nations with unique perspectives and unique interests, by working together honestly, transparently, and strategically, we can ensure a more peaceful, free, secure, and prosperous future for our people and the world. Thank you so much. Aloha. Jai Shri Krishna. Namaste.
Thank you. Please join us. Director, I'm going to dive into your speech and ask you a few questions. And I know we have only, say, 10 minutes or so. So I'm going to ask you a few quick questions to expand on some of our own discussions in this city and many other parts of the world, but also some of the things you mentioned here. So first, I think for the benefit of those in India, the Global South, and those who have normally understood what's happening in America from the lens of the big newspapers and big channels, one of the biggest political comebacks, the re-election of President Trump, what does it really mean in terms of American politics, what is really happening? What was the phenomena or the process that resulted in this outcome?
You know, first of all, in American politics, too often our politics is reduced to one party versus another party. I know we're not alone in this, but what was really unique, and it was an incredible experience to be a part of, was to see those barriers broken down just through the course of President Trump's campaign, where rather than taking the approach of being exclusive, you're on my team or you're on the other guy's team, he welcomed people both in the campaign and, as you've seen, in the cabinet, people who don't necessarily agree with President Trump on every issue or not of the same party, but understanding that when we come together around our shared mission of service to the American people, and how can we make their lives better, how can we achieve those goals and objectives that I outlined in my remarks, then we have the capacity to really make big, significant, positive change that once again is focused on the most important people, which is the people of our country. Mm-hmm. And bringing that focus of the government back to what everyone who works in public service should begin their day with, the mindset of what can I do in my role, in my job, whether you're a civil servant or you're an elected official, is how can I best be of service? And I think this is what made his victory possible. Against all odds, against all of the attacks. As you said, it was a historic comeback story. And I think you see this in his laser-like focus every day in delivering results and solving problems and challenging our own internal norms to make sure that those in government are actually serving the people.
But there is certainly questions in some parts of the world that does it really mean it's an America going into its shell, the island America. How do you respond to those questions that I'm sure you would be faced with as well when you through your travels through the Indo-Pacific?
It just speaks to a lack of understanding that for us to have a president who is America first, who puts the interests of the American people first, should not at all be mistaken or concluded to be a president who doesn't understand the importance of the relationships with other countries and wherever possible to work together towards shared interests. So it's a common misconception, once again, that those who call for peace, as President Trump has, that somehow that is automatically equated to being, well, if you stand for peace, then you must be an isolationist. Nothing could be further from the truth. And that accusation actually speaks to a deeper misunderstanding or a wrong assumption, which is that the only way to engage with other countries must be through some form of conflict or warfare. So it's a positive thing for us in the United States, and I believe for President Trump's leadership in the world, to build those relationships and looking at other means of resolving conflict, and really truly being a president who wants his legacy to be one of being a peacemaker and a unifier.
And how are your allies responding to this?
You know, he has, I think even before he was sworn in on his inauguration day, he had called leaders from, 72 different countries within the first week of having won the election. He continues to engage in a very constructive and productive way with many leaders across Europe, for example, as these ongoing negotiations are occurring to bring about an end to the Russia-Ukraine war. So the warnings that were delivered very loudly within our own media that somehow President Trump would be shunned and that no one would be interested in working with him, the absolute opposite has proven true.
So on that particular point, in the first term of President Trump, we saw the re-energization of the Quad, we saw a new energy in the India-US partnership. And to be fair, all presidents have contributed to this relationship that has evolved over the last 20 years. But he certainly changed, in some sense, the strategic direction of the partnership. What should the thinkers and the watchers expect in the second term? The India-US relationship, the evolution of the Quad, where is it headed? The Indo-Pacific, more specifically.
You know, for President Trump and Prime Minister Modi, I think what we saw, again, with Prime Minister Modi's early visit to Washington was a reconnection of two old friends who, over the years that President Trump was not in office, continued to build upon that friendship. Obviously, that's a personal friendship, but it's one that is indicative of their approach to leadership and their priorities of listening to the needs of their respective people and setting policy and taking action towards serving their best interests. So with regards to the Quad and the other relationships that some of them began under President Trump's last administration, others have begun since. Both he and his team, our cabinet, his cabinet, is already been engaging really from day one with our partners. I can speak for myself. Within 12 hours of being sworn in as the Director of National Intelligence, I was on a plane and headed to Munich for the security conference there, where I had the opportunity to meet with close to 30 of my counterparts from different parts of the world. And what I've enjoyed and appreciated about being able to be here and to join all of you.
Director, in your current role, what are the specific steps you are taking to advance the India-US security partnership? And what should we be doing together and in the region to respond to what's happening today?
Well, this is what I've gained just from spending the last few days here, is being able to sit across the table from my Indian counterparts and to hear directly from them about the very serious concerns that you have here for your own security interests. And to be able to look for those opportunities where we can build off of what is already a very strong partnership that has gone on for quite some time, and again, take advantage of the new administration coming in to pick up that momentum and find those other opportunities from an intelligence sharing standpoint, knowing that in our role, our responsibility is to make sure that we are providing the best, timely, and relevant intelligence reporting to our leadership so that they can make the best informed decisions, but obviously strengthening our security partnership, our economic partnership that President Trump and Prime Minister Modi really laid out in their compact statement when Prime Minister Modi was in Washington, D.C. I think there's huge opportunity for continued growth and continued investment in our mutual interests.
Including a focus on emerging technologies and the frontier tech areas?
Absolutely. It's impossible to have a conversation about both the challenges and opportunities we face without focusing on the very quickly evolving cybersecurity needs, the vulnerabilities that exist, and the need to maximize emerging tech and AI and other capabilities to strengthen our security interests.
No, we are nearly out of time because I know you have to have your wheels up soon. But on a more fun side, what did you do in the last 2-3 days? A cultural experience, something interesting that you did in Delhi in the last 2-3 days?
I ate some great food. No, I had a chance the last time I was here. I spent almost 3 weeks here and had a chance to visit, I think, 7 different states, and as a practicing Hindu, I took a few days at the end of the trip and went on a pilgrimage to visit some holy sites here. This trip was very short, 2.5 days, and I spent all that time meeting with leaders in the Indian government, Prime Minister Modi, and of course our great team here at the U.S. Embassy, who's representing us very well.
But Director, let me just tell you what one of my friends in Europe mentioned to me, that even a business visit to India is a cultural experience.
It's wonderful.
So thank you very much for joining us. Please
Thank
join
you very
me in
much.
applauding
Thank you, everybody.
the Director.
Aloha.
If I could request everyone to please remain seated. Everyone is requested to remain seated. Please do remain seated while DNI Gabard exits the venue.
We will move to the next segment. of this In Focus session. I am privileged to introduce and invite on stage His Excellency Dr. Anwar Mohammad Gargash, the esteemed diplomatic advisor to His Highness the President of the United Arab Emirates. I have his bio, but let me just, from my heart, introduce him as one of the most wise, influential, and certainly helpful international statesperson and leader who has been dedicating his life to building relationships and peace across the world. Can I request you all to remain seated so that we can begin this conversation as we start this? Thank you, sir. Dr. Gargash, we heard Dr. Gabbard speak just a little while ago and emphasizing on the importance of peace and partnerships. I want to first start with the India-UAE partnership. I think there's a mic to your right, sir. I want to first focus on the India-UAE partnership, which certainly in the last few years has been the breakout relationship. And I would really like to know from you what is driving this glue, this new relationship, old new relationship. What are the contours and ambitions of this partnership?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And first of all, Samir, I have to say that I'm really honored and privileged to be here and to speak to this audience here. So thank you very much for having me here again. I think the first thing in this partnership is results. I think what is driving the Indian Emirati bilateral relationship is results. The more that you feel that you are putting an effort into bilateral relationship, and that bilateral relationship, like everything else in life, is bringing in results, the more you are enthusiastic about it, the more you put more effort into it. So that's a main driver. And I think the second driver is through also this growing bilateral relationship, we have a huge faith in India's future, and we want to be part of that trajectory. That is why, in many ways, our political cooperation is expanded, our investments have expanded, our three-way partnerships have expanded. So clearly, I mean, as you mentioned, this is an age-old relationship. Proximity helps also at the same time. But definitely, I mean, there are many age-old relationships that are not renewable for the future. But here you have results, and you have a big faith really in where India is going.
Dr. Gargash, both UAE and India have, in their own ways, chosen strategic autonomy, chosen multi-alignment or multiple relationships with different actors as a undergirding of their foreign policy in the recent years. How difficult is it to actually defend strategic autonomy in these highly polarized times?
Yeah. Well, it's I think India, of course, has a long diplomatic history in the issue of strategic autonomy. Also aided by its size, its weight in the international system, and so on and so forth. But I think overall, the nature of the international system emphasizes it. The international system is actually telling you that you have to be strategically autonomous in many ways. I think this is the lay of the land, so to speak. This is what we are seeing in the past so many years. Is it difficult? I think at times it can be difficult, but I think at the end, in various issues, you can actually be more helpful to your partners when you have a more independent course. I mean, I'm just thinking very clearly about our early position on the conflict in Ukraine. The idea basically that you have to take a certain position. And then suddenly we see all these positions are not what they were. And I think we have, as you have, in fact, been very helpful to both parties, actually, to the Ukrainians, to the Russians, to the international community by being able to help and support. So, in my opinion, for a state like the UAE, which is an important state with an independent view of developments in the Middle East, we can be more helpful to everybody by being more autonomous in our policy. But at the same time, I don't think we suffer also from a hubris where we think that this strategic autonomy is limitless. You know, you have to realize that it is bounded, and you have to be able to navigate and find ways of trying to, to sort of...
You will have to sometimes take positions.
You will have to take positions. You will have to perhaps, etc. Overall trajectory of the international system tells us, and I think we're seeing that these days, tells us that there are no permanent... And first of all, Samir, I have to say that I'm really honored and privileged to be here and to speak to this audience here. So thank you very much for having me here again. I think the first thing in this partnership is results. I think what is driving the Indian Emirati bilateral relationship is results. The more that you feel that you are putting an effort into bilateral relationship, and that bilateral relationship, like everything else in life, is bringing in results, the more you are enthusiastic about it, the more you put more effort into it. So that's a main driver. And I think the second driver is through also this growing bilateral relationship, we have a huge faith in India's future, and we want to be part of that trajectory. That is why, in many ways, our political cooperation is expanded, our investments have expanded, our three-way partnerships have expanded. So clearly, I mean, as you mentioned, this is an age-old relationship. Proximity helps also at the same time. But definitely, I mean, there are many age-old relationships that are not renewable for the future. But here you have results, and you have a big faith really in where India is going.
Dr. Gargash, uh, both UAE and India have, in their own ways, chosen strategic autonomy, chosen multi-alignment or multiple relationships with different actors as a undergirding of their foreign policy in the recent years. How difficult is it to actually defend strategic autonomy in these highly polarized times?
Yeah. Well, it's I think India, of course, has a long diplomatic history and the issue of strategic autonomy, also aided by its size, its weight in the international system, and so on and so forth. But I think overall, the nature of the international system uh, emphasizes it. The international system is actually telling you that you have to be strategically autonomous in many ways. I think this is the lay of the land, so to speak. This is what we are seeing in the past so many years. Is it difficult? I think at times it can be difficult, but I think at at the end, in various issues, you can actually be more helpful to your partners when you have a more independent course. I mean, I'm just thinking very clearly about our early position on the conflict in Ukraine. The idea basically that you have to take a certain position, and then suddenly we see all these positions are not what they were. And I think we have, as you have, in fact, been very helpful to both parties, actually, to the Ukrainians, to the Russians, to the international community by being able to help and support. So, in my opinion, for a state like the UAE, which is an important state with an independent view of developments in the Middle East, we can be more helpful to everybody by being more autonomous in our policy. But at the same time, I don't think we suffer also from a hubris where we think that this strategic autonomy is limitless. You have to realize that it is bounded, and you have to be able to navigate and find ways of trying to
You will have to sometimes take positions.
you will have to take positions, you will have to perhaps back off sometimes, etc. But I think the overall trajectory of the international system tells us, and I think we're seeing that these days, tells us that there are no permanent camps. And as a result, why would you want to be part of a camp and suddenly find out that the goalposts have changed? So I think that is also, realpolitik in many ways. But, I mean, at times, of course, it'll be difficult to navigate. But I think the overall results are having a more effective foreign policy.
Dr. Gargash, um, the Middle East is, again, in many ways looking for uh, some form of a solution, some form of a pathway for the future. And it's a journey. All, I mean, it's good to say it's a journey, it's a process, but we are looking for something to change there. In your view, in your assessment, as one of the tallest leaders of that region, what can the world expect in the days ahead in terms of finding something that is durable and sustainable, and where all stakeholders have an interest in maintaining it?
Well, I think the first thing is that the Middle East has gone through, in the past year plus, the Middle East has gone through what is essentially a geostrategic earthquake. And as a result, we need to absorb really what are these lessons. And I think in many areas, we should not jump to be engaged with various developments, but at the same time, not take very clear cut positions in a very fluid situation. I think everything we need to do, because also of the nature of this geostrategic earthquake, everything we do has to be de-escalatory, and everything we have to do is more communication, and everything we have to do is make sure that we are engaged, that there are no vacuums. So clearly in various areas in the Middle East where war has really changed important realities, it is extremely important not to jump in and take a position, but be engaged, find out what's going on, etc. I think longer term, there are clearly certain paths that have proven that they don't work. I think number one is containment. I think on the Palestinian-Israeli issue, clearly containment has not worked. And containment is in many ways delaying the next
The resolution.
confrontation and the confrontation after it. So clearly we need to go beyond containment on an issue that is quite central there. But I think on the other hand also, the past 10 years or 15 years, we have seen also the proliferation of militias and control of the militias as parallel parastate entities. And I think we have also seen that these militias have really taken the region into conflict and more conflict. So clearly also working on the state system is extremely important, because states have more, in my opinion, calculations when it comes to taking lightly the issue of war and peace. So that I think is important. I think the third issue is the Middle East also is a large sort of tent, meaning that the term itself encompasses failed states, successful regions, etc. I think as a subsection of the Middle East, or at least from the Arab side, the Gulf states are doing well, because I think in many ways the Gulf states understand that economic liberalism and political liberalism are essential for you to move forward in a world that is moving very fast in terms of technology and in terms of investment and in terms of the economy. So again, that is extremely important, to try and put economy at the forefront. So in reality, rather than selling ideology to the people, you also have to sell, significant benefits in their daily lives, etc. I think that's very important.
Dr. Gargash, how important is the influence as well as the role of outside actors in the Middle East? For one, there are big questions on what will happen under the Trump presidency. That what does his re-election do to peace prospects in the Middle East?
Well, I think three comments here. I think the first comment is outside forces remain important, because the Middle East also is an area of various forces fighting for influence, as well as regional forces. So outside forces are important. But I think at the same time, the mentality in some countries that it is outside forces that determine the trajectory of the country also are self-inflicting in many ways. So I think in a certain way we have to accept that outside forces play a role, but I think the more united internally you are, the smaller the sort of space you allow for outside influence. I think again with President Trump, like every president, but here of course you have a very non-conventional president. There are opportunities. There are opportunities, and I think in many ways we need to be able, for example, on on the issue of the Palestinians and the Israelis. I think we need to make a better case to the American administration that we need to go beyond containment. I think that is extremely important. So in many ways, I think we have, as we have challenges, but we do really have a very different sort of presidency. There are opportunities. I think, like India, we feel also that we do have a chance at pitching our view with the Trump administration about how can we actually change the trajectory of continued conflict in our region.
We also have countries in the region who in the past were looking at settling some of the old disputes, say with Iran, for example, efforts to normalize ties. And that was something that had episodic progress in some sense. We used to move a few steps forward, and then we used to either drop the ball or regress. How is that particular effort evolving?
I think in many ways you have to come like in every issue where you have a push and pull, you have to come to the middle. And both sides have to come to the middle. I think Iran, in being more realistic in how it reconstitutes its view of its national security, and at the same time, I think in the case of the UAE and other Arab countries, to try and emphasize what is common with Iran, not what is problematic with Iran. Because if we look at that from the perspective of a glass half full, we will see that the common areas of cooperation are way bigger than the areas where we disagree with Iran. I think this is also part of our discussion and dialogue with Iran, and we're actually speaking the same language. The whole emphasis that we understand that there are certain areas where you and us don't see eye to eye. But there are so many more areas where we do see eye to eye. Let's work on these areas where we do see eye to eye, and hope that the sort of confidence building that comes out of from that spills over into areas where we don't see eye to eye. I think Iran also, the policy of good neighborly relations that was constituted also in Iran in the past few years is also encouraging, and I think is helpful. I mean, many of the Iranian decisions that are basically sovereign decisions, and I think we have to respect that these are Iranian decisions that are sovereign decisions. But I think at the same time, through creating what I would say the right environment, I think that also in itself builds more confidence. And I think it is time for us to try and work very hard on that in order not to, as you said, repeat the conflicts of the past.
Dr. Gargash, there are also a few exciting projects in the region, more positive projects. I'm now turning to what could be potentially beneficial for the region. One of them, of course, was the I2U2, or the group of four, which
Yeah.
included both India and Israel, but also UAE and US,
Yes.
working together on a number of domains. There has been a change of US administration. There has also been a change of geopolitical reality in the region. That project still is used many a times in common parlance amongst diplomats and thinkers. Is that something for real? Is that something that should be invested into? Is that
I
something?
think so. I think we have, of course, been to a certain extent derailed because of the war that we have seen. But I mean, let's not forget that the Abrahamic Accords was very much initiated by Trump 1.
Correct.
The first Trump administration. So clearly, we find that there is a lot of enthusiasm and aptitude for anything that comes out of the Abrahamic Accord. So I expect that these things will be back on track. But I think ultimately it also leads us to something else. I mean, when you work with a country like India and you're doing well in a country like India, I mean, the next frontier is always, what do we do together with other countries? And I think this is the same sort of byproduct of that. So I think in the area, I mean, you have to remember part of the UAE's DNA of success is logistics. So clearly, for us, it is extremely important to work on these, what I would call logistical routes, whether these routes are horizontal or whether these routes are vertical, north to south. So clearly, this is an area that we are very enthusiastic about. And as I said, I mean, the Abrahamic Accords were a big success of Trump 1. And I expect that this is also going to come back front and center.
And I guess that corresponds to what you just said, the IMEC corridor to the north, to Europe, but also the Africa Bridge. In some sense, we've been hearing about the recent visit of the foreign minister a few months ago, where the Bharat Setu to Africa was initiated.
I mean, again, if you think of our relations with Africa, I think this is a remarkable story. I think in many ways, this is a story where the world is changing, where at some stage, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you had to fly from Dubai to some European capital to get to Africa.
Correct.
And I think that's changed.
Now Europe flies via Dubai to Africa.
Definitely. And I read a wonderful article actually on migration, on African migration in the New York Times only last week, where basically we're always thinking of migration as a north-south phenomena. But this was really taking the story of many migrants who had come from Africa to Dubai. And in many ways, this was a totally different and in many ways, I think, very flattering view of how this migration, which is a south-south migration, has taken a trajectory. It has its own challenges, of course, but I think, again, these are real realities, and these realities are saying that the world is changing, and I think we have to also be, very dynamic and very fluid and also understanding these changes.
Dr. Garvaj, before I open it up to the audience and take a couple of questions, and let me alert the young fellows that I'm going to first come to you to pose your questions. Let me ask you that question that worries all of us today, which is around what's happening in the transatlantic relationship. I think we have many conflicts and many contests and many challenges, but the most interesting poser of this times is the future of that relationship, which was in many ways underwriting the world order as we know it. Now, how do you assess what's happening across the Atlantic Ocean?
Well, I mean, I don't really want to comment on transatlantic relations, but I think this is again, if I have one comment, this is again, I think, something that we spoke about last year at the Raisina dialogue. The world order that was instituted following World War II is changing. Many of the building blocks that people thought are there forever are no longer, it's not the same glue that's holding it. And I think this is quite a challenge for many of the countries concerned. But I think in places like Abu Dhabi and places like New Delhi, there's, I think, a clear understanding that the world is changing and that what we were thinking are sort of permanent edifices of a bygone world are sort of transforming. Doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight, but I think the one that you indicated, which is the transatlantic relationship, was one of the main pillars, really, of the 1945 world order. And clearly, this has to be, in my opinion, dealt with, transitioned slowly in order also for us to be able also to address these changes in an orderly way.
One of my friends from the African continent was suggesting we should send a conciliation, group of elders from the global south to solve their problems. But can I turn to the young fellows? Can you walk to the mic? And can I ask others who want to pose questions to stand in front of one of those mics and I'll come to you. But go ahead. Please introduce yourself briefly and pose the question.
Is it on? Yeah. Hello, thank you very much. I'm Christopher El Khouri. I'm from Lebanon, but I live in Italy. My question is regarding My question regards the earthquake that happened in the Middle East that you just mentioned. I totally believe it is an earthquake, not the first in the past years. The thing is that all the development that we are seeing in the Middle East are mainly shaped or by international powers or by regional ones, but there are not Arab states. We think about Turkey, Israel, Iran. My question is, when will Arab states build a framework to engage in the region and shaping their own destiny and the region? What is the role of the GCC in doing so? And from where to start? Where is Egypt in all this? Where is the Arab League? Thank you.
Well, again, I think number one is we have to start with in many ways, the war, the wars in the region in many ways were partly the work also of various militias. And I think to start with, it's extremely important to strengthen the state, the nation state itself. I think in nation states also have to take responsibilities, whether these states are Lebanon or Syria or any other country. So you do need that. So reinstating the Arab order starts with the nation state. I think strengthening the nation state is extremely important. The idea basically is, if we believe, of course, there is external influence, but if we allow the idea that external influence directs every single policy of our country or of our state, then we fall into that trap, really, of expecting decisions by others to affect us. I think the important thing is this internal rejuvenation. I mean, the United Arab Emirates, as an example, is also influenced by what happens in the world. But I think we have also faith that we can also be an influencer. And how you do that is through credibility, through partnerships, and through a strong internal position. I don't think the idea basically that the Arab state system can provide some political and diplomatic support, lobbying support, but I think it should start really from the state itself. And I think whatever comes back is more of a support and help in that state. Now, in various areas, such as Lebanon. Lebanon has had, a very wise and important, idiom for a very long time, which says, "No victor, no vanquished," because Lebanon also includes various communities, and I think is a good indicator of how an internal situation of no victim, no vanquished should actually lead the way.
Um, Go ahead.
Hello. Hello. Thank you. My name is Salman from Maldives. My question to you is, given the current state of international relations and the mistrust in global governance from the UAE's perspective, how can we revitalize the multilateral system? What needs to be done? Thank you.
Well, I think to a certain extent the multilateral system is as good as the members of the multilateral system. If there is polarization in the system, then of course nothing gets done, because that's the way the system was built. Uh, I think for many years we've heard about reforming the UN. Now, when will this happen? God knows. I don't know. I'm not going to bet any money on it, but I think it's very much indicative. In my opinion, if the American efforts currently are successful at addressing the war in Ukraine, this will de-escalate within the multilateral system, will make it slightly more effective. But fundamentally, we are wearing a suit that was tailored in 1945. And, we've grown larger, the suit is tight on us. And ultimately, I think this is going to be an evolutionary process, because, again, as we mentioned last year, we don't see really a San Francisco congregation as we saw in the mid 1940s. So I think it should be evolutionary. Now, what this means is that bilateral and trilateral, and at times also regional gatherings and regional organizations are becoming more important. But then again, also these regional gatherings might also suffer from the same fate, because it all depends on the relationship between the states that are part of this. So ultimately, let's not only blame the multilateral system, but also see who is leading the system and why are they so polarized, and how can we actually address this polarization, because we're all paying the price for it.
Let me turn to you. Yeah, go ahead. Introduce yourself and ask a question.
Jean-Luc Saman from France. Dr. Gargash, I had a question very quickly on the Red Sea. And we've seen over the last days, the Trump administration decided to intensify airstrikes on the Houthis. The UAE, like most of the Gulf states in the last year and a half, refrained from joining the Western operations in the Red Sea. How do you see right now this evolution of the Trump administration's approach towards the Houthis and more generally the Red Sea? How do you see that affecting UAE and Gulf security? Thank you.
Well, again, I think with our forces near Hodeidah at the time, there was a huge polarization of what to do next internationally. There was a view that we have to address this because of geostrategic concerns about a militia taking over the government in Yemen, and at the same time with threats really to Yemen's unity and with threats to Red Sea shipping, etc. And on the other hand, there was a humanitarian argument that if this takes place, the cost, the humanitarian cost will be huge. Now that discussion was basically settled on the humanitarian side. And as a result, we are today paying the geostrategic price. I'm not saying the humanitarian consideration was less important, but that really was the discussion that was taking place. So as a result, Houthi rule became more pronounced in Yemen. As a result, we are seeing these threats on the Red Sea. As a result, we are seeing also Houthi involvement in the war in Gaza. And as a result, we saw Israeli geostrategic reach come all the way to Yemen for the first time in history. And as a result, today we see the American operations, continuing operations in Yemen. I think this is the argument that we have to always address. Were we right on the geostrategic concern and considerations, or was the other opinion right on addressing the humanitarian? And here is where we are. In many ways, once you have been involved in a war for 7 years, it's very hard for you to come back to a conflict. There is no appetite. You understand that you have done everything you can within that period. And I think this is the role of the UAE. We have no appetite to come back to the war in Yemen. We have an interest in the Red Sea, but we think that there are states that have greater interest in Red Sea access and accessibility and safety, etc. So I think this is part of the sort of debate and polarized views of a few years back.
You know, although I'm out of time, but I'll just let you take one question and ask the lady there to pose a question if she's. Do you want to ask a question? No. Okay, then I'll ask. Then you can go ahead, please. You can walk to the mic, ask the question, short question, because we are completely out of time.
Sure. My name is Ali Al Hamadi. I'm a diplomat trainee at the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy. My question is, at a time where multilateralism is under strain, how does the UAE view fostering cooperative solutions, particularly between global North and South?
I think the principle that I always try to emphasize is the UAE, like every rational actor, does not act alone diplomatically. We're not a solo diplomatic player. We work with friends, we work with allies, we work with like-minded countries. We understand the shortfalls in the international system. We try to address them together. We try and find commonalities among our friends, and we don't try and push our friends. We see where our interests and our friends coincide and work together on that. And in other areas, we find other also friends who see this as an issue and try also to work together. So clearly, we are a country that wants to be relevant, wants to be dynamic, and to be relevant and dynamic for a country like the UAE is to work with friends, to work with allies, to work with like-minded countries. And I think when your message basically is positive, it's about de-escalation, it's about communication, it's about diplomacy, it's about prosperity, it's about technology, it's about responsible climate also policies, you find friends and you work with them. But I don't think that us or any other country that is our size can actually be very effective in a solo role. I mean, you have to work with friends, you have to be dynamic, you have to be bringing new ideas to the table. Always, I think ideas are extremely powerful in moving agendas, but you have to work with friends. You can't do it alone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gargash. Please join me in applauding him for his time and his wisdom. And it's an honor that you joined us. Can I request you to join me for a photograph?
A big thank you to His Excellency Anwar Mohammad Gargash, the diplomatic advisor to the President in the United Arab Emirates. We now take a short break, 15 minutes. You to close the doors. Waging peace, looking back to look ahead. If I could invite the panelists on stage. His Excellency Moussa Mara, the former Prime Minister of Mali and the member of the Club de Madrid. His Excellency Stephen Harper, former Prime Minister of Canada. Espen Barth Ide, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Norway. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha in India, and also the Chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs. Comfort Ero, President and CEO, International Crisis Group, United Kingdom. Moderator, Yalda Hakim, Lead World News Presenter, Sky News in the United Kingdom. If I could request the panelists to take their seats, sorry.
Yeah.
So before we dive into the conversation, it's my pleasure to invite Doug Nylander, Director, the Norwegian Center for Conflict Resolution, to give some scene-setting remarks ahead of the panel.
I hope you like the way he sets our scene.
Thank you. Good morning. This is a crucial panel. The world is more divided and violent than it has been in a long time. And the shifts underway in the international system are likely to exacerbate this trend. The peacemaking field has already tried to alter its approach in order to adapt, successfully in some cases, but with still some way to go in many others. We need to look back and identify lessons from past successes and failures. But we need also to have a candid conversation about how to best collaborate in pursuit of what should be our shared goal: fostering peaceful and inclusive societies at peace with one another, which respect the rights and dignity of all. To set the scene, I will share some brief reflections on the guiding questions for this session. Having myself supported the negotiations between the Colombian government and the FARC armed group for several years, 3 key lessons of relevance to today's peacemaking are the following. First, courageous political leadership committed to peace is fundamental. Without it, success is unlikely. It requires careful and discreet engagements and should be fostered over time. Second, preparing patiently and thoroughly is crucial. Even if silencing the guns requires urgent attention, peacemaking is messy and time-consuming. and negotiating a transformation from war to peace requires stamina and flexibility. And a well-prepared negotiating team is central. One that is also able to defend peace talks to their own constituencies. Third, there has to be a common vision on the end goal of negotiations. Absent a common vision, we're left with a series of transactional exchanges that can produce temporary agreements, but in which conflict relapse becomes likely. Creating the conditions for peace in today's conflicts requires us to marshal our respective comparative advantages, connections, and resources. In some highly fragmented contexts or regionalized armed conflicts, it is less and less likely that all relevant stakeholders will be willing or able to sit around a single table and produce a comprehensive peace agreement, as in the negotiations of the past. We need to openly discuss how our respective efforts across different levels and with different participants can produce synergies in what has been called multi-mediation in a recent report on adaptation and innovation in mediation. An organization such as mine, an unofficial non-state outfit willing to talk to all our actors everywhere, can test out ideas with groups and individuals seen by many as too controversial to engage. We can tease out real interests underpinning public positions and help the parties understand what a potential negotiation could deliver. Our efforts thus complement those of others who may enjoy better access of trust with certain parties or certain political leaders to encourage them to exercise the courageous leadership I mentioned. In this regard, I welcome the increasing number of states and organizations active today in mediation, each of which can bring something useful to the table. Some of us will also be able to help parties prepare for negotiations through capacity building or to develop negotiating strategies, while others will need to focus on the infrastructure of peace talks. What we should avoid is duplicative or uncoordinated efforts which can undermine mediators. As for mediators, it is true that they have to be impartial and treat all negotiating parties fairly. But mediators need to be more than that. They have to be credible and to be seen to help parties produce tangible and measurable improvements for civilians in conflict situations. It is their role, when negotiating parties are locked in confrontation, to keep the hope alive. That allows for the building over time of a common vision on the end point of negotiations. The voices of society are also crucial here. Channeling the hopes and aspirations of civilians bearing the brunt of violence can be catalytic, which is why finding mechanisms for their inclusion and participation is so important. The Colombian peace agreement's approach to issues of justice and accountability would not have been possible without the active participation and contribution of victims of the conflict. It unlocked possibilities that the parties may not have arrived to themselves. And in turn, this made the final peace agreement a reality. Beyond revealing solutions, inclusive peace processes deliver something else. They deliver responsive peace agreements that ultimately enjoy societal acceptance. And politically inclusive agreements accepted by society increase confidence in the future of the country, including its economic prospects. This, in my view, is a crucial driver of sustainability of peace agreements. Not only the ability to channel international support through challenging processes like ceasefires, disarmament, and elections, but also building the confidence of the private sector, domestic and foreign, to invest in the economy. I look forward to hearing from the panelists today. We are all in this together. If we are able to make this diverse group of states and other actors work effectively together by recognizing each other's strengths and roles, then we as a global community should be able to be more successful in waging peace in the time to come. Thank you very much.
Moderator, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Doug, thank you very much for your remarks and for setting the scene there. What I heard was inclusion, courage, preparation, common vision, and an aim for peace, not settling for smaller agreements. Our panelists have been introduced, so I'll get straight into it. Prime Minister Harper, I'm going to begin with you, because one thing that Doug was saying there is that we are living in an increasingly violent and divided world. I guess anyone who knows history, knows that nothing is unprecedented, but the times do feel violent and divided. These points that Doug has raised, do you think, given the current global climate, that the rules-based order is being challenged, not just by China or Russia, but by those who built it, by the United States? Do you think these sorts of mechanisms can apply to peacemaking today, when we are seeing these shifts in the rules-based order and also a focus on big power and spheres of influence?
Yeah, look, I actually think, and I say I'm not advocating this, it's just my analysis that the rules-based order, as we've known it, is ending. By the way, I think it was the aberration. Big powers with spheres of influence and kind of big power dynamics really determining issues of peace and war, at least at the kind of macro global level. That's the norm of human history. And I think we're returning to that. You've had over the past couple of generations, China, Russia, and Iran with, I think, increasing success, being able to jump in and out of the rules-based order as it suits them. And now you have, to be candid, the United States, really the originator of that post-war order, now largely doing the same thing. It doesn't mean that the mechanisms that our guests just talked about are irrelevant. I think it just means you have to put them. You have to decide what the bigger power context is. In the context of mediating Sudan, perhaps, or mediating Colombia, that's a very different set of lessons than the Russia-Ukraine war or the conflict in the Middle East, where big power politics are engaged. And it's just increasingly evident to me that the major powers will not be constrained by rules. They will be, we're moving, as Prime Minister Luxon said, from rules to power. They will be determined by how they judge their spheres of influence, judge their broader international priorities and interests, and how they decide to interact with competing powers. I think that will set the range of the possible in those kinds of bigger conflicts.
Where do you think that leaves middle powers then? If you've got big powers focused on their interests, middle powers like Canada, for example, where do you think that leaves them so that they're not squeezed?
Well, middle powers, Canada, I think to some degree, European Union or many European countries and others. I'm not sure whether India is big power or middle power. It's kind of straddling the fence, probably big power longer term. I think those middle powers will do one of three things. They will continue to try and push rules-oriented settlements, which may have limited application. They will try increasingly to hedge among the bigger powers. And they will increasingly, particularly I think in the case of the European Union, they will try to, and India, they will try to gain the hard power attributes necessary to genuinely compete in that big power determined dynamic.
And before I move on to the Foreign Minister of Norway, I just want to ask you, I mean, we are seeing this war of words between Canada and the United States around tariffs, trade. Would you think that if you were in power today, your relationship with Donald Trump would have been different?
Yeah. Look, I'd like to think that. I think it wouldn't be easy. But you know, as I just and I rarely kind of speak out on Canadian public affairs. I just did write an op-ed on this, and I think it is necessary for Canada to have a plan. Canada probably to take some hard positions vis-a-vis the United States. But I think there's a difference between taking some hard negotiating positions versus just kind of shooting insults back. I don't think that may be emotionally satisfying, but not a terribly effective way of dealing with a much larger country. And actually, I think quite counterproductive.
Foreign Minister, I'm going to bring you into the conversation. We're just hearing there from former Prime Minister Stephen Harper talking about the European Union, you know, potentially being sort of a middle power trying to find its place in all of this. I mean, in terms of the Ukraine war, you don't have a seat at the table as yet when it comes to peace negotiations. You are, you know, NATO as a whole is upping its defense spending. And, you know, that's come off the back of pressure from the Americans. But just where do you sit in terms of the Ukraine war, where you'd like to position yourself in this to perhaps get a seat at the table?
So this, I mean, it's correct that there is no European seat at the table, but there's actually no table. So there are no negotiations going on now in the proper sense. I mean, there are preparatory talks on President Trump's initiative. He has spoken to Ukraine, spoke to Russia. They are discussing on whether to establish a table, and at least it is now clear that Ukraine will be at the table, which I think is rather obvious because the war is in Ukraine. So it would be very worrisome if two great powers, you know, settled Ukraine without Ukraine. I think most other countries would agree that they don't want to go back to a world where great powers, make deals over the heads of those engaged. And we also strongly believe that there should be significant European contributions, both in, you know, substance, planning for negotiations, carrying them out, but because this is a war in Europe, and it's not only about Ukraine. I mean, it's a big thing in Ukraine, but it's also very much about the international order globally and in my continent. So we're working really hard now, and if one thing can be said, you know, the alarm, the togetherness, the strategic preparations for what's going on now, which probably will be an endgame to this war, is much higher now in Europe than it was. So that's at least one of the outcomes. And I, you know, let me say, Norway has been involved as a mediator or as a facilitator, which are two slightly different roles, in many conflicts around the world. Because we were far away. I mean, far away from Colombia, relatively far away from the Middle East. You know, Philippines, once upon a time Sri Lanka, were, you know, only partly successful, I would say. But but we've been involved many places. But we cannot take that role in Ukraine because we have a position in Ukraine, and we were not impartial. I mean, we want Ukraine to do as good as they can, and we don't want to reconfirm the type of behavior that Russia has promoted. That makes, you know, then we can be a supporter of the Ukrainian position. We can help Ukraine to develop position, for instance, but we would not be a typical mediator. And we'll be honest about that. These are two different roles. But if I may just add, you know, continue on this, Sashi Taror and I have known each other for 30 plus years. And when we worked together or in the same field, it was in the early 90s when the world was opening up to saying, we're not any longer just avoiding conflict. We can actually transition, we can manage change from something that was static but not satisfactory into something better. Not taking away conflict, but taking out the violence and make new structures. And that was a short period of time where that was possible because we did not really have the great power conflicts. I mean, not that they were zero, but the world was not dominated by this sort of power strategic competition between great powers. Now we have that. So how do we bring with us the experiences from all the reasonably successful peace processes of the 90s and the 2000s, and adapt them to a world where we do have, as Prime Minister Harper said, a more great power-driven world. So, I would say I agree with the analysis that we have more of that, but I also say that the rules-based order is only over if we want it to be over. If we really want to invest in it, the Indias, big India, small Norway, and all the others could still say that it's a good thing to preserve what you can. And if there are problems with it, let's go together and reform it, rather than defend it through reform and modernization and upgrading and so on. Because in the long run, we're all better off in a world where there are some key principles, and for instance, the respect for sovereignty. So all international cooperation, when I can work very well with Sweden, Carl Bildt is here, former Swedish Prime Minister, it's also because he knows that I'm not going to grab his country. And he's not going to invade my country, so we can, based on that, we can cooperate very closely, as I think Canada and the US could. And now it's getting more difficult, because if you start asking whether you actually respect the sovereignty of another country, you get much more cautious.
So if Greenland was annexed by the United States, I mean, what would NATO do?
I'll tell you the secret now. Well, those of you who know NATO well, I think most people have heard about Article 5, which is the collective commitment to defense against external threats. But there's actually also an Article 1, because NATO was set up in 1945, only 4 years after the UN Charter. And the same people, some of the same people wrote the Atlantic Treaty. First thing you say, we will refrain from use of force or even threat of use of force among ourselves. We will be good citizens in our club. So I think if we are firm to the commitment of NATO itself, we should stop suggesting that we will, change borders without prior agreement.
But before I go to Shashi Tharoor, I just want to pick up on your point about Norway, as you say, for decades has been at the forefront of being a mediator, negotiator in different conflicts. We saw, of course, the Oslo Accords. You've been crucial as well in Mali in the 90s. You say that you've got competing interests in Ukraine, so therefore you cannot act as some kind of negotiator. That I understand. But peacekeeping forces, the UK, France, they're talking about offering peacekeeping forces. Are you saying that that's a problem as well?
So, a classical peacekeeping force, and I'm sitting here with somebody who worked very, very closely on this, is the expert, but the classical peacekeeping force, and even a more modernized type, is basically partial to the deal, not to a party. So you defend an agreement, but neutral or impartial to the two or more sides. That's a peacekeeping mission. You can have something else, which is a kind of a security underpinning, some kind of security force which defend one side against change, but then it's not a peacekeeping force. So I think if there will be a European or NATO type of contribution, it will not be in the classical peacekeeping. I mean, that's more logical for maybe countries like India, but I don't think we who have taken such a clear position, correctly so in my view, can also be the peacekeeper of the deal. So again, it's helpful to distinguish the different roles, and both roles are fine. It's just that they should not be confused.
Correct.
Shashi Tharoor, I mean, the foreign minister there was saying that you're an expert in peacekeeping forces. You've worked in this area. I just want to pick up on that point he's just made about, would that be something that India would consider or toy with or engage with?
Fortunately, anything I say doesn't engage India, since I'm in the opposition and not in the government. But Espen is right. And in fact, when you go back to the earlier part of this conversation, when you talked about the middle powers and so on, how did peacekeeping come about? Well, the UN Charter doesn't mention peacekeeping. The UN Charter envisaged that the big powers that had won World War II would get together and impose peace around the world. And peacekeeping was supposed to be the militaries of the 5 big powers who constituted the permanent members of the Security Council. But once the Cold War started, that became impossible. And so Dag Hammarskjöld had the brilliance to actually find countries whom one could broadly in those days refer to as middle powers, including India, Canada, Ireland, countries like that, to actually step in and do the peacekeeping that the big powers no longer could because they didn't agree with each other. So our not being engaged in the conflicts of the Cold War was actually a major asset in peacekeeping. And that's why the catechism that Espen was summarizing evolved, that peacekeepers do not take sides. Our only side is peace itself. We are not interested in the victory of one or the other. In fact, we try not to get involved when one or the other side is still pursuing victory. It's when they have decided that they are ready for peace that peacekeepers come in. There's this wonderful old line from Brian Urquhart, the late great Brian Urquhart, who talked about never dive into an empty pool. That is, don't try and make peace when one or the other side is ready for peace. But once they are ready, then Espen is quite right. I mean, in fact, the Russians have made it explicit that they will not accept European peacekeepers who belong to NATO countries. They say they will not have NATO troops policing the peace in Ukraine. Now, that's an open statement by the Russian government. So, since pretty much all of Europe seems to belong to NATO these days, even can't build Sweden, I don't know where we're going to go. I mean, you'll have to look beyond Europe for your peacekeepers in Europe. And that may well be something that you would want to turn to India for. And certainly, speaking as an Indian parliamentarian, I don't think there's going to be a lot of resistance to that idea. I think there was resistance famously when there was a request at one point in 2003 for India to send troops to Iraq. And Parliament got together and passed a resolution saying in no circumstances should Indian peacekeepers go to Iraq after the American invasion. I don't see that happening for Ukraine. I think that if it were necessary and there was an agreed peace, I think there would be some willingness to consider, but I can't speak for the government. I'm in the opposition.
I know you're in the opposition and you're not in government, but given the state of play right now with Russia and Ukraine and this conflict and President Trump's position, are you glad that India took the position it did? I mean, it carried on buying Russian oil and gas, for example.
Yes, I'm still wiping the egg off my face because I was the one person in the parliamentary debate who actually criticized the Indian position at the time, back in February 22, on the well-worn grounds that Espen will understand, because he and I talked about all this in my UN days, that there was a violation of the UN Charter, that there had been a violation of the principle of the inviolability of borders, of the sovereignty of a member state, namely Ukraine, and we had always stood for the inadmissibility of the use of force to settle international disputes. And all of those principles, I said, had been violated by one party, and we should have condemned it. Well, a couple of years later, 3 years later, it does look like I'm the one with egg on my face, because clearly the policy has meant that India has actually a prime minister who can hug both the president of Ukraine and the president of Moscow 2 weeks apart and be accepted in both places. And therefore, India is in a position where it can make a difference to a lasting peace, if it was so required, in ways that very few countries would be able to. And it's partially, I mean, again, going back to some of the things that Stephen Harper and Espen said, distance helps. The fact that we're not in Europe and we're not directly, one way or the other, threatened or benefiting from any change in territorial borders, for example, that helps. The fact that the two parties seem to be ready to agree to peace. The fact that there would presumably be some very serious international backing for an international peacekeeping venture. I mean, all of those things have to be borne in mind before you answer the question that you just asked, Yamba. As an Indian government a person making such a decision, those considerations would really have to be uppermost before they say yes or no. But I can see it entirely possible that in these circumstances, India would say yes.
Fascinating.
Remember, India's got 250,000 peacekeepers in its history around the world.
Yeah.
It's participated in, God knows, 49 peacekeeping missions, I think, in its history. So this is a country with an extensive record of having gone out to places far removed from India's direct interests in order to serve the cause of peace.
Yeah.
So why not?
Yeah. Fascinating. I'm going to bring in a former Prime Minister, Musa, because, of course, Mali has dealt with a number of peace agreements. One that about a year ago collapsed, even though Mali was bleeding for some time. There was a peace agreement. The different warring sides had come to the negotiating table. Do you think that you've been failed by, external forces interfering in the affairs of your nation?
Thank you very much. As you said, our country has signed at least 3 peace agreements the last 30 years. And one of these agreements was signed under the United Nations involvement and with peacekeepers. And finally, our leaders decided to fire the peacekeepers of the United Nations. But my understanding of what happened is the lack of political will, seriously, especially from the government. And if the government, we should settle the peace agreement, doesn't really want to move forward in the peace system, it will not work. This is the first thing. The second is the advantage taken from peace compared to the status quo. Both sides, we signed the peace agreement with rebellion group. From the rebellion group side and the government side, the status quo was comfortable, more comfortable than going to the settlement of the peace agreement. This is also something very important for the success of the peace process. To make status quo more expensive than going to the peace. The peace should be more interested compared to the status quo. This is the second thing. The first is the mediator and the neutrality of the mediator, or the perception of the neutrality of the mediator. In our case, Algeria, our neighbor country, has been always involved in the different peace agreements. And Algeria looks like not really neutral on this stage. Also, that disturbed a lot the peace agreement. And finally, the soldiers who lead the country now, they decided to cut the peace process and try to internalize the peace process. They are not doing well, but the will to internalize also is interesting. For me, the most important thing for the peace in the country is internally. Political will, social readiness of the society to go forward to the peace and to deal with the root cause of the rebellion. I think we have to try to find the right way on that to resettle a peace process for our country and to achieve it. And I have to mention also the regional concern, because now we are not only the country which is involved in difficulties, security difficulties. We have Burkina Faso, we have Niger, and the situation is becoming regional, but even geopolitical situation, and we have also to deal with that.
Yes, because of course there's also been a sort of foreign influence in a place like Mali. I mean, we saw the Wagner group fighting alongside forces in Mali as well. That has played a role in preventing peace because there's been external factors, people flooding weapons, for example, into these countries, preventing sort of peace from being achieved, even if society has wanted it.
The Wagner issue is not, for me, as important as what I mentioned first, because dealing with Russia, hiring mercenaries, it is a soldier decision. It is a military decision. They think they need to empower the army in order to get a victory, because the military, they are focused on victory instead of settling a peace process. This is not really the most important thing I would like to light on. The most important thing is the political will. And now it is not really the case, because the military, they are more focused on victory, military victory, than settling a peace process. The social readiness, the different civil society involvement internally, this is also important. And the environment. Now we have to find maybe one innovative way to settle a real and a strong peace process, not only in Mali, but in the Sahelian region. Now, as I said, Burkina Faso and Niger, neighboring country, they are facing the same terrorist issue, even the rebellion issue also. And we have to find an innovative way to go on that. I am not really certain that the external powers and the external countries, they are as impactful as mentioned on the medias. The most important thing is the internal political will, political leadership, the governance, and the society wanted to accompany the political will on the way to get a real and a sustainable peace process in this. And then I think the regional bodies, African Union, ECOWAS, even United Nations or the international player could accompany. I am not sure they are as impactful as mentioned in the medias.
I'm going to come to you, Comfort, and bring the panel full circle. The crux of this panel, the focus is waging peace. Do you feel that we are in an era of peace, or this is a moment of, reckoning for the globe, or are we really just in an era of confrontation, and it's about managing those different conflicts?
I think it's the last 2 points that you raised, that we are in a reckoning, but also managing. And I want to go full circle to what Prime Minister Stephen Harper was saying, because we're in an era where wars are rising, but more critically, we're in a situation where the institutions that would normally regulate and manage these processes themselves are not trusted in the way that they used to be. I mean, you referred back to the era of Dag Hammarskjöld, right? And very well respected, trusted. And the UN is no longer necessarily the first port of call, partly because the Security Council that has a mandate to address these issues itself is dysfunctional. Yeah. Itself is breaking down. Itself is polarizing and oftentimes toxic as well. And when you have one of the key members of the Security Council, contemporary times, being seen as an aggressor, then it makes it very difficult to begin to work out the process for conflict management. By the way, Russia is not the first aggressor in the council, so we should just put that on the table as well. But I also think that we are in a completely different era. So I hate to say it, but we also should be truthful to ourselves that I'm afraid, Prime Minister, you and I are good friends, but I'm afraid that it looks as though the rules-based order is on the verge of being consigned into the museum. Now, the question, however, is as we are in a world in transition. As we transition into the next era, and here I would like to attach myself to what you're saying, is what can we take of the old world, what we thought was worth cherishing, that can accompany us into this new world. And now I think there is a viable conversation to be made. I will firmly attach myself to the principle of non-aggression. I think that's fundamental, because the countries that were born out of the United Nations, what bound them together was the principle of non-aggression, was also the principle of not changing borders. This has been a core principle, for example, in Africa. The African Union, or its predecessor, was very clear that we weren't going to change the colonial boundaries in which some of our countries found ourselves in. And we were pretty clear about sovereignty as well, about what binds us together. These are universal. So if I'm going to cling on to anything that accompanies us into this new world that we're yet to be born in, we don't know what the contours are going to look like, it's not been etched out quite clearly, I would like to think that we can safeguard one of the fundamentals about non-aggression, and also this expansionist territorial integrity, grabbing of territories as well. So I do take seriously this notion about what President Trump is saying about Panama, Greenland, and even Canada. I do take it seriously, because he may green light other players in the international arena to jump on that bandwagon and decide that they're going to wake up and threaten the viability of another country. So whether he is able to grab those is not the issue.
Do you mean China on Taiwan?
But normalizing the language that you can decide the fate of another country. I do worry about that, even if the ambition on Greenland, and we understand what's going on in Greenland anyway, why he's saying it, but even if he utters it, it gives others, and it normalizes an agenda which I think is quite frankly dangerous as well.
I'm going to come to you in a second, come through, because I can see the foreign minister wanting to launch an intervention.
Just to react, I mean, obviously, as both Comfort and Prime Minister Harper says, the rules-based order is in deep trouble. I mean, it might even be in the emergency room, but it's not dead yet. And I think that, so my call, I was, Norway is a guest country at the G20 this year and last year, and this year with South Africa. And the foreign ministers meeting, that was the first meeting of this year. One observation I made, it was my own observation, it's not written down, but is that there was a better dialogue between the rest of the West, meaning Europeans and Canadians on the one hand, and many of the global South powers, about this being a problem that we might have to do something about. Because what's happening, of course, the two of the founding fathers, I mean, Russia, which is a successor to the Soviet Union, who clearly violated it by invading, a sovereign country, and the new tone in the U.S. administration. I mean, we could all lay down and say, this is too bad, sorry, it was nice when it worked. Or we can see if we can invest in upholding, defending. And I think a key point then is that we need to apply the rules uniformly, because there's no higher power in the world. I mean, the global system is principally anarchic, and then we try to bring some order into it. And little Norway, for instance, we have been very adamant to say, we criticize Russian violations of the UN Charter in Ukraine, but we also criticize Israel's excessive use of force against Gaza, and we need to do both. And it's actually when you criticize your friends that you show that the rules are for real, because it's not very costly for a Western politician to criticize Russia. I mean, it's correct, but it's not really a shocking statement if we are a NATO member. It is more courageous to say we have been critical of Israel, not because we don't think they should defend themselves against terrorism, but because we have way overdoing it and they violated, Geneva Conventions and so on. So I think that if we, and I would call it an Indian crowd, is the most populous country in the world. I mean, rather than thinking alongside the lines of non-alignment when nobody else is aligned, what are you non-aligned against if there's no alignment anywhere? But rather saying, how would we like to see the world? And maybe if we should be the first carrier of the message, how to organize the world, but because there are so many advantages to agreeing on some key principles of, trade, on international relations in general, on cooperating on health and cooperating in climate. There are so many advantages to that part of the international order that it is a little bit up to us whether we accept it to be that. But it is in the emergency room, so it is in trouble.
I think this is the crux of the matter, right? That there's a sense that there's a lack of consistency in how the rules are applied, and which is why you don't necessarily see a lot of countries wanting to cling on to it. But you're right, there are a number of countries who still also, by a good example, still rush to the United Nations because they see it as the core bastion, still want to cling, still want to preserve some core principles because they see it as essential to their own survival. But when the architects of the rules-based order are seen as violating those rules, it's very hard to convince others that they should continue to come. That's the core challenge. But I mean, in the end, we are on the same.
But I'm not sure it's all that new. I mean, the fact.
No, it's not new.
I mean, the rules-based order. There've been various rules-based orders going back to the Congress of Vienna in 1815, and the rules were always written by a few. What made them useful was they were accepted by everyone, that they were essentially rules that everyone felt they could play by. No one really believed the playing field was level. No. I mean, when 15 of you sit around the Security Council table, you know that 14 of them have relationships with the US that perhaps matter more to them than with those of the other 13. And that's going to be a factor weighing in their minds. So I think it would be naive of us to imply there ever was some sort of ideal, simple, but totally rules-based system like a cricket team playing by the laws of the game. No, it was always a slightly uneven world. Look, having said that, there was nonetheless the sense that it applied to everybody. And yet, since the UN was established, Britain and France, two of the permanent members, invaded Egypt over the Suez crisis. In 11 years of the UN being established. We've had the US invasion of Iraq. We've had the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So there have been examples of permanent members violating the rules before. I wish we wouldn't therefore get so apocalyptic about the way things are today. It's still salvageable.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about that. Let's go back to the era where you were at the UN.
Yep.
And there were some core issues that you also felt was sacrosanct. So I'm not worried about realpolitik. We live in it as well.
We live in it.
But when you asked me a question about are we living in a situation of wars rising, we have never seen it so bad. Where the idea that you could see this grave level of human suffering, of indignity, of hunger, as famine, the level of insecurity, the way in which you're seeing guardrails that used to prevent the horrors that you're seeing in Sudan, in South Sudan, in Gaza, the ceasefire. Let's not forget, is now the question marks as to whether the ceasefire is broken or we can get into phase 2 in Gaza. I mean, the scale of human suffering, of the human cost, of deprivation that we're seeing is fundamentally different from when you were at the United Nations. And I think we have to acknowledge
Rwanda and Bosnia in the 90s.
We said never again. We said never again, and we're sitting on the altar of millions of people who are dying across the world. That is what is different, and I don't see the system being able to rectify that anytime soon.
You're right, Comfort, but there is a difference because back in this lovely 80s, there was a lot of death and violence. I mean, there were massacres in Rwanda. It was the Balkan Wars. The world was full of violence and death. But there was a sense that we knew what to do about it. That the outcome would be we help this country or this region to transform into modern democratic societies, and we will have a peace deal, and we will implement the peace deal with peacekeepers and so on, and eventually it will move forward. And in many cases, they did. Many of these operations worked. So it was not the amount of violence, but it was more. There was still a hope that these were transitional problems that eventually would be solved, and I think that hope is not so obvious any longer.
I'm just going to. We've got about 10 minutes left, so I'm going to open up the floor to the audience. If you could make your way to the microphone wherever it is, I think it's in the middle somewhere. And if you could keep your questions brief and no statements, please, as we only have 10 minutes. I think there's a microphone going around, or in those corners. Yeah. Go ahead.
Kodaro here. My question is to Dr. Tharoor and also the President of the Crisis Group. We are in a state of increased defense industrialization and weapons development. All states are striving for this in the name of sovereignty and strategic autonomy. My question is, to what extent is this compatible with long-term peace?
With long-term peace? I mean, the fact is that, the old cliche that if you want peace, prepare for war still holds good. That is that one of the reasons you develop defense preparedness is to ensure that no one is tempted to go to war against you. We don't want to allow our neighbors to feel we're so weak that they can conduct adventures against us. In that process, therefore, we develop defense, hoping we'll never have to use it. I mean, Canada hasn't been to war ever, as far as I know, since 1812. But they've got a very good army, which they do send out to the world for peacekeeping purposes. And that sort of logic is entirely applicable to many of us. Of course, India has had to fight wars. We've had some real crises on our borders. And the same people who fought those wars have also gone out and done peacekeeping and would be willing to do so again. And they're tempered by the experience of this. But when Espen talked about, for example, that there's no non-alignment anymore, the fact is we're living in this world of the World Wide Web, aren't we? We're all networked now. We're connected to each other for different purposes in different ways. And because the world is like the World Wide Web, we should be prepared at any point to use that connection, that expertise, that capacity anywhere in the world. I think we are. India is.
I'm just going to take some questions from the Raisina Young Fellows in the back, if you could.
Thank you, and thanks for the very interesting insights. Josiane Koutayar from Bhutan, the smallest member state in the European Union, which has got neutrality enshrined in the constitution and which does not form part of NATO and has also facilitated peace talks between Gorbachev and Bush way back for the end also of that war, and has offered recently peace discussions, also to hold these peace discussions between Ukraine and Russia, if we hopefully get there. My question to you all is, I would like to hear your comments as to what you think could be the role of states, member states of the European Union, which do not form part of NATO, which are not military strong, and other states in Asia and in other parts of the world, which are not the original architects of the institutions we know today, in these peacekeeping efforts, because I think that we should also look beyond the great traditional powers.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to bring that back to the panel.
I have to ask a European to answer that.
Well, I mean, sometimes you need countries that are neutral or impartial to a conflict to be, it can be the venue, sometimes maybe facilitating, precisely because they have that identity of not being big, not being powerful, and not being directly invested. I mean, in the Cold War, I mean, many of the conversations between the Soviet Union and the US took place in Finland or Austria, precisely because of that capacity. So if we're returning to this kind of world, there is a space for countries like Malta.
I believe there's a question right here.
Does the panel we are witnessing all of an empire? I have another question to you. The rise of the nation is very often partnered with the rise of the novel. Now, is the novel time? Is that why my question is that why I haven't read a novel from you for so long? But the two questions now, one is for the panel, the other.
Well, I think I'll leave it to the panel. So this is President Nasheed, the former president of the Maldives, who knows whereof he speaks because he had to deal with very many big powers leaning very heavily on him over the years, I'm sure. No, with your second question, President, I have to say that I've barely had the time to do the writing I do. But to write fiction, one needs not just time, but a space inside one's head to create an alternative universe that's as real to you as the world you're really living in, with characters, episodes, dialogues that actually matter as much to you as what you encounter in everyday life. And in Indian politics, you don't have the luxury of that, I'm afraid. So I've not been able to create that world for myself. One day, I promise you a novel. I'll come and give it to you personally, but not yet.
Fine.
I think there was a question there.
I want to ask the first part of President Nasheed's question, because we talked about this yesterday, really suggesting we're seeing the kind of the fall or the beginning of the fall of the American empire. I don't actually agree with that. I think the reality is the United States remains the world's preeminent power by almost every measure, by quite a distance. But I think what you are seeing is a shift of the United States' view of its role in the world, from being a maintainer of a global system to being because it believes it can no longer, frankly, effectively do that role, to being a country that simply acts according to its own interests, in its own, for lack of a better term, sphere of influence. There may be, and look, there may be with President Trump a kind of a discontinuity there, but I think the trend is going to continue. I think that's just the reality.
Beyond President Trump.
Yes, I don't think it will necessarily be as extreme as we're seeing now, but I think the trend will continue because I think there is a really good argument from the standpoint of the United States that trying to play its previous role is simply draining its resources and not effective.
I mean, yes, but and I agree with Prime Minister Harper that Trump can also be, the Trump and the MAGA movement can also be seen as a symptom, not only a cause. It's an extreme version of something which has developed over time. But it is, if not the end of an empire, it is, in a sense, an end of hegemony and it's not imposed by others. It's a sort of a self-chosen abdication of the role of an hegemon. I would say, as the transatlantic system from Norway and the NATO devotee, we were ready, we are and remain ready to help the US to uphold its hegemony. They don't need to pay all the military resources. We can do more. I mean, not only we, but we Europeans, for instance, Canada can do more. And because at the height of its power, it was the combination of military might, political influence, economic and trading patterns, and idea power that people were attracted. At least in my part of the world, people wanted to be close. They were not forced to. It was quite attractive to be close to the US. And that might become less attractive, and people look elsewhere. So, how smart is that? I question myself and my American friends to abdicate when nobody really has told you to.
Yeah. There's one final question just at the back.
How would he have reacted to being called governor of the 51st state?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I let it go by.
My question is regarding the rule of China and Russia and Iran is openly not obeying the rules, and China is strategically doing this. So my question is directly that how geopolitical alliances and partnerships will help us to, really lead them to follow that rule-based order. So that would be the benefits for all of the nations as well as people. So my question is that geopolitical alliance, how it will lead them to follow the rule-based order.
Okay. But you said there are no more rules.
Yeah,
you said that rules evolve over time, and we all get.
They do, but I mean, I think the short answer. I mean, you may have seen just yesterday the Indian Prime Minister made a very positive statement about relations with China, even though we've had some pretty tough times with them over the last 4 or 5 years. I suppose the message there is, let us take them at face value. Let us assume that they will live up to the laws, the rules that we're all exalting right now. But at the same time, I mean, the old Reagan line, trust but verify, you have to be absolutely sure that they are doing so. And if they don't, then those are the standards against which you will calibrate your reactions accordingly. I mean, the truth is that I don't want to single out a particular country here, as you've done in your question, but in general, member states of the United Nations have not always upheld every single principle of the Charter. There have been violations, there have been transgressions. But if you broadly agree on what the rules are supposed to be, then you can hold countries to account for actually upholding those rules. And that's frankly the way we'd have to do it, whether it's with the country you mentioned, China in this particular case, or anywhere else. And I don't know, the Prime Minister of Mali is sitting there, what he's been through with his country and with the, I mean, perhaps you might want to address this question. So how would you look at law, at these rules of law internationally?
For a country like in Africa, we are interested effectively to see the global player respecting the rules and the settling of the rule of law. But we know also if it comes to the interests and the geopolitical interests also, the rules of law sometimes is putting aside. This is the thing I would like to talk about. And finally, the most important, and I started by that, in our case, is to focus on our own situation first. And to try to find a way internally to solve our own problem by our own strengths and our own means. This is the most important thing. And I would like to end also to say there are some other players, not a nation, like an international organization. And I am a member of one organization like Club de Madrid, which is composed by former head of state and former chief of government, which can be helpful to accompany, to find an innovative way and to help the government like in Africa to solve their problem. Like I would like to talk about that also.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Unfortunately, our time here is up, but thank you so much for your thoughtful remarks.
Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you. Merci, Prime Minister. Thank you. Thank you.
Great to see you again.
A big thank you to the panelists. If I could request the panelists for a quick photograph. So just to share a few more words about the Budapest Global Dialogue, may I invite my friend and colleague, Dr. Gladden Papen, the president of the Hungarian Institute for International Affairs, to say a few words to you. Gladden, over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gladden Papen from the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs. Just a word about the Budapest Global Dialogue. A year ago, Samir Saran and I were sitting around trying to think what are going to be the key topics to discuss in the coming years and where would be the ideal place to discuss them. Well, we settled on 4 themes, and I think it's pretty clear that today those themes are now the main themes that are driving a lot of international conversation. Those are the themes of the return of sovereignty in a supranational age, the role of nations as they calculate their place in a rapidly changing world order and seek new forms of connectivity, the new situation in the transatlantic relationship and the importance of having a new Europe for this now very new America, and finally, a new relationship between the West and the rest of the world, a new West for a new world. Budapest is the perfect place to discuss these issues within Europe. It's a crossroads of civilization. It has wonderful connections diplomatically, politically, economically throughout the world. So mark your calendars, June 16th, 17th, and 18th, we will be convening in Budapest for the first Budapest Global Dialogue. If you'd like to participate, just have a word with me, with Samir, or one of our colleagues. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you in Budapest.
Thank you so much, Gladden. And having been there, Budapest is also a fantastic city. You'll have good fun. May I now introduce and call on the next speakers, the panel, The Peace Tableau, Actions and Aspirations. On the panel, Mihaly Popsoy, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Moldova. Andrei Sebiha, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ukraine. Babe Braze, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Latvia. The Honorable Minister Peter from Hungary. Hannah Knott, the Director of the Eurasia Non-Proliferation Program and at the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies in the US. Moderator D.B. Venkatesh Verma, former Ambassador of India to Russia.
Is it here? Please.
Well, you see, that was the original solution, you see?
Apologies. Moderator, over to you.
Good afternoon, namaskar. This is the panel on the Peace Tableau, Actions and Aspirations. I am Venkatesh Varma. I'll be moderating this session. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has been a very prominent topic in the Raisina dialogue in previous years. Given the open nature of the Raisina dialogue, we've had all points of view. This has provided a platform for all points of view on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And I must say that the Raisina dialogue has been ahead of the curve sometimes. For instance, last year, in February 2024, a mention was made by one of the panelists here of an article written by a senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, who is today the Vice President of the United States of America. This year, too, we would like to be ahead of the curve. but the curve is becoming larger. It's expanding by pace, including, I guess, this evening when there will be a telephone conversation between President Trump and President Putin. Whatever it is, I think there is increased interest and emphasis and focus on the way forward. That is the reason why this panel is called the Peace Tableau. We will discuss in this panel what will be a durable peace settlement in Ukraine look like. Would it be enough to address proximate issues, or do we need to go into root causes? Who will do it? Will it be a direct negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, or it will be a negotiation embedded in a larger understanding between Russia and the United States? And what will Europe play? What will be the role of other countries? Who will make the compromises on the battlefield and in the negotiating table? Will political maps be redrawn along with the global realignments that are taking place? We wish to have an open and honest and a realistic discussion. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar very wisely told us it is good to deal with the world with what is rather than what if. And it is in that spirit we have gathered together an excellent and distinguished panel of speakers. Excellency Mihai Popsai, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Moldova. Excellency Babai Braze, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. Excellency Andrei Syria, Foreign Minister of Ukraine. Excellency Peter Ziharto, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary. And Dr. Hannah Notte of the James Martin Center in California, but she's based in Europe and looks after Eurasian security issues. Welcome to all of you. After the panel has spoken, we will have an opportunity for some questions from the floor, and I will give an opportunity for all the panelists to speak again, to responding to the questions as well as making some closing remarks. Since Ukraine is so much in the news, may I turn to the Ukrainian Foreign Minister first and give him an opportunity to set out his views following President Zelensky's visit to Washington. There has been a renewed emphasis on the peace process. There is a temporary truce that Ukraine has agreed to. Excellency, what is the path forward? What are the constituent elements and factors of a permanent and durable peace settlement? As an independent and sovereign country, you are entitled to your red lines. What are those red lines? And you may also wish to say whether you are in a position to maintain and sustain those red lines, given the nature of the battlefield and the overall diplomatic landscape that is changing. What, in your view, would be a settlement that is in the long-term interests of Ukraine? Are you looking at a peace of choice, or are you looking at a peace of necessity? Do you, this is my last question to you, as a country, are you confident that going forward your national security will be well protected when so much of your security today is in the hands of a number of foreign partners? Excellency, over to you.
Greetings to everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to participate in today's event. So let me start by quoting first woman who was Indian president of the General Assembly. The more we sweat in peace, the less we bleed in war. So Ukraine is the country which is mostly interested in achieving peace, just, long-lasting, comprehensive. This war is not about Ukraine. That's why it is also a global interest to achieve just, comprehensive, long-lasting peace. Yes, after Jeddah,
we got another speed, new additional opportunities to end this war this year. And we are ready for this. We are not the obstacle to achieve peace. Let's see what will be the response from Russian side to settle ceasefire. Ukraine supported US proposal about ceasefire, temporary ceasefire for 30 days, because it is very important not to have this perception of frozen conflict. We are talking about ceasefire, which definitely make our peace efforts much more effective. And of course, we need confidence building measures. So once again, this meeting in Jeddah between Ukrainian and US delegations sped up the process. And if we are talking about Ukrainian side, we are ready to start to implement the outcomes of Jeddah meetings. We do really expect, and here we need joint efforts and joint support, strong international support. We do really expect from Russian side unconditional yes for ceasefire. You know that probably today, according to the public statements, we could expect telephone conversation between President Trump and President Putin. So we do really hope that we will get more clear situation after this conversation. Returning back to our position, and we shared with this position with our American friends, with our allies in Europe. So nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, nothing about Europe without Europe. No compromises at the cost of Ukrainian territorial integrity and sovereignty. No restrictions to our military capacities, and no third country has a right to block our will or our way to participate in any union, in any alliances. That's our principal positions, and of course we will never recognize any part of territories occupied by Russians. I would like to remind that at this stage, under Russia occupation, approximately about 20% of our territories. And also it is truth that Russia didn't manage to achieve any strategic goal in Ukraine. They didn't achieve any strategic goal. Yes, they have now some advances at the battlefield because of different reasons, but strategically, situation is under control. Our approach now is a time for diplomacy, for a strong diplomacy. We also do really believe that with the leadership of President Trump, we could achieve long-lasting, just peace. And it is crucial, it is really very important not to manipulate with this term, just long-lasting peace for Ukraine. And we count on the support of international community, because it is about principles, it is about the respect of principle of territorial integrity and sovereignty, UN chapter, and about it is also about the restoration of world order based on rule of law.
Thank you. Excellency, let's turn to Moldova, which is a neighbor of Ukraine. It is a neighboring country to NATO. apart from the destabilizing consequences of the Ukraine conflict, Moldova has its own set of issues relating to Transnistria. Looking at the ongoing conflict, Excellency, what is your approach to a durable peace settlement in Ukraine? How would it confine and gel with European security? And given Ukraine's own inability to join NATO, do you think that your policy of neutrality has served your interests well? Over to you, Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. It is a wonderful gathering of people that care about peace, about stability. Moldova is a small country, a new country from the old continent, and of course a country that is second most affected by the war in Ukraine other than Ukraine itself. We have tried, despite our modest resources, to provide all the support we can to our friends and neighbors, welcoming over 1 million refugees, providing access to labor, healthcare, because we know, and for us it's not at all abstract, that Ukraine is defending us as much as they're defending themselves. Moreover, Moldova is no stranger to challenges when it comes to its territorial integrity. The fact that we have struggled for over 30 years to have effective control over a sliver of land known as the Transnistrian region of the Republic of Moldova that has denied Moldova the right to exercise its full sovereignty over its territory, we would not wish this to our worst enemy. When you have a frozen conflict on the territory, and that of course that hampers investments, then hampers the capacity of the country to fully exercise its sovereignty. But regardless of all those challenges, in the past 3 years since the full-scale Russian aggression against Ukraine, Moldova has not only muddled through, but managed to achieve meaningful progress when it comes to our energy security, when it comes to our informational security. We're investing more in our defense capabilities. Yes, we are a neutral country. Yes, we have the bridge builder mentality, just like India. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we live in an environment where international law is respected, where the Helsinki Act of 1975 is respected. It's not ideal, to say the least, that at the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Act, there are discussions about territorial concessions. Ukraine was able to prove to the whole world that it was able to stand up for itself, to stand up for the rule of law, for the international order. The fact that initially some had ideas that it can conquer Ukraine in 3 days, well, needless to say, that hasn't happened. And they are struggling to make sure that there is order in Kursk after 6 months. Ukraine has proven that it has the capacity to stand up for its territory and to stand up for international law. We in the Republic of Moldova, of course, support Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and a long-lasting peace based on security guarantees. And the developments, most recent developments in Jeddah, are very much welcoming and encouraging. But it's very important to have robust mechanisms to ensure that the ceasefire is respected, that there are ways to make sure that Ukraine achieves the peace that all of us so much wait for. Because we have been so much affected across the world by the cost of living crisis, by the energy blackmail, and of course Moldova is no stranger to that. But at the end of the day, of course, any war is decided at the diplomatic table. And we encourage the efforts that the new administration in Washington, President Trump, the idea of peace through strength really resonates with us, because peace is what all of us need, and strength is the language that the Kremlin understands. We in the Republic of Moldova continue to do our fair share, despite our modest resources, to be a contributor to peace, to help
our friends and neighbors in need, and we count on the international community on doing the same. Because if the rule of law and international law is not respected in one place, chances are it will not be respected in other places as well. And we are all in this boat together. And it's in the interest of every single one of our countries that international law prevails. Because otherwise, if we end up in a situation where might makes right, I don't want my children, and I don't wish to anybody's children, to live in a world where the powerful dictate and everybody else needs to bow down and listen. This is not an environment that we want to live in. And therefore, the fundamental rights and obligations enshrined in the UN Charter and in the Helsinki Act when it comes to Europe need to be respected, and we count on the efforts of the international community on standing up by the values that we all share. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. That was indeed a very powerful statement in favor of international law. Turning to Latvia, Excellency, along with other Baltic countries, Latvia has taken a very outspoken and upfront position on the Ukraine crisis. But Ukraine is not the only issue on your security agenda. Recent developments in the Baltic Sea area also have impacted on your own threat perceptions. NATO has expanded into Scandinavia, so you have a larger NATO coverage of your immediate periphery. But what is your perception of a way forward? How to reconcile Ukrainian security with European security in the new circumstances? But how is it that even with the expansion of NATO, the threat perception is only increasing in your part of the world? Is it just the threat of Russia, or is it the new fear of abandonment by America? What is your view?
Thank you so much. I think the answer to that is not one-dimensional. The Baltic states are 107-year-old democracies, and so we take a long view at any type of situations that arises with regard to our security. 50 years of those 107, we were illegally occupied by the Soviet Union, and that occupation was never recognized by the international community. So we regained independence in 1990. And that resistance movement was very much inspired by Gandhi's peaceful resistance. And they literally took, bits and pieces from those learnings and applied them in the Baltic states to make sure that we reestablish our independence, our democratic institutions, and return to international community as independent democracies again. So thank you to all those US, UK, all the countries who never recognized that occupation. So today, the peace can be very different. If I'm right, between Russia and Japan, there is still no formal peace. But there is peace. That is also a possibility. There is also a possibility that it affects everyone's sovereignty, whatever the settlement is. So if somebody thinks that Ukraine won't have an agency, what affairs it wants to decide by itself, I think those people are very mistaken. I don't think there is any country in the world who would like their affairs to be decided by another country, or who would like to be invaded by another country. So it will ultimately be up to all of us recognizing that as independent countries, we do want to decide our own future. And the way, whether we join ASEAN, whether we join Council of Europe, whether we join EU and NATO, and then it will be up to those members in those organizations to decide whether they are ready to admit one or another country. And that is why also for NATO, it has been a very important few years because NATO is the organization that is based on Article 51 of the UN Charter. That is the right for individual or collective self-defense against an armed attack. And it's NATO that has guaranteed peace and security for the Euro-Atlantic community for more than 75 years. And what Ukraine is doing is defending herself exactly on the basis of that same article, Article 51 of the UN Charter. It's a self-defense based on international law. And that is why so many countries, people, communities have felt very comfortable supporting Ukraine. It was not because Ukraine decided to do something against Russia. No, it has a sovereign right to decide its own affairs, and nobody has the right to invade somebody else. That's why during the peace summit in Switzerland last summer, I was sitting next to a president of a big African country who said very clearly, if we start violating each other's borders, and if we accept this situation of Russia's aggression, then what will happen in Africa will be next. No respect for borders, everything up in flames. And again, I'm just quoting that I was told, but in that respect, what the UN Charter has provided to us is a framework that we need to respect. We need to respect each other. To us is a framework that we need to respect. We need to respect each other's differences, but also the sovereignty, the way we decide that, yes, it's up to Ukraine to make sure they decide their future. They people decide what country they want to be. So it will, whatever the peace settlement, it will have the effect, I think, beyond Europe on a global level.
Thank you. Hungary, Excellency, has had a unique position on the Ukraine conflict, within the EU more specifically. Your president has plowed a lonely furrow sometimes, despite considerable criticism within the EU. With President Trump's emphasis on peace, an objective that has considerable international support, I must say, it appears that Hungary is more comfortable in global capitals than in your own region. You perhaps feel vindicated somewhat, but I want you to reflect on the elements of a durable peace settlement on Ukraine, and specifically whether it can come about without the consent and active support of Russia and the United States, number one. Number two, we would also like your assessment of this proposal of the so-called like-minded group of European countries which are in NATO but not part of NATO, in EU but not part of EU, who are planning to deploy some peacekeeping forces in Ukraine, backstopped by the United States. It's not clear what backstopped by the United States means at the present moment. As a NATO member, would Hungary support the use of NATO assets for these operations? Over to you.
First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation to the organizers to invite me again. Thank you, Jai, for hosting us here in wonderful Delhi, and I was very happy to listen to the Director General of the Hungarian Institute for Foreign Affairs just before this panel, announcing a wide-ranging cooperation among the organizers of the Raisina dialogue and the Hungarian Institute for Foreign Affairs. We are very happy to witness that. Well, you say that we are more popular outside of Europe than in Europe. You're right. But if you say no to war, no to migration, and no to gender propaganda, then this is your destiny. No war, no migration, no gender has been the essence of our strategy for the last 15 years.
Why I say 15? Because we have been in office for 15 years now, winning 4 consecutive elections with 2/3 majority, which shows that it makes sense to perform up to the expectation of your electorate. And I have to tell you that this situation that we are more popular outside of Europe than Europe is partly caused by the fact that we used to be Trump well before Trump as well. So our political strategy aiming at stopping illegal migration, saying no to the aggressive gender propaganda, to understand that a human being can either be a man or a woman, and especially opting for peace from the very beginning of this tragic war in our neighborhood has put us in a situation in Europe where we had to be confronted with political and financial attacks continuously. I might even say that if you carry out a conservative, patriotic, right-wing political strategy with success, it cannot be digested by the liberal mainstream. And liberal mainstream does definitely rule still in Brussels, unlike in Washington for the last couple weeks or months. When it comes to this tragic war in our neighborhood, our position has always been the same as it is now. 2 or 3 days after this war had been launched, I called Foreign Minister Lavrov and I called the head of the Ukrainian presidential administration, Mr. Yermak, and I told them, look, if you want to agree on conditions to peace, which we would really love to see you do so, Hungary is at your disposal. Come whenever you want to. We offer you fair circumstances, safe, comfortable, level playing fields. And I do hope that once you will take advantage of this offer and once you will negotiate about peace. We are the only country in NATO which did not deliver weapons to Ukraine. We are a country which has been carrying out its largest humanitarian operation ever since this war has been started, receiving 1.4 million refugees in Hungary, in a country with less than 10 million inhabitants. Being the #1 import source of Ukraine for electricity last year and this year as well, and being the #1 gas source for Ukraine in February. But we have been under continuous attacks, political and financial, for the last 3 years because of this position of ours. Our position was always that we need peace, we need a ceasefire, and we need peace negotiations. My Prime Minister has launched a peace mission during our presidency of the European Union last year. You might have realized that. Visiting Kiev, Moscow, Beijing, and meeting that time presidential candidate Donald Trump in Florida. After this, he has submitted a report to the European Council, putting forward a proposal for ceasefire and peace talks to be started. You cannot imagine the range and intensity of political attacks we have received for this position of ours. Though I have to tell you, I'm happy that nowadays we speak about ceasefire in a positive context. And I hope ceasefire would come. If those who have attacked us at that time had supported ceasefire at that time as well, much less people would have been killed, much less destruction would have taken place, and less Ukrainian territories would be under occupation currently. I wish European community had supported ceasefire at that time as well, instead of attacking us. We have always represented the position that a US-Russia agreement must be made in order to have a more peaceful future in Europe. And we are very happy that these talks have been started. We were happy to see the talks in Saudi Arabia between US and Russia, between US and Ukraine. And we do attach great hopes to these meetings, and we do hope that a ceasefire can be established as soon as possible and peace negotiations could be started as soon as possible. Because we want peace to come back to Central Europe. We have been living in the shadow and the neighborhood of this war. We have been confronted with the consequences pretty thoroughly. And we know that the Central European region and entire Europe needs peace to come back. And I hope that with President Trump being elected in US, with President Trump being committed to peace, in a couple of weeks we can celebrate peace returning to Central Europe.
Thank you, Excellency. Turning to a broader vision of European security, Dr. Notte. You are based in Europe. You have a ringside view of what is happening. I would request you to zoom up a bit and see the current status of the transatlantic relationship between Europe and the United States. What are the reasons for a range of responses in Europe, ranging from panic to outrage? Please comment on Europe's own relationship with Russia, whether this objective of permanent hostility with Russia is sustainable in the long run, particularly given the fact that the United States is talking with Russia, not just on Europe, not just on Ukraine. The second point I would wish you to focus on is the impact on the more intangible dimensions of European security, which is nuclear sharing within NATO, the French offer for an extended deterrence outside the NATO framework, the impact on the nuclear non-proliferation treaty or further proliferation in Europe, etc. But lastly, I would also like to, for this audience, which is a global audience, how is orphaned Europe, which is in permanent hostility with Russia and a certain sense of great disquiet with the United States of America, how will it affect Europe's role globally in this part of the world, India, China, the Indo-Pacific? Would it diminish Europe's role or would it enhance it? And the perception here is that while there are calls for peace from different parts of the world, Europe still persists with Europe is no longer a project of peace. Europe is today a project of war, especially given the remilitarization plans that are taking place. Are remilitarization plans real, or are they more hat than cattle? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the hosts for inviting me. It's a great honor to join such a distinguished panel. Indeed, I'm the only non-official, the only analyst on this panel, so I can speak only for myself. I'm based in Berlin. I work mostly on Russia, on nuclear issues, so allow me to zoom out a little bit from the most pressing priority, which is Ukraine, to address these issues related to European security. And I think in Europe, we should start the conversation with two very basic assumptions. The first assumption is that Russia has not fundamentally revised the goals with which it entered the war against Ukraine 3 years ago. It wants a permanently neutered Ukraine, unable to rearm itself, but also a rollback of NATO from Central and Eastern Europe. It's very clear that these Russian demands have not gone away. The second fundamental assumption that I would propose is that we are now in Europe faced with a US administration which fundamentally wants burden shifting towards Europe, not burden sharing. Not just when it comes to support for Ukraine, but also when it comes to thinking about European security more broadly. And I would propose that in these circumstances, Europe has to rethink deterrence, escalation management vis-à-vis Russia, across the whole spectrum, from the hybrid through the conventional to the nuclear. When it comes to hybrid measures, we have woken up to this threat in Europe over the last few years. A lot is happening to address it, but I would submit that, whereas the Russian strategic community has thought about escalation management in a very holistic fashion for a long time and has viewed hybrid measures very much as part of that, we have not really cultivated the same mindset, the same concepts, the same vocabulary even to talk about these things in Europe. So there's some catching up to do. On the conventional side, a lot is happening in Europe, far too much to be talking about on this panel. Different European countries are continuing to step up. I believe that the Bundestag in Berlin is convening actually today to pass a decision on loosening the borrowing rules to make available significant funds for investment in infrastructure and the military. But let me mostly come to the nuclear factor here. I think notwithstanding the occasional nuclear abolitionist rhetoric by President Trump, it is not clear to me that this US administration has a clear agenda for arms control. And I would propose that we'll be lucky if in a year from now we'll be sitting here, and this will be when the New START treaty will have expired in February of next year. We'll be lucky if we will have gotten to an agreement between the United States and Russia in which they pledge to not exceed the limits of New START, to continue to abide by the current limits. But I don't think we will see big strides on nuclear arms control over the next year. That means for us in Europe, we will continue to face a Russia which has a very versatile and large arsenal of theater-range nuclear weapons, and the intent for nuclear coercion vis-à-vis Europe, precisely at a time when we are increasingly nervous about the durability and the credibility of US extended deterrence in Europe. And that is why you see renewed calls for a Europeanized nuclear deterrent. You see what I believe are very necessary discussions of what that would actually entail, institutionally, legally, logistically, for other European countries, for instance, to rely on the French nuclear deterrent. There's a lot of scaremongering and panic and mythology in the public debate surrounding this, so I think there's a lot of room for responsible communication and for education on this matter. Now, as the Europeans address this spectrum of issues, of challenges, I just want to suggest that there are three trade-offs or tensions that Europe will have to deal with. And the first I would call the tension between Plan A and Plan B. The question is, if we are seriously pursuing Plan B, which is substituting what the United States does in Europe, are we inadvertently undermining Plan A, which is to make sure that the US remains committed, which I would submit, especially when it comes to nuclear deterrence, is quite essential. I would imagine that that risk or that tension between Plan A and Plan B depends on the specific policy issue, and it'll require delicate case-by-case diplomacy vis-à-vis the United States. The second tension is that between effective leadership versus unity in Europe. If it is increasingly the case that coalitions of the willing take the lead when it comes to supporting Ukraine or other issues, are we inadvertently hastening the fragmentation of Europe into zones of security, thereby effectively furthering the very objective that Russia is pursuing vis-à-vis Europe? And the third issue is that between deterrence and arms control. Now, as you know, arms control has become almost a frivolous term in Europe over the last few years. Of course, it is hard to see the war in Ukraine ending without some form of arms control, encompassing Ukraine, but also going broader. We will be in a continuous adversarial relationship with Russia in Europe, so there will be areas of tension. If you want to regulate those tensions, there's a huge toolbox from the past to turn to. Ideas of notifications, ceilings, buffer zones, if we go to the Vienna Treaty or the Vienna document or the CFE Treaty. Of course, that will have to be updated for new realities, new capabilities. The problem will not be the toolbox of the ideas. It will be a massive trust deficit vis-à-vis Russia, because I would submit that countries, certainly in the Baltic region and in Eastern Europe, will not believe for a very long time that Russia will not pose a threat to them. But we need to, I think to the extent that it is possible, try to stabilize this adversarial relationship with Russia. So these tensions have no clear answers today. But because so much remains in flux also when it comes to the US conventional and nuclear commitment to Europe, but I think they should shape the conversation in Europe beyond the most pressing issue, which remains Ukraine.
Thank you. We've had some excellent points of view passionately put forward, very substantive. I will now open the floor for a few questions. Please identify yourself, keep it short. We will get a mic to you. We will collect at least 3 questions, and I will then turn to the panel for them to answer. And if we have more time, we'll take more questions. Otherwise, I will ask the panel to make some closing remarks.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Seiko. We are from a private equity firm from New York. My question is to the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs from Ukraine. Ukraine holds about $12 to $15 trillion in mineral wealth, which includes REEs, which are about $4 trillion, which are critical for industries like defense, AI, semiconductors, and EVs. Your economy is already, crashed about 30%. You still have liabilities of about $424 billion. So if you unlock your REE into a whole value chain, you would additionally add about $1 trillion to your GDP and expand your economy 10 to 15 times. So going by President Trump's art of deal, he's trying to leverage your resources. So why wouldn't Ukraine consider collateralizing its own resources and drive its industrialization and economic sovereignty?
Yeah, thank you. From the fellows, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Raisina. I'm from Germany. Thank you, Honorable Foreign Ministers, first of all, for explaining why Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine concerns us all. And my question is, to what extent does Russia really is willing to negotiate? Like, does it really want a peace it claims? And the second question, if I may, how do we prevent individual EU member states from being played off against each other and ensure the necessary unity that would also secure us as Europe a seat at the negotiation table? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one more question.
Here, thank you. Christopher Elcuri from Italy. My question is about 2014. Why didn't the international community and the EU react like they are reacting right now in 2014 after the annexation of Crimea and the support for the separatists in eastern Ukraine? Would the thing go differently? Could the war be avoided at this point? And my second question is regarding the use and the manipulation of Putin of Russian-speaking population in some countries. Are Latvia and Moldova concerned about this? Thank you.
Thank you. Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Ukraine, since a number of questions were addressed to you, maybe it's fair to give you a chance to first respond. Please, go ahead.
So, about Ukrainian mineral resources and our possible agreement with the United States, we are ready to sign such type of an agreement. We are open. We conducted several rounds of negotiations, and the framework agreement is ready for signature. By the way, in Jeddah, we proposed American side to sign this agreement. We do really need a serious presence of American business in Ukraine. So it is mutually beneficial, and we do really hope that we will proceed on this direction. Also, I would like to answer to another question from Germany journalist with regard of Russian conditions. So you see, I remember very well first approach of Russian side immediately after this brutal Russian aggression started. It was not a proposal. It was a demand to capitulate. It was the language of ultimatums. Unfortunately, they didn't change this approach. They do not want to recognize Ukraine as an independent state. They want to ruin our statehood. So this proposal of a full ceasefire is a real global test for Russia to demonstrate who really wants peace and who really wants to continue this war. Russia wants to continue this war.
Since we don't have any further questions, I'll give the panel
May I?
one more.
May I?
Yeah,
May
please go ahead.
May I answer something? Excuse me?
Yeah, I'll give you a chance. Please, please go ahead.
On whether we are seeing that Russia wants peace, no, there is not a single indicator currently that Russia wants peace. When we look at all the alignments of politics, religion, media, private sector, anything that is there, it's all about pro-war. So it might change, but currently there is no change. Whether there's anybody else who doesn't want peace, I don't know. I think we all want peace, that is for sure. And that peace, again, has to be such that it doesn't leave negative effect, whether it's on Asia or Europe or elsewhere. And those details were explained, I think, by Ukraine's foreign minister very well. And as for various parts of population, you know, our Indian population is growing by 2,000 a year, which is nice, I think. And we have a population from Eastern Ukraine. At some moment, 1/10 of our population was from Eastern Ukraine. We have my colleague, one of the best friends in the cabinet, is a naturalized Lebanese doctor. And so on and so forth. So Latvian population is very varied, and we are all Latvians. We are all under our constitution equal. So we don't divide people in groups, and that's why, you know, when somebody asks me whether Russia could present a threat to our populations, I don't think so. I don't see parts of population willing to move to Russia for understandable reasons. And in that respect, no, we are fine. We want more engineers. We need more people from STEM backgrounds. As the whole defense investments that we are doing, we are moving towards 5% for defense of GDP. Requires quite a bit of industrial capacity in Latvia. The drone industry and elsewhere, we are doing very well. So, come, engineers from India. We need you.
Yeah, since we are running out of time, I'd like to give the other panelists time for some closing remarks. The Foreign Minister of Moldova, please. So, go ahead.
Thank you. Since Moldova was mentioned, I would like to say that in light of the referendum that Moldovans have voted in a few months ago, we see our future firmly in the European Union as a guarantee of our security and prosperity going forward. And as an EU candidate country, I may not be best positioned to speak about EU's future, but I can assure you that in light of the security challenges that we are facing, honest people can disagree about the extent to which Russia poses a threat. But what is undeniable is that if you want peace and security, you need to build a significant deterrence. And that is what the European Union is doing. European Union GDP is 10 times, or depending how you count, 15 times larger than that of Russia. It may have some coordination problems, let's be honest about that, but the fact that EU's capabilities are tremendously over that of Russia is undeniable. They are economically on par with the United States and China, and India is very much catching up. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Foreign Minister of India, Dr. Jaishankar, and the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, for being the guardians of global stability and peace, and the fact that at the height of cyber rattling by the Kremlin, India made sure to contribute and helping that situation doesn't get out of hand and the red lines are not crossed, because nuclear stability is in everybody's interest. And the fact that India has been playing a significant role in ensuring global stability is certainly commendable. And on behalf of the Republic of Moldova, I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity. And we very much welcome our Indian friends to visit the Republic of Moldova.
Thank you. Foreign Minister of Hungary, sir, you want to make some closing remarks?
Well, thank you so much once again for including me as well into this panel. We do hope that with the Western world receiving a new leader, common sense, rationality, normality and mutual respect will return to international politics. in recent years, hypocrisy, judging, lecturing each other, and especially those who did not belong to the mainstream, was overruling the international political landscape. And such a phenomenon can end up in tragic consequences. Therefore, we do hope that from now on, the international relations will be based on mutual respect. And if this is the case, then we have a hope for a brighter future. There were too many attempts recently aiming at interfering into domestic issues of other countries, like in our case. During the last parliament elections in Hungary, tens of millions of dollars have been invested in order to support our opposition, which is now screaming for President Trump's decision to cut the USAID sources. So if mutual respect can return and replace judging, lecturing, and cornering each other, then we might have a better hope for a more peaceful future on the international political scene. We hope that this is going to be the case.
Thank you. Hannah?
I mean, I'll just say very briefly that I think it is dangerous to view Russia's engagement with the Trump administration as indicative for a desire for peace. I think entering this process is attractive for Russia because the process itself affords it certain benefits. Normalizing relations with the United States further dispels what has long been, I think, a myth, which is that Russia is internationally isolated. But it also affords Russia another opportunity to drive a wedge between transatlantic unity. If we in Europe want to stand firm vis-à-vis Russia, we need to make Russia believe that the costs of posing further threats to us outweigh the benefits. So there's no substitute for investing in deterrence and defense, which is becoming a tall order given where the US administration is going, but it remains true today.
Thank you. This has been a remarkable session on a very difficult issue. Conflicts have no easy solutions, but conflict resolution has one necessary and unavoidable starting point, which is the negotiating table. I think the message that has come out from the panel and from the discussion reinforced this. This is a point that has been stated by Prime Minister Modi right from the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and I'd like to thank all the panelists for their participation in answering the questions raised with clarity and purpose. Thank you all. This session comes to an end.
Thank you so much. We are running a bit over time. Lunch is now open. We have some lunch conversations at Shah Jahan. There is Uninterrupted Peaks, which is a hall right across from this one. Uninterrupted Peaks, Rethinking Energy, Access, Affordability and Security. If I could request the speakers and the moderator to join us for a quick photograph. As I was mentioning, Shah Jahan, Uninterrupted Peaks, Rethinking Energy, Access, Affordability and Security. On the panel would be the former Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper, Rafael Mariano Grossi, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Bjorn Lomborg, President of the Copenhagen Consensus Center in Denmark, Pramod Chaudhary, Founder and Chairman, Praj Industries, Divyata Ashya, Managing Director for Fortescue Capital, and Kelly Gallagher from the US who will be moderating. At the Mumtaz Hall, there'll be policy and perch, technology, industry, individuals. This is a session with policy planners from around the world. Please do join us there. Or you can go to Roshanara, demographic deficits, migration, education and economic growth. Migration has been an interesting topic. We'll be discussing that there. We'll come back here at 3:10 p.m. We'll be here sharp on time since we are running 15 minutes late. Please join us at Shah Jahan Hall right across from this room for a fantastic lunch conversation. Thank you so much.
Well, we have doubled our expenses in defense in 4 years. Many other European countries are now doing the same. But I would say that what has made Europe successful is what we have to stick to, and that is what will also grow, make our competitiveness grow, and that is free trade. So I believe in trade deals, talking about deals, which is very popular these days, not in tariffs, which are actually taxes. So I truly believe that Europe should go back to basics, continue to be a strong market economy driver in the world, do more deals on trade with countries such as India, and make sure that we all grow stronger.
Minister Batal, what's the view from Luxembourg? How do you see this emerging order, especially that today there's a much anticipated call between President Trump and President Putin?
I prefer the questions you asked Maria. No, I'm not a fortune teller. I'm not a fortune teller. For the moment, to tell you what is the outcome of the phone conversation between President Trump and President Putin, nobody knows. For me, what is the most important is that we stay also as European Union, and we were able till now to do it, that there is no decision about Ukraine without Ukraine. It cannot be like President Trump and now President Putin going like in a supermarket, just to take what they want. Or to around the table, on the menu is not Ukraine. Ukraine is sitting around the table and in the kitchen. And so it is important that all decisions that we are going to take and to accept will be taken with the agreement of Ukraine. I had this morning an interview with an Indian public TV broadcaster, and they asked me if I agree, for example, with the position of India or America, or that we want peace. We all want peace. But we cannot decide about Ukraine without Ukraine. I wouldn't accept that other countries would decide what is good for me. And so the outcome, for the moment, it is important to have the ceasefire. It is the most important because every day people are still dying. But it has to be with Ukraine. And that's the reason why we want to support Ukraine, because I lived in a situation in the Second World War where a bigger country thought they would know what is good for me. And it was at that moment Americans, Brits, Canadians, and Russians who liberated Europe. And so it's not because we are not neighboring country to Ukraine that we should not take care, because tomorrow it can be someone else. We have international rules and we have to respect international rules, but nothing on Ukraine without Ukraine. It is all with them around the table. And I can tell you, with the scene we've seen in the Oval Office, I don't know a lot. I was prime minister for 10 years, so I know most of the head of states and head of governments in the world. I don't know a lot of head of states who were able, after what happened in the Oval Office, to say, I'm sorry, let's start again. The ego of the politicians usually would be to never do that. And it's the proof that President Zelensky wants to do everything for his country and not for himself.
Speaking of President... yeah. Thank you very much, Minister Batal. Speaking of our president's actions and actually what has been happening in Ukraine and also recently between the United States or between President Trump and the Ukrainian president, this brings us to a very important topic, which is defense and security in Europe. And Minister Brekelmans, after all these talks about the importance of stepping up investment in military capabilities and defense. Is it time to reconsider a European army with a common standing EU force and a unified command structure?
So I think it's very clear that European countries should do more in terms of our defense. I think it's also clear that we need to work more with coalitions of the willing. Because what we have seen over the past few years is that it's very difficult to come to a full agreement with 27 EU countries. So the fact that there's now a group of European countries talking about robust security guarantees, I think that's very good. And we might have a coalition of the willing now that might change over time, because you can have an election outcome which changes the attitude and the position of a country. Take, for example, how Poland has changed after the election. Take the position of the UK. So I think the reality is that we should not work too much when it comes to defense and to the deployment of our armies with 27 countries, because it's very hard to find consensus. I think we are much more effective if we work with groups that are with coalitions of the willing, and coalitions of the willing that can change over time. I think when it comes to the defense industry, which is one of the key challenges, I think there's a lot that we could do on a EU level. We need to make sure that we invest more in our industries, that we invest more in our innovation, and that we invest more in the strategic capabilities that now the United States is doing. And we should create a roadmap together with the United States to, over time, come to a transition in which we take over more of those responsibilities. When it comes to, that's my final point, we have had many discussions in the EU about ramping up our industry. And what I've experienced so far over the last 9 months as a minister, but also before as a member of parliament, is that it's very difficult for individual countries to transcend their national interest and to step over their national interest. So we have many meetings on the EU level and the NATO level, and all the ministers say the right things, that we should aggregate our demands and that we should standardize and that we should not buy only our specific equipment. And then the ministers of defense go back to their capitals. They look at the equipment that they need, and then they're going to talk to their own industry on how this can be delivered. And we should stop this, because that's not the most effective way to ramp up our European industry. And I think we should stop talking big words, but we should move towards big actions. And also in this case, it can be easier with a small group of countries, for example, 4 or 5, to say, okay, what type of ammunition do we need? Let's bring this demand together and let's set up some factories or set up some production lines. Same with missiles, same with other goods that are relatively easy. Let's start with this. And then we get to the more advanced equipment later. Because I think we do need results in the short term to show that we are able also to ramp up our defense industry faster than we are doing now. And we need to show that we are able to deliver results and not only make big statements.
These are very important points, but they also bring us to an important question. Is this arms race, Mr. Bellew, is this arms race putting Europe under financial strain, especially amid talks about deficits, national debt? We've seen protests this week. So is this putting Europe under a financial strain?
First, it depends on what you define as financial strain, and that's contingent on how you define your priorities. And I think everyone agrees that this is a huge priority for Europe now. We are speaking about an increase from 1 to 2 points. Do I need the mic? Thank you. We are speaking about 1 to 2 points of GDP. So that's not huge in itself, if this is a big priority, which it should be. So it's a little bit if like saying somebody's starving and you're saying if eating more food would be putting a financial strain. If he can afford it, he should do it. And I think we should proceed along those lines. And we have to think that, and this goes also for transatlantic links, is that if we want to be credible and useful partners, we need to have our own capabilities, and that's independent of what other actors do, or the US or other actors. So this is something that we should do regardless of the current political makeup in the US. And on the capabilities itself, when you look at the biggest security threat for Europe right now, which is of course Russia, and you see that I was checking before we came into the panel. This is the Russia's economy is 10 times smaller than the European Union. So if we, and we are all Europeans, are on the table, if we are not able, as some of the richest countries in the world, to increase somewhat our military spending to face this threat from this relatively small economy, that means what we have a problem and we are in dire trouble. This is even if we spend half of what Russia spends, it will still be 5 times more than Russia is spending on the military. We must not forget also that the military at the most modern, which was at the beginning of the war, their results were quite dismal. So this is not some kind of military juggernaut. This is a geographically big country with a relatively small economy and which is not very efficient at managing its resources. And I completely agree with the Dutch colleague. We need to move forward. This is a matter of urgency. So it's true that at 27, it will be very difficult, not to say impossible. So those countries willing to move forward at a quicker speed, be able to do so, either within the framework of the treaties, which provide for some tools to do this, or elsewhere outside the treaties. But the thing is that we need to step up our efforts very quickly to respond to this threat and also to present something to our allies on the other side of the Atlantic or elsewhere.
Thank you. Minister Batal, would you like to add any comments on this?
For me, what is important, because we speak very often about figures. It's the fact for the moment when we look Europe, we started with steel and coals. At the beginning, that was European Union, because we knew that we were not the heavyweight, but good weight, but we need to work together. If we look the success today of Airbus is not a national company, it's a European company. It's Germany, it's Spain, it's Germany, it's France, it's UK. They came together to create Airbus. It would have been a French plane, a German plane, a Swedish plane, a Dutch plane. I don't build planes, so I don't have Luxembourgish planes, but it would have been not the success we have with Airbus when we compare to Boeing today. So maybe we should have also a common industry of defense. Because for the moment, when we see the Americans, they have 5 guns, they have 5 helicopters, they have 5 planes. We have 20 guns, 20 helicopters, 20 planes, and the interoperability between the countries is not granted. But on the other hand, it costs much. So it would be maybe an idea instead, because it's difficult now. As the Minister of Defense said, he wants to say, we want to spend. But then at the end of the day, they will see also the return on invest. And so I understand that a Czech prime minister preferred that there are, we buy Czech weapons, the Spanish ones, the French ones. And if we have a common project in Europe with some models that we are able to have in common and build in common instead of national industry, but in European industry where we take all the profit, maybe we can have more with less money. But that's not easy. Because everybody wants to say to their voters, we have our industry and we protect our industry. But if we want to have a successful defense industry in Europe, we have to build these national borders and to have common projects. Airbus is the best one. If we wouldn't have Airbus, I think we wouldn't have today a national European country producing planes. And Airbus is a world success because we're able to say, let's do something together.
In this very same context, I'll let Ms. Cope comment on that. We will not be mentioning figures, but a set percentage. I mean, we're not mentioning figures, but there are reports that President Trump might calibrate America's NATO engagement in a way that favors members of the alliance that spend a set percentage of their GDP on defense. This is a major policy shift if it happens. How do you see it?
I think in the entire debate around European defense spending, I mean, the obvious thing, and the minister just said it now, we all know that many Europeans, not all of them, but many Europeans have been delinquent and have been delinquent for 15 years in spending as was agreed to enough on defense. But what bothers me about the current framing, which makes it all about money, is that it looks like if Europeans now scale spending up, it's because the Americans told them that would be the condition under which Article 5 actually exists. In reality, I would like Europeans to understand that this is about security. And so for a long time, we thought security is a nice to have. It's a thing we do on top after we've done everything else, welfare and infrastructure and all that. But security is the precondition. Nothing else exists without security. And so even if the tone was more diplomatic, there is a reality that Europeans cannot deny, and that is that the United States could not sustain a two-front war. The United Military could not fight Russia in Europe and China, let's say, in the South China Sea. It's just, from a military point of view, not possible. So if you look behind the rather crude language when it comes to defense spending, even if things were much more polite, Europeans have a critical security vulnerability that's going to get worse over time if we're not acting now. So I think for me, the most important thing is let's make this not about money. Let's make this not about transactional policies. And instead, as Europeans face the reality of a security landscape that has changed in the sense that we are not doing this for the United States. We're not doing this for Donald Trump. We're doing this because we have to do it, because otherwise, our states, our societies, our way of life cannot be protected. And I think that's where I would like the conversation to go, because otherwise it just looks like we haven't paid our insurance bills in time. Okay, now finally we're going to do it. We need a real mindset change also in the European publics. And perhaps that's the blessing in disguise of President Trump, is that he forces European publics to accept that this is no longer something you can have, but it's something that you have to have.
But there's a very important point that should be highlighted here, which you mentioned. Article 5 of NATO, the pillar of NATO, is it being undermined now? Is it being undermined by President Trump? I mean, the fact that this principle never had to be invoked during the Cold War is a proof of its deterrent effect. Is it being undermined now?
I mean, every time, yes and no. I will say openly questioning whether it still stands is in itself undermining it. But then again, not spending enough on defense to be able to actually sustain Article 5 obligations, that's also undermining it. So I think, without wanting to defend the White House, I think in general, transatlantic commitment relies on both words and tools. But ultimately, deterrence, I always say deterrence is a language. It's not something you have, it's something you say. I think that the deterrent nature of Article 5 still holds, in the sense that I'm convinced that President Putin doesn't think that he can 100% rely on the United States not coming to the defense of Europe. So you have, I mean, it's a false negative in that sense. But of course, I would prefer for none of the allies to question whether you would come to each other's help, as President Trump has done today.
Minister Stenengard, would you like to add anything here?
I mean, I completely agree. I think there is no reason to doubt, and there is nothing that the new American administration has said that points to the direction that they do not stand behind Article 5. I think that many mix up what they're saying about Ukraine as regards their possibility to become members of NATO with their role in NATO, and that should not be mixed up. That's actually two different things. So I consider them as definitely reliable partners behind Article 5.
I'll move now to alliances and geopolitical positioning. Turkish officials have been saying that now is the time for Turkey and Europe to unite and design their own center of gravity. Minister Brekelmans, Turkey was once referred to as Russia's Trojan horse in NATO. Does it look now like a logical partner?
Now, so I think over the last few years, Turkey has played an important role, for example, with the grain agreement and the grain deal when it comes to securing the Black Sea and securing trade routes in the Black Sea. So we have seen that Turkey has been able to play an intermediating role, which has been very important, also for the benefit of Ukraine. And also when it comes, for example, in the exchange of prisoners of war, Turkey has played a role in this. I think at the same time, we've also seen that there has been some support for the Ukrainian side by Turkey. And at this point, when we talk about security guarantees and robust security guarantees, we need to have the major European and the major NATO allies involved. And Turkey can play an important role in this because they have a big land force. And if they are able to deploy some of their troops, I think that can be a very valuable contribution. Second, we have seen in the recent past that Turkey is willing and able to confront Russia as maybe the only NATO ally who has actually done this in the recent past. So also when it comes to deterrence, making sure that Turkey is involved, I think, is a valuable asset. Of course, that doesn't solve all our issues. We have quite a few issues with Turkey on many aspects, but it's more about sometimes about human rights or migration or other issues. But when it comes to their military involvement and their role within NATO, I think it is an important partner. I think they have shown that they are able to play a very important role when it comes to the war of aggression of Russia within Ukraine. And I think when it comes to building robust security guarantees, I think Turkey can play an important role there.
Mr. Beliou, what is Spain's view in this regard? Do Turkey-EU relations need a rethink?
I don't know everything, but I think they should be significantly strengthened. In the specific case of Spain, we have excellent relations with Turkey. We have a Patriot battery in the eastern part of Turkey, in Incirlik, in the NATO base there. And we engage with them both at prime minister level, foreign minister level, etc. constantly. They're playing also an important role in other files, like, of course, Syria, etc. And we have those close relations. So I would say they've also changed their approach recently. And for instance, I was quite surprised to find that they were presenting a common candidacy with Greece for the OEC package of appointments. So they've taken a more constructive approach. We should do the same. We should engage with them in the matter of Ukraine. And I would say there are two flank powers, and if I may say so, in Europe, which is Turkey and the UK. Both are big countries. They're about the same size in population-wise. They're both important military powers, and they're both, let's say, at the entrance of the Black Sea, and then at the entrance of the Baltic Sea, which are two places where Russian vessels are likely to be present at some point. And I think we should, with both, engage more deeply in defense and other topics. On Turkey, Spain also supports the accession of Turkey to the European Union, following, of course, the merit-based approach.
Also, also on alliances, a majority of EU member states are advocating for deeper security cooperation with the UK. Ms. Go, do you think the EU needs to broaden its security umbrella to include the UK and perhaps southern neighbors as well?
As a NATO person for NATO, I'm personally not convinced that the EU is the right umbrella for that. Maybe it's also not NATO. Maybe it's something else altogether, where you have the UK, you have Norway, of course, inside, in addition to Europeans, to other Europeans. But also, you could imagine what NATO calls at the moment partners around the globe, or its partners in general, actually. So it could range from Japan to Australia, New Zealand, and to North Africa, if you want to. So I think if you wanted to, so there's multiple models, I think, at the moment you can play with, right? So you can either come up with an alternative, including partners from around the world, or you could also imagine a strengthening of the European pillar within NATO. Something people often forget, if you're not familiar with history, is that before NATO was created, for the United States to get involved in NATO, a precondition was that the Europeans get their act together and find a common agreement not to go to war with each other before the United States came in. So that was then the Brussels Treaty, the WEU, the Western European Union, which was essentially the European pillar of NATO. It was integrated into the EU about 15 years ago, but I think it's totally imaginable that you go back to a structure that does not undermine NATO, but that coexists within NATO, but also pays tribute, a little what we just heard, coalition of the willing, pays tribute to the fact that there are certain states that do perceive the security situation in a certain way, and others that do not. So it's about, a car with several gears. You don't have to run all in the same way. So I think it's time to be creative. As I said, NATO is already engaged with many partners around the globe. in the format that's called Partners Around the Globe, but also Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, Mediterranean Dialogue, Partnership for Peace. Because I think the alternative would be inaction. And I think we can do everything, but not do nothing.
Minister Brekelmans, would you like to add anything on this point?
And I agree. I think what we desperately need, of course, if the United States is less involved, is strategic capabilities. And we know that the United Kingdom can play an important role in this. I'm very happy that they are now also taking a leading role together with France in creating security guarantees and thinking about European engagement inside Ukraine. I still think when it comes to this later point, still a lot of questions need to be answered. So, of course, it's about the military planning, but we also need to be very clear about what any military force then is going to do. What is the task going to be? What is the mandate? What happens if Russia is violating any peace agreement? Who's then deciding how this military force is going to react or not? Those are some very fundamental questions that still need to be answered. I think it's helpful that the United Kingdom is on board because they can also have the capacity, the strategic capacity, together with France, to think about these questions and to make sure that we have them defined very sharply before we decide on any military engagement. And finally, one other thing that we need to make sure is that we do not only think about a potential European force in Ukraine, but also define more clearly what type of monitoring mission we want to set up, because that's something, I think, a key piece of the puzzle that's sometimes forgotten. We need to have something like an independent body which is able to define whether a peace agreement has been violated or not. And we have some very bad experience in the past, or let's say some mixed experience in the past, when it comes to, for example, the role of the OSCE and how they have been able, after the Minsk agreement, to do that. So I think we need to have the United Kingdom on board purely for their military power, but also for their global outlook and for their strategic capacity to make sure that we as European countries are able to get to clear answers on these fundamental questions.
Thank you. I'll move to our last segment, which is Europe's economic and global influence, before engaging the audience. So please, if you have any questions for our panelists, you are encouraged to head to the microphones here in the room. Minister Stengaard, while the priority shifts towards defense and security, several European countries, including Sweden, have announced cuts to their foreign aid budgets. Where does this leave global aid efforts?
Well, to begin with, Sweden is still a champion regarding development aid. We spend 0.7% of our GDP on development aid. And it's not only because it's the right thing to do, it's because it truly makes a difference. It makes a difference to prevent forced migration, to prevent extremism, to promote women's and girls' rights, and to fight HIV. So this is also in Sweden's very interest, and also in every country's interest, to keep an engagement in these very important areas. At the same time, no woman or girl is truly free if she's not secure. And at this moment, we also need to invest in our own security to make sure that we keep that freedom. So of course, this is a balance to strike. And I believe that as many countries have to make these very difficult decisions, then we should definitely get together and try to find common priorities to make sure that we actually put our money where we see most value.
Minister Vattel, how do you see this challenge being addressed in the future?
You know, I'm also the minister in charge of cooperation. So, as you can guess, but when we had difficult budget times a few years ago, it would have been very popular to cut the cooperation, because people, and very often in my country, populists will say, why should you help someone somewhere else when there are still problems in your own country? But so if you want to the best answer to that, it's because they are scared about foreigners, they are scared about they don't know, etc., etc. I told them, you know, for example, climate change. We need to help climate change. We need to help poverty. We need to give education. And when we say about the climate change and people say, yeah, but with this development, you won't help. I said, you are scared today because you see migrants coming. That's what you tell me. Imagine, these are war refugees. These are political refugees. But tomorrow you will have millions of climate refugees. So we need to do something. Then they fully agree. They say, do more. So sometimes you have to do psychology to tell to people that the investment in other places in the world are in their interest of all of us. Because if you don't give hope to young people, especially now I look in the Sahel or in other regions, where there are terrorist groups, they will have just maybe no alternative, no education, no possibility to find something else. And we still are one of the very few countries in the world to have 1% in cooperation. And so that still means that I have 99% at home. And to give 1% to give education, it's said that in 2025, still this year, depending on the country you were born, the religion you have, if you are a woman or a girl, if you are straight or gay, if you are black, white, if you are Jewish, Catholic, or Buddhist, that your rights are not the same. And so for us, it's important also in the cooperation, as a new condition that I have as Minister of Cooperation, is that I don't want to impose in the countries rules that would be changing for them this way of life. But I don't want backlashes. If a woman is not allowed to go in Afghanistan in school tomorrow, I won't work with the Afghan government. If a people is not allowed to do his religion tomorrow, to practice a religion where he was allowed yesterday, I'm not going to work with that country. If a minority is going to be banned of rights tomorrow where it was possible today, I won't work with this. So I think that 1% to give also to the weakest in some countries hope, perspective, and as I said, not to fish, but to learn the material how to fish is the best invest. And I think that it's not popular. I tell you, it's not popular, and I understand a lot of governments do it. Now the last government decided in one country to cut 25%, some is 60%, but to invest 1%, when we are sometimes discussing if we want to eat hot and cold, we should not forget that in a lot of countries, people would be happy to have something on the plate to eat some days a week. We should not forget that. Solidarity is not a must. It's a question also of international responsibility.
Thank you for this. That's a powerful message. Minister Bettel, looking to the future, in what ways can Europe leverage its technological innovation and digital expertise, to enhance its global influence?
So the first thing is that we need to take barriers away. And we think global, but we act local. When you see Apple is American, Samsung is Korean. To my Swedish neighbor, don't take it personally, Nokia was a fantastic brand from the North countries.
Well, Ericsson is now.
Ericsson, Nokia and Ericsson, sorry. But now, when you go in a shop, you choose between Asia and America. When I go on internet, I have Google, which is American. I have Yahoo. I order things on Amazon. I order things on Alibaba, Alipay, or Temu. So where are the Europeans? So we have 27 regulations, 27 legislations, and for small companies, if you want to be a successful company in Europe, you need to be present and to be compliant in these 27 countries. So it is really this single market we're speaking about. We need to take these barriers away, and we need also to have a change in mind. In Bezos, he did 3 bankruptcies before being the boss of Amazon. Very often in our mind, I don't know how it's here in India, but if I do bankruptcy, if my company is collapsing, I'm banned. I'm the one who failed. Instead of thinking, he took the risk, maybe this time was not the right one, but the next time will be the next and the good one. So we need also to have this change in mind to I always said, as a prime minister, I'm not the one who will give you the bed to sleep, but to give you the trampoline to jump. And this is how we should also in Europe have more this initiative to support and have respect of failure and not the exclusion of the one who failed.
Mr. Baliu, would you like to add anything before moving to the audience?
Well, I completely agree on the reduction of internal barriers within the internal market. It's been quantified at 45% tariff on goods. So it's worse than most of the tariffs that are being now debated in the US. And it's 110% on services. So that's a huge handicap for our companies, and that doesn't let us maximize the benefits of the common market. But I have to say, and I was before with some people from think tanks, and I've noticed a tone of pessimism about Europe at the conference. And it's true that the economy, Spain is doing well, but the overall economy is not very good. And I have to say that we have all the fundamentals there to be. I mean, we are a major player already, and then we have all the fundamentals to catch the train. I mean, the trains that don't leave the station forever. We had US leading AI, and everyone was lagging behind very far. Then we had China with DeepSeek, and AI was too expensive. Now we have a French company with AI. So things are moving very quickly. What this means is not that you get left behind, but you can always have the opportunity to jump on the train. And I'm convinced if we make the right choices, like reducing these internal barriers, investing in R&D, etc., and we make the right choices at the political level, both in Brussels and nationally, I think we will catch up quite quickly.
Let's go.
I just want to touch on something that we haven't touched upon, and I think it is critical. It is the fact that as Europeans, we don't think long term and we don't have a strategy. And that stands in stark contrast to China, which has a strategy all the way to 2049, and Russia, which we know from a purely, not just military, but actually collectively, economy, military, etc., diplomatic, has a strategy all the way to 2035 and a clear objective for what it wants to achieve by this point. Whereas I think, and again, it differs between European states, but I think that as Europeans, we've been guilty of an ahistoric understanding of history. We thought for a long time, tomorrow will probably be a lot like today, also in security terms. And even now, I see us thinking primarily Ukraine is like there's a mental block. We cannot think further than this war and how it ends. But even when it ends, the future continues. Russia will continue. And I would invite everybody to think beyond the possible attack on a Baltic state, because that's where the immediate European thinking goes, and develop a strategic long-term outlook for the next, I would say, 15 years. Who do we want to be as Europe in the world by 2040? And I think that's a debate we're currently not having for all the good reasons, because we're busy thinking about other stuff, but the others are thinking long term. So we also have to do the same.
With that, we will move to the audience.
I have a question from the right.
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. This is Ayush Pal. I'm a diplomatic correspondent from Samvad World. I have a question to the panel that Europe over the last 3 to 4 years have gone through a massive transition. And it all started from Brexit happening, which eventually happened on the last day of 2020. And then it led up to Angela Merkel, who has been the queen of Europe, as they say, for the last 16 years. She entered Berlin in 2006. She left in an Audi car in 2021. And then the Ukrainian war happened. There's a successive tremors that has happened into Europe. So has it led to a leadership crisis in the European continent, or in the another terms, has it strengthened the leadership? Thank you.
Who would like to answer this question?
I can take it.
Me?
Yes, please.
Well, I feel a little lack of confidence here in the panel. I think that Europe has grown stronger from every crisis it has gone through, and we have shown in the pandemic, after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and even after Brexit, that we can get together and become even stronger. After Brexit, people thought that several countries would leave. They didn't. Now we have more countries knocking on the door, wanting to become a part of the biggest single markets in the world, trading freely with 80 countries around the world. And like I said initially, I think we have to go back to basics, and that is focusing on the free market, not on state-driven projects, not even in defense, but promote fair markets competitiveness and invest in education. And I mean, I'm from Sweden. Sweden is like the poster child of Mario Draghi. We are the second most innovative country in the world. We have created companies such as Spotify, Ericsson, like I mentioned, Tetra Pak, IKEA. We have invented Bluetooth. And I am so convinced that Europe can grow even stronger. And that is with, like I mentioned several times, free trade. And I look forward to having free trade with India. Thank you.
Sure, please go ahead.
I just want, first I say Ericsson, so I don't forget it. Just to give an answer also to this question. The fact is that in Europe, we have a president of the Commission, we have a president of the Council, then we have every 6 months a president of the European presidency, and then we have a high representative. So we should think maybe once, if during European elections every 5 years, we shouldn't have the opportunity to have all transnational lists, because for the moment everybody's voting just for the parties in his own country. So to have a transnational list where the one of this transnational list with the most votes could be the one to be the candidate for the president of the Commission. So you will have really someone with also the legitimacy from on the electors. I'm just thinking. Or that you have a second vote where you vote for the president of the Council for 5 years. And so it will be the president of Europe. This is one of the possibilities we could have, because for the moment it is sometimes difficult to explain to people. But as Maria said, we did great, and we have more people who want to join the European Union than countries who want to leave. And believe me, if the Brits would have to decide again, we will see.
All right. We will take a question from the Raisina Young Fellows. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Christopher Alfuri from Italy. My question is related to Ukraine, and not because of a mental block, but to learn to touch on the lessons learned, basically. So since the Russian intervention in Ukraine, so 2014 till 2022, we saw a very weak and inconsistent European Union reaction. Is the European Union today more prepared to prevent a similar situation in the future? Because probably it led to where we are now. With prevention, we would be in another place, probably. And is the inclusion of nations in NATO the only solution to deter Russia or any future aggressor? Thank you.
Go ahead, let's go.
Your question echoes the previous one. And I will say I don't agree that and say this as a NATO official, but I don't think the EU was weak and divided. I think, in fact, that Russia did not expect the EU to answer as strongly and as united as it did, both in political terms, when you look at granting candidate status, but also in military terms. And I will argue even in diplomatic language terms. The EU is famous for using very polite language. And well, 3 years ago, it discovered it can also speak in a different way. So I think I will not share the assessment that the EU was weakened.
Sorry to interrupt. I meant 2014, not 2014.
Oh, 2014. Well, in 2014, it clearly didn't react as in 2022. But I will say, and I think this is also echoes what the minister said earlier, with every crisis, and that's what's interesting about political crises, actually, is that you grow stronger and stronger. So could we prevent another 2014? But in the sense that we acted very strongly in 22, that shows you that, well, prevention of territorial annexation of a neighboring state that's not a member of the EU or NATO is going to be by definition hard. And I would say that Ukraine is the example that we're all talking about today, but there's many other instances in the world in the last 20 years where the law was broken in conflict terms, and there was nothing the EU could do about it. I also think that the EU, neither the EU nor NATO, is the policeman of the world. It's not responsible, but out of solidarity and geographic proximity, I think it was the right thing to do. So I will say we're definitely in a better position. And I also think that 22 was prepared by 2014. So it's not like between 14 and 22, nothing happened. You can see a shift in insights, but also in spending and defense structures beginning in 2014. So I would say we cannot compare today to more than 10 years ago. I think the world has changed, the mindset has changed. So I think we have learned from the crisis, but the next crisis is always around the corner.
Minister Brekelmans.
Yeah, I think we are in a better position now than we were in 2014-15, but we are still risking to fall in the same trap. if there is a peace agreement, because it would be very easy for Europe to push the snooze button again and to continue normal life. If you look at the intentions of Putin, we know what his imperialistic ambitions are. We know that it goes further and it goes beyond the current ceasefire or the current front line in Ukraine. It goes also further than only Ukraine. It's also the Baltic states and other former Soviet states. Second, if you look at the production of Russia, the military production, not only now, but also the projections for the upcoming years, it's only going up. And why is that? It's not only because Ukraine, it's because they want to be able to show their military force also in other parts of Europe. And third, Russia has transitioned to a war economy. And now to go back to a normal economy and to have hundreds of thousands of soldiers who had like the most terrible war experience go back in your society, I think that would have a very bad effect on your Russian society. So Putin has the intention, has the capabilities, and has the interest to prolong his aggression in the future. And our intelligence agencies estimated that it would take Russia slightly over a year to redistribute and reallocate its forces along the NATO border. So just imagine that there would be a ceasefire over the course of this year, and then it would take Russia a year to move hundreds of thousands of troops to the border with NATO, to the border with the Baltic states. Can you imagine if they do a large military exercise there of 200,000 to 300,000 people, how much panic that would create in the Baltic states and in the rest of Europe? And we know from our experience with Ukraine that we only know 1 week in advance if it's just a large military exercise or it's the preparation for a large-scale attack. So we need to be aware of this scenario. This is not an unlikely scenario. The only way that we can make it unlikely is if we make sure that our defense and our deterrence is in order. And we need to act now because we do not have much time. And that's why we need to invest much more in our defense. We need to produce much more. And we need to make sure that over the next couple of years, we keep our deterrence power in place, not only in Ukraine, but also in the Baltic states and along the NATO border. Because otherwise, I can imagine that we will be sitting here in 5 to 10 years, and that we will come to the conclusion that we made the same mistake twice as Europe, and we should prevent that at all costs.
Unfortunately, we won't be able to take any other questions because our time is up, and we need to wrap up with this closing question for all our panelists. While Ukraine remains at the center of Europe's security concerns, instability in other regions, from the Middle East to the Indo-Pacific, also has direct implications for European security. I myself come from the Middle East. We are today in India, and these discussions are taking center stage. The question is Europe maintaining a global security outlook, or is Ukraine consuming all the strategic attention? Minister Batal, in a few words, please.
Shortly. So the first thing is, it's not only Europe. It's not only Europe, it's burning everywhere. It's in Africa, we have in the Sahel, we have in Congo, Rwanda, we have Eritrea, we have Sudan. I could make a list of countries where it's burning for the moment. So I think what would be the most important thing is also that international rules are respected. People don't care. We have the UN, they are dog without teeth. They bark, but they don't bite. And so it would be important that we have international law respected and international regulations, and that we stop to speak about each other, but we speak to each other, and that we have international bodies that works. For the moment, the multilateralism is on crisis. And believe me, if this crisis doesn't finish, it won't be a happy ending. So I really hope that Europe has a role, but not only Europe. And I just want to remind that these 5 countries who are in the Security Council are there because they were the peacemaker, not the troublemaker.
Thank you very much. Minister Stennergaard.
Well, if anything, the unlawful war on Ukraine has shown how important it is to collaborate with other countries, regardless of where they're situated in the world, to stand up for the rules-based world order. And that is being challenged not only in Ukraine, but also in the Baltic Sea and in South China Sea. And security is so closely interlinked all over the world. And therefore, we also have to cooperate with countries all over the world. I mean, the most obvious example is that North Korea is sending troops to fight on the Russian side. And that is the reason why the EU is looking at increasing its cooperation with countries, like-minded countries around the world. And that is why Sweden has adopted a defense cooperation policy for the Pacifics. And so I definitely believe that democracies now need to stand together and stand up for what is right. And it is also a European obligation to do so all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Brekelmans.
Yeah, I very much agree. And if I can build on that, India is the biggest democracy in the world. The EU is the second biggest. So I think we share a lot of the same values. Second, I think if you look at our interest, security very much interconnected, but also if you look at the Netherlands, for example, we are a trading nation. Freedom of navigation at sea is key for us. Same is true for India. And we all benefit from international law and for making sure that more aggressive powers are not violating this. These are just a few examples, but there are many more in which we have same values, same interest, share the same principles. And I think there are so many opportunities to work together. Over the last 2 days, I had discussions about the defense industry. I think if you look at our technology and innovation, there are so many synergies, but also a country like India can bring the scale that we as a smaller country like the Netherlands need, or that Europe sometimes need. We need to ramp up our production massively. So let's work on these opportunities, let's explore that. And let's make sure that we keep in mind that we share the same values, same principles, and that we share the same interests. And then I think together we can be a force of good in this polarizing and this sometimes dangerous world.
Thank you, Mr. Bellio.
Thank you. First, you said if we were concentrating too much on Ukraine, and of course it's consuming many resources, but I would say that first of all, supporting Ukraine is the best security guarantee for Europe. And as the Dutch colleague said, once they free up their resources in Ukraine, then other things become possible. And secondly, I would say, and this is a more general concern, is the best guarantee for the principles of the UN Charter, which is self-determination of peoples, sovereignty, territorial integrity. If we set the precedent that you can invade your neighbor and take away its territory after a brutal war, then we're going to very ugly places in the world. So that's first. And secondly, on engagement. We are engaging, and well, I see that there are several members of the Foreign Affairs Council today in Raisina, and there was a Foreign Affairs Council yesterday, and they weren't there because they're here, so they're engaging with India, which is a very important country. We are engaging with the Middle East. In the case of Spain, we recognize the state of Palestine on May last year, along with other European partners, and we are pushing for a two-state solution in the Middle East. We're engaging more with Africa. We are putting a special focus on Western Africa, which is our territorial neighborhood. And last, but certainly not least, we are pushing for closer relations between the European Union and Latin America for the Mercosur Agreement, which will be the largest trade agreement in the world. So, of course, there's much more focus now in the East than there used to be, but we are engaging elsewhere as well.
Thank you. Let's go.
So in the NATO Defense College where I work, I would say NATO in general, we have a whole informal network thinking about the future, because I think that's ultimately what you're asking is what's going to happen next, or are we aware of everything else that's going on? And we do see very clearly that while the headlines are very much focused on Ukraine, in our analysis, it's a very rich discussion going on everything relating to ranging from how climate change will impact security. And I'm not talking about migration. I'm actually talking about how climate change can affect, submarines, weapon system. We're looking at the Arctic. We're looking at Russia in the Arctic. We're looking, of course, at Africa, at the Middle East. So I'm going to say that from an analytical point of view, the tools are pretty sophisticated. The awareness is there when we're looking at what-if scenarios that we publish every year. I think it's much more diverse. But of course, as we just heard, it's obvious that Ukraine, due to its being at the epicenter of European security when it comes to the East, plays a very, very important role. But I will say, maybe that's reassuring for some in the audience, that the thinking goes a lot further.
Thank you very much. Very insightful, very interesting. Thank you all, and thank you everyone for attending.
Thank you so much to the moderator and the panelists. If I could invite you to the front of the stage for a quick photograph. I will request everyone to remain seated in the room. There is a session that's happening across the room, but that's full. So please remain seated here. We will begin the next session shortly. It's the Latin Beats. Avenues for the America, deciphering Latin beats. On the panel would be Elmer Salcedo, Minister of Foreign Affairs from Peru, E.P. Shed Green, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Antigua, Hector Cardenas, President, Comexi, Mexico. You can take this chair and start.
The first one?
Yeah, the first.
But I'm missing two more, right? Two speakers.
Just give me 1 second. We'll start.
Um,
We will start.
we won't. Okay. Till they're here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're still waiting for a couple of speakers.
Ahí estás, ya.
Just a couple of seconds. They're just coming out. Just 2 seconds.
Sure,
2 seconds. I'm so
2
sorry.
seconds. 1, 2.
Estamos esperando a los invitados.
We can have you join us on stage. Please. So, and now you can start.
Yes, it makes it easier. That's
So,
true.
Mr. Cardenas is missing.
Ya me aburrí, ya no quiero.
So you can start.
No,
It's on,
no,
right? I
Mr.
don't need to
Cardenas
touch
is
it.
missing. He's coming.
No, we'll start and then they can join the panel.
You sure?
Yeah,
As you
I'm
wish.
sure.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I was here,
but
Okay, I will change.
never mind. Thank you.
Thanks. México, llega tarde? No.
Okay, so we have all the speakers. Finally, my sincerest apologies to all. Carolina, you can begin.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here and for your interest on Latin America. This is the only session in Latin America now, and I'm really honored to moderate it. Avenues for the Americas, deciphering the Latin beat. Don't expect us to dance on stage. I don't think so. That is not the plan. But of course, the Latin beat is one of the cliches for the region. My name is Carolina Chimoy. I'm an international correspondent for DW, Deutsche Welle, Germany's international broadcast. And we will be talking about a continent that is also famous for many other things. Like, for example, it's a quite peaceful region, I would say. We haven't seen any major wars during the past times. It's geopolitical, very interesting, of course. And there is also an economic potential in Latin America. The big question, of course, framed in the context of the Raisina dialogues this year is where is Latin America standing and where is it moving to regarding the huge shifts and changes we're witnessing. Changes that started to be quite strong perhaps 57 days ago. Yeah, well, let's see how the continent moves forward and if it starts to create new connections to other regions. And this is why I have a very interesting panel with me here today. With me, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Peru, Elmer Salcedo, Also, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Antigua Barbuda, Mr. Chet Green. Minister, thank you for being here. Héctor Cárdenas, he's the president of probably the most influential think tank in Mexico, Consejo Mexicano de Asuntos Internacionales. Katie da Rocha Gomez, she's the director of international studies, also at one of Brazil's most important think tanks, Instituto de Pesquisa Económica Aplicada. And Aude Darnal, she's a research analyst and a project manager at the Simpson Center, and she came all the way from Washington, D.C., as well as all of the panelists, a very long flight, flying over Russia, by the way, most of you. Mr. Cárdenas, I would like to start with you because, of course, we've been hearing about the tariffs imposed from the United States towards Mexico, the immigration policy from the U.S., which also, of course, strongly affects Mexico. And there is this saying, most of the people who are familiar with Latin America will know it. It says, Mexico so far away from God, meaning the national challenges, and so close to the United States. Would you say that this saying is now more true than ever?
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me here. No, I think, that it's a very old saying. It dates from the 19th century. I think a lot has changed in the last, 125 years. And even though we're obviously seeing a very, very big changes in the U.S. posture towards pretty much the rest of the world, and certainly towards Mexico and Canada and the region of Latin America, more broadly, I think that there's some constants that are the result of building a very, very solid partnership over the past 40 years. So what you've seen in the case of Mexico is a very, very strong bet on integration and on the benefits of tight coupling of the Mexican economy with the rest of the North American economy. So with the United States and with Canada as well. And that has been one of the most important, I think it's a really important geopolitical bet that was placed by all three countries. And it's given, great dividends. And I think that even though there are these disruptions right now because of the threat of tariffs, but in the end, it's in the interest of all three countries to continue on this route of integration and coupling of the economies. So I think that, yes, there's going to be turbulence. In the last few weeks, we've seen a lot of turbulence. But as it's been, quite well documented and observed, Mexico has actually done pretty well, thanks, I think, in large part to our president's, deft and careful handling of the relationship with the United States and with President Trump in particular. I think Mexico has come out fairly well in the first few weeks. Of course, there's a lot more that has to happen, and thinking about the kinds of problems and challenges that the entire region faces, those are really encapsulated in the kinds of conversations that Mexico and the United States are having. And they're around, obviously, they're around security and crime and organized crime. And you said that Latin America is perhaps geopolitically the most peaceful region on the earth, but it is also the most violent region.
Of course, yeah.
It's 8% of the world's population, and a third of homicides happen in Latin America, in the continent. And so that's a very big challenge, and I think it underlies some of these discussions. And the other one, of course, is migration. And of course, migration is a continental issue, and it comes from Venezuela, Haiti, also some parts of Central America, and it passes through Mexico and goes to the United States. And it's a problem that we're going to have to deal with as a whole region. I don't think that just individual measures taken by any one country are enough to organize and order this migration, which is very important, and it has to be organized in a way that serves everybody's purposes.
Mr. Cárdenas, one follow-up on that, because I remember, you're talking about the cooperation, Canada, the US, and Mexico. I remember covering that one, and the media were writing about the three big amigos, right? Tito, back then AMLO, and former President Biden. Would you see the three amigos with Donald Trump?
Well, I don't know. We'll have to see how Mark Carney does in the next few weeks, right? Yeah. But I think at least you have an amiga and an amigo between President Sheinbaum and President Trump. I think they hit it off decently well. which is something to root for. And hopefully, I think, look, I think this is more than a question of just personal, personal sympathies. I think there's a strategic imperative that the United States, Mexico, and Canada work together. And Mexico is that bridge also towards the rest of Latin America, certainly towards all of Central America, all the way down to Colombia.
From the US, but now looking, for example, at Peru, Minister Schialer, there is also this strong connection to China, and you know that I'm going to talk about the huge project, the port in Chancay. How important is China really to Peru, and do you think that now it can become a more important relation regarding the nationalistic trends we're seeing?
Well, thank you very much, Carolina, for having us here in this very important panel in the Raisina dialogue. Well, indeed, I would say that China has established herself in Peru as the leading trading partner and investor in only 10 years in Peru. When we began, and both countries had the same level about 10, 15 years ago, the United States and China in Peru had almost the same level of trading and also investing. And nowadays, you have $33 billion Chinese investment in Peru, and against $10 billion of United States investments in Peru. And you have more or less $30+ billion yearly trading with China, and against 1/3 less, more or less $20 billion with Peru and the United States. So China plays a very important role, and it came from behind. It is not something that was geostrategically or geopolitically thought about. We had, and I've spoken this very clearly with our American friends, we had a void, not only in Peru, but also in Latin America as a whole, of presence of the United States. A void that, of course, has been occupied by other partners, including the European Union, of course, including China. And let me tell you, it's a big surprise to everybody that nowadays, and without an FTA, India is the 4th largest trading partner of Peru. And in the next year or the next 2 years, it will be the 3rd largest trading partner with Peru. And the opposite is also true. You have Peru being the 3rd most important trading partner or market in Latin America for India, behind Brazil and Mexico. So this is something that more than geopolitics and geoeconomics, which of course you have, when you see this situation, you have a derivation of geoeconomics and geopolitics, and you can play a little bit what is happening and why it's happening, some moves in some parts of the world. But in reality, what we have in Peru is an open economy, a level playing field, and we are open to all investors. And they come, they can come. So this is something, it is very important. There is no, let's say, plan behind the presence from one country against another country. We have an open economy, as I said. We have a neutrality, very active, in the sense that we look after our national interests. We look after the welfare from our people, be it with the American presence, the European presence, the Chinese presence, and of course now with India, and every day more.
So you also see this as an opportunity, this shifting stance as an opportunity to enhance relations to, for example, India, to China.
I'm sorry, because of the echo, I cannot understand very well.
You see this also, this shifting stance also as an opportunity for Peru to have these relations with China, but also with India, for the national interests as well. Right?
Of course, yes,
okay.
Of course.
But at the same time, some think and say that this nationalist interest from the US could also strengthen even more the regional organizations. And this would be perhaps a question to Minister Chet Green. Since your country is also a member, a vital member, I might say, in the Caribbean community, would you say that this community is now or has to be stronger in order to be also attractive for people who are looking to perhaps strengthen this communication and this relation to the Caribbean countries?
Well, I would think that the first thing that we are courting is this whole notion of having to navigate a dance of ideological affinities. And so with this assertive posture of the new US government, Caribbean governments, Antigua and Barbuda included, we have to almost walk between the raindrops. I'm using the term of dancing between the raindrops in keeping with the theme of this session, the Latin beat. It is really a challenge for us because we see an assertive posture on the part of North America, and we see a very engaging posture on the part of China. And we are having to negotiate with both sides, ensuring that we remain relevant, that we can deliver on the expectations of our growth trajectory, on the expectations of healthcare, education, infrastructure, all those things that a modern society need in order to advance. Ours is a tourism-based economy. And so you'd understand that with a heavy dependence on North American tourism and a heavy dependence, if I use that term, on Chinese benevolence, we have to work between both ends of the spectrum. And so remaining relevant in today's environment causes the fashion a policy of respect for both of the global powers without ourselves being seen to take sides, if I may use that term, where the international power structures are concerned. And so for small island developing states, the current geopolitical realities are very challenging. The realities of our existence are certainly demanding a shift in our posture, a shift in our focus. But at the end of it, it's about maintaining credible positions, which allow our countries to remain relevant in today's world while providing leadership. And you did mention it, Antigua and Barbuda is a leader within the Caribbean space. I would dare say we are punching above our weight internationally with the level of support or leadership provided the OAS, for example, and in the Caribbean community. And so we are caught in this modern arrangement of having to deal with the realities of our existence. They're not like they were 1 year ago. And every new day, the challenges become more. We are having to deal with policies of migration, policies of the financial architecture, and all those issues are part of what a modern small island developing state have to contend with, not to mention the existential threat of climate change. And so it's a myriad of things that we have to deal with small island developing states. In the case of Antigua and Barbuda, we have been told that we are graduated, and so we cannot get concessional funding. So that also adds another complexity to our own situation, which is why for us, opening new partnerships and encouraging, for example, greater partnerships with Mercosur, CARICOM, African states, will become part of what we will do in the foreseeable future to keep Caribbean civilization relevant in today's geopolitical space.
And also regarding Latin America, but also, can you hear me? I have the feeling there's something with the sound, right?
Yeah, the mic.
It doesn't work.
Can you hear me? No?
Yeah, it's better.
No.
I think we should use it for everyone.
Yeah, probably it's better. So, Art, I wanted to ask you because, of course, you knowing the region of the Caribbean better, and the new world we're entering, the perhaps post-America world, would this also perhaps mean an opportunity for Europe to jump in, especially for the Caribbean?
But clearly, I think Europe has a role to play. Europe, for example, is pro-climate issues, and as you know, climate is one of the major issues affecting.
I'm sorry, I don't think that. I think it would be better to speak with this mic.
I would say Europe certainly has a role to play. Mm-hmm. Europe has always presented itself as being climate friendly. Mm-hmm. We know that climate challenges are certainly on the top of the Caribbean list. And so to have relations with Europe when North America, the USA, has exited the Paris Agreement, it makes all the sense in the world for Caribbean countries to forge close relations with Europe. As we look at the global financial architecture, where we have been delisted and debanked almost, it also makes sense for us to have to develop close relations with Europe. Mm-hmm. And so as we see the North American policies emerging, and I want to be very clear, we cannot say definitively that we know what North American position is on anything. Every day changes. And so as we witness these changes, these meanderings, it's important the Caribbean civilization identifies other global partners, Europe being one, ASEAN countries being another, the African countries being another yet, so we can have new relations to fall back on as we witness traditional relations seemingly having ebbs and flows. The US is still our #1 trading partner, and so to that extent, based on proximity, it is important for us to maintain the relations. Where security is concerned, it is, again, for proximity, perhaps a natural fit to Caribbean's security issues. But again, we do not have the control over those policies we see emanating. And so as we watch the morphing and the transitioning of US policies towards the Caribbean and the rest of the world, it is only reasonable that Caribbean countries begin to engage other blocs across the world to ensure that our civilization continues to thrive, survive, and exist.
I would like to ask you, because you're a project manager precisely also on this, do you think this interest of cooperation with Europe is mutual? Does it come from both sides, or is it just the Caribbean who would be interested and Europe? I mean, I have sometimes the feeling that Europe sees Latin America really as perhaps a forgotten region.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I think that is quite the reality, right? Even though we have 3 countries in Europe, the Netherlands, the UK, and France, that have territories in the Caribbean. I mean, I'm from Martinique. I'm from the French Caribbean island. And I think that even in France, the French Caribbean is seen as being quite far. However, as the Europeans and even the Canadians are learning the hard way that they cannot rely just on one power, like being the United States, with the new Trump administration taking over its policies against its allies in Europe, I think Europe is now seeking to diversify their partnerships, and so they're looking south. I contend that this can be mutually beneficial like on both sides, but especially beneficial for the Caribbean countries, because I believe that they should leverage the presence of these 3 countries, as I mentioned, the UK, the Netherlands, and France, and their territories there. Because obviously the challenges that are specific to the Caribbean countries also affect them, whether it is security, whether it is climate insecurity, but also the tensions with the United States, that has impacts on these countries. For instance, in the past week, the United States has taken 2 decisions that directly impact Caribbean countries. First,
there was threats against Caribbean countries that cooperate with the Cuban medical missions. And the second one was just a few days ago, a list of potential travel bans for a number of countries were released. It's still a draft, but Antigua and Barbuda is on the list, alongside Dominica, St. Lucia, and others from the Caribbean. So what does that mean exactly for Caribbean partners? And so I contend that actually Caribbean countries should leverage the fact that there are French Caribbean islands, there are other territories, and use that to get concessions, to get diplomatic engagement, to get support from the Europeans. I mean, Martinique welcomed a Cuban medical mission during the COVID-19. I mean, I'm not sure that many people know about that. So that means that an ally from the United States cooperated with the Cuban medical missions. Will the Trump administration, is the Trump administration willing to impose sanctions on a US ally if it decided in the future to cooperate again with the Cuban medical missions? So I contend that France should, take a stand in that issue because it itself benefited from these missions. And I think that there are so many other issues where there could be this type of regional integration and support on security, gun trafficking, drug trafficking, but also in terms of investments. I mean, we know, one of the challenges for small developing island states is that we are seen as small economies, vulnerable, and we are among the most vulnerable region of the world to external shocks, climate, energy, you name it. And so it's very difficult to attract investments. There is also a high cost of capital. And we know how we need to rapidly achieve the green transition. And so, yes, I do believe that European countries should step up. The French government has been, adamantly saying that France is a partner for the Global South. That needs to be more than simple words. It's not enough to say that, France supports the reform of global governance. It needs to be followed by actions. And so, I think it's about time because the clock is ticking. It's not, small island developing states, we are facing existential crisis. Every year we face the risk of being wiped out by a hurricane, right? We have the issue of sea level rising, so on and so forth. So I think that with the Trump administration, going kind of rogue, and now, the United States being led by a fascist government, to be frank, it is more than ever critical for Caribbean countries to diversify their partnerships. And so, Minister, you mentioned India, but that's also that. There's also South-South cooperation, not just with Europe, but it's also South-South cooperation. The Gulf countries have also showed interest to invest in the Caribbean region. And so I can only support that type of diversification of partnerships, but always making sure that they serve the people, that they serve sustainable development, climate action, and that it is, the person, like human-centered partnerships.
And that is the perfect bridge for you, Katie, because I wanted to ask you about this free trade agreement that has been negotiated for 25 years between Mercosur and the EU. Would that really help the people, as Odd is proposing that the new cooperation should look like?
Okay.
Can you please take one of these mics? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Julia. The Mercosur European Union Agreement is a deal trade that is deal trade negotiated for over 20 years. I think these numbers express the challenge when you talk about regional integration in Latin America. This agreement, as many trade agreements, promises some benefits normally related with the reduction of tariffs, but also an expanded market access to agriculture and also industrial products. But its agreement has been referred as a landmark since it was signed because of a modern component that was included in this agreement. First is a commitment
Thank you so much. I have a question for you also, Mr. Cárdenas. I mean, we were all already talking about that. You can't really talk about Latin America as a monolith. There are different regions, different countries with different interests. And there are these regional organizations like UNASUR, like CAN. Would you say they are almost dead? Because if you want to be attractive for other countries in this changing times, you probably would have to present an organization that is trustful and solid. Do you see this kind of organizations in the region?
Well, I mean, you're right. It's a truism and a joke almost in Latin America that we have more regional organizations than countries, right? We seem to be creating them more and more. We create more and more organizations, and a lot of them are defunct. However, I think there are some important organizations that are working quite well, and that could work even better. I mean, one of the organizations that I think had a lot of success until recently, and I think we have to revive it, is the Alliance for the Pacific. And Peru is a part of that with Mexico and Colombia, etc. And that was a very, very successful alliance. And it sort of it's in a little bit of a disrepair, in large part because of conflicts between the different countries, and have to do more with political issues than real strategic issues. I think that strategically we're very well aligned, and it's a very, very useful organization. Mercosur has had its problems, but it's also a functional organization. And then you have other financing vehicles that have gotten a lot better. CAF, for example, which is started as a Central American financing bank, but it's become really a very important lending institution in all of Latin America and the Caribbean. So you have some jewels there that are worth preserving and strengthening. But I think that the issue is we have to stop thinking as if this was a whole monolith and thinking that there's going to be this magical moment where all of Latin America is going to speak. It's actually more than Latin America, because I want to include also a lot of the Caribbean that is not Latin America in that sense, right? It's English-speaking countries, Dutch-speaking countries, etc. But it's never going to be a single monolith. But what you do have are coalitions of countries that have similar interests and that are converging interests. And if you have positive actions especially of the very large powers in Latin America, Brazil, certainly Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Chile, and Argentina, those are sort of some of the key countries that have to have a positive impact if we can cooperate on specific issues that are of great importance to all of us. Certainly, security is one of them. Migration is another one. And climate change is an area where there's been significant cooperation. And I'm glad to see that my country, Mexico, seems to be now back from what you could call a 6-year hiatus of not doing a lot of cooperation. And now I think that the new government is more interested in these issues. Certainly the president is interested in climate change and wants to have a positive contribution. And I think those are the areas in which Latin American countries can come together and work towards common purposes. And that's going to be very important. And that includes cooperation that could include cooperation with the United States, but also with other regions, including Europe. Mexico also just finished negotiation of a second phase of a free trade agreement with Europe. And so you have all of these developments that could fructify in the next few years if given a chance.
Minister Scheller, would you also include in this group APEC, even though it is, of course, also with the United States, but would you also include APEC? Do you see this also as an essential partnership that could help the region to construct more bonds to other regions?
You hear me well now? You hear me well now? Yeah. Well, yes, of course, APEC is also a very important construction because for Latin America, because it unites us with the northern part of the hemisphere, the United States and Canada, and of course the other rim of the Pacific Ocean, which is where geoeconomics, say the experts, is shifting to. So I think this is very important. But let me add before that, let me add to that particular listing that Mr. Chet Baker started to spell out, and also our Mexican friend. Another issue which is, I think, very important in Latin America. Of course, it is very important migration. Of course, it's very important environmental questions like climate change, but also biodiversity, loss of biodiversity, loss of water resources. You have another thing that is affecting the region, which is the organized crime, transnational organized crime. The bad boys seemingly are achieving something that we governments and people are not able to do, is to get organized and to become transnational. They are coming together, and we are not. We are impeded perhaps by ideology, or even by nationalism, and this ought not to be. I think we have in our organizations on different levels, we have the chance to forget about ideology, to forget about nationalism, and to see that our people get what they need. And a hemispheric effort, something that I just recently experienced and I want to share here with the public, is the OAS, the Organization of American States. We just elected a Secretary General from the Korean country, a historic first, and we did this by acclamation. I think this is a very good jump start to start thinking regionally. We can act locally, and we have to act locally because people live in determined localities. But we must think regionally, and when I say regionally, I don't mean only hemispherically, but also with the partners that the Americas has in regions like the Asia Pacific. And again, I will point out, not only because this is the host country, but because it is a fundamental truth, not only for Peru, but also for other countries. India is spelling out its, let's say, leading role of the global South, and is doing so, giving a chance to everybody to talk out their mind. And basically, this Raisina dialogue is this what we are experiencing now.
Thank you, Minister. This will be my last question, and Minister already answered this question, but perhaps the other ones, because I had a conversation yesterday with two gentlemen who were, we were talking about the relations between Latin America and India, and they were telling me, well, this is like, they don't know each other that well, and the other one was saying, but they're attracted to each other. So my question would be, do you think this attraction could flourish into something more between India and Latin America? From each one of you. I think we already heard your opinion, Minister, but...
Yeah, I think the current global situation demands an exploration of that attraction. Old partnerships are not quite working. the realignment of global realities dictate that we look to new and energized relations. You'd have asked me earlier about the role that Europe could play in a re-energized Latin America and the Caribbean. I want to add to that my answer earlier by saying not only do I look to Europe, to Canada, to ASEAN countries, or African countries, but certainly when we look at the power of the Indian economy, its manufacturing sector, even its philanthropy. I mean, during the COVID years, it was India that the Caribbean first got vaccines from. And so that makes India almost a natural attraction to the Caribbean. Where the Caribbean is concerned, we have a Commonwealth past, which we share in common with India. Cricket is still our #1 sport. There's an Antiguan citizen who is more loved in India than most Indians, in the person of Sir Vivian Richards. And so we see India as that natural attraction, natural fit, as we explore new relations, new development trusts. The paradigm is certainly moving in that direction, and the attraction serves positive purposes.
Okay. Odd?
Yes, thank you, Minister. Yes, I mean, I would say that I mean, in the Caribbean, we share history with India. I mean, you know, after the end of slavery, the colonial powers brought Indian indentures to the Caribbean, and so we share that we know we have people of Indian descent in the Caribbean across the islands, and I think that's also strengthened the need to explore this relationship with India on so many levels, and the minister has alluded to it. But you know, I think one of the challenges that we're experiencing as small islands is that we are importing a lot, right? Food autonomy is something that we're striving for. It is something that takes time, and even in the French Caribbean, it's something that we're struggling with. So I think, you know, for instance, on agricultural cooperation, how could we learn from India so that we could step up and not simply export raw materials like crude oils or banana, cocoa, for instance, to the EU, which is part of the bulk of the products that are exported from the Caribbean to the EU through the Caribbean EU Forum Economic Partnership. How can we actually strengthen our economies so that we are not so dependent on importing? How can we also, in terms of diplomacy, you know, India is a big power, right? It's a rising power. It's a leader on the international scene. And as, you know, small island developing states, we cannot always forgotten in the conversation. And I mean, we know that if we, you know, to be able to be represented at the IMF or the World Bank, if we need to pay, then we'll never be represented because our economy isn't big enough to be able to pay. So how do we make sure that small island developing states are also represented, that their interests are on the international scene in international policy debates? And I think that that's where partnerships between India and the Caribbean countries is valuable. How can we make sure that when India advocates for global governance reform, well, the government also incorporates interests from Caribbean countries? So I do believe that there are so many different aspects and opportunities to explore for those partnerships, and I'm truly hoping that this is the era to invest into it.
Thank you. Katie and Mr. Cárdenas, please.
I think that this debate nowadays is a very complex, we live in a very complex environment when you talk about integration and this kind of initiatives. And I think one thing that you can sure say in this context is that the environment in which countries seek development is becoming more complex. I think that some unilateral measures with immediate impact on economies are more real, and also the threats of applying such measures become more explicit and frequent. And on the other side, some geopolitical issues that were not openly addressed before may now become a concrete subject of negotiation on the table. In this environment, we talk about opportunities, integration, or channels, or space for development is a challenge. So I think when you look at to Latin America, one path, I think, is to look more integrated with countries among the regions. I think you have a geographical proximity and also cultural affinities that means or brings some competitive advantage and also opportunities for our economies, and we may, as Latin American countries, should explore these opportunities and advantages in a way to find a space to navigate in the recent turbulent context. Thank you.
And Mr. Cárdenas, do you see a relationship between Latin America and India growing?
Already we see in Mexico the presence of most of the most important Indian companies already there. Whether it's Tata or other companies are already present there. Of course, Mexican trade and investment is very much linked to the United States and Canada, so it's always going to be the majority. However, that doesn't mean during the last 30 years of NAFTA and then USMCA, overall trade has grown. It's not that these agreements cannibalized, global trade. On the contrary, Mexico's trade has expanded not just with the United States and Canada, but actually worldwide. It's also a very, very open economy, one of the most open economies in the world. And we attract a lot of investment, and we also have a lot of trade. And India is one of those countries. I hope that this will be the beginning of a presence, much more interaction between Mexico and India. And I see a very bright future for us. And I do think that there's a lot of mutual attraction. And certainly, at least we're used to the same kind of very spicy food. And that's always something to look forward to.
And it is an interaction that has been definitely growing during the past years for many countries in Latin America. Thank you so much for joining me in this conversation. And just the fact that we have a session on Latin America during the Raisina dialogues is already a good sign, isn't it? Thank you so much. Thanks. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions from the audience. You can take two. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We have time for two questions.
Could I go ahead? Your left-hand side, I guess.
So where?
Yeah, over here. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So my question is for the entire panel. I think in some ways, Argentina is like the perfect example for how the US-China sort of like intentions are shaping up in LATAM. On one hand, you have China using close to you have Argentina using close to $18 billion worth of swap lines from the Chinese. And on the other hand, you have Javier Milei like preaching re-dollarization. So my question pertains to what key takeaways lie for the rest of the LATAM countries regarding how Argentina is navigating its situation, and also what do you see IMF's role in Latin America going forward?
Is there someone in the panel that you would address your question to?
I mean, I was kind of addressing it to everyone, so...
Who wants to talk about Argentina and Milei? Not going to do this.
Yes. I have the mic here. Thank you. Well, I have to say that Argentina, it's a study case. No? It is a study case. It is a very rich country. It is the territory of Argentina is as large as India's. And I think they have been having trouble managing their economy the last, 40 years or something. I myself, I have a background in economics, and we used to study how to not do things, economically speaking, by studying Argentina. Well, Mr. Milei, you may, of course, not agree with all his politics and his policies, but one thing is sure. The main indicators of an economy, inflation, exchange rate, GDP, etc., growth of, or not growth of GDP, are getting each day better for Argentina. So this particular policy, which seems violent to many analysts, is working for Argentina. And I'm very happy because it is happening, because a strong Argentina makes a stronger South America and stronger Latin America. So I would say, Mr. Milei, keep on saving Argentina's economy.
Mr. Cárdenas, do you want to add something on that?
Yes, I think it's a very interesting experiment that's going on in Argentina. And if Argentina is able to revert that, what seemed to be a secular decline of its economy, I think that'll be very positive for the direction of other economies in Latin America that still need to be more open. I think they need to be more open. They need to be, we need to really establish true market economies in Latin America. We still have a lot of economies in the continent that are, even if they are market oriented, they're very monopolistic and still very closed in many areas, highly regulated, and it makes it very difficult for the region to really bloom. I mean, one of the sad facts of Latin America is that it has had one of the slowest compounded rates of growth, of all the other continents, and so it's really not been a success story. And I hope that what's going on there and other the experiences of other economies in the region will help to broaden the appeal of freer and more open economies around the region.
We have one more question from the young fellows. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, hello, gracias por las palabras. I'm from Argentina, actually. So first, I wanted to ask, a couple of years ago, there was a paper by Argentinians political professors that said that the region has an increasing strategic irrelevance. So I wanted to know what the panel think of that term and what can be done to reverse that trend. And also, I wanted to know your take on the role of digital public infrastructure. How are you thinking about the integration of digital trade in the region? Thank you.
Integration of digital trade. Yes. Do you have a microphone?
Thank you. I'll take the first part of the question in terms of the supposed irrelevance of the region. And taking just a couple examples, when a few years ago, when the United States tried to create a broad coalition around, the war in Ukraine and the votes at the UN, and in the end, saw that, well, not all countries were voting in alignment with the United States. Well, governments had to find diplomatic support around the world. So, when it comes to diplomatic support, when it comes to diplomatic coalition, I wouldn't say that Latin America and the Caribbean is irrelevant. Now we're seeing that with the trade war that the United States has started, even with its own allies, again, going back to Canada, going to Europe, well, Canada, I saw an article about why Canada should look south and actually pursue greater cooperation with the Caribbean. So I wouldn't say that Latin America and the Caribbean is irrelevant in that case. And so I could continue on and take different examples. But even in terms of, going and playing into the great power competition, right? I mean, literally in the United States, you have this, Latin America and the Caribbean is the backyard of the United States. And yet, the United States has not been very present. And yet demands that countries do not partner with China when China invests. So, you know, at the end of the day, and I think, you know, I'm going to join what the minister said earlier, countries are looking to advance their interests and their population's interests. When you're a small island developing states, and again, every year you face the risk of being erased from the map because of hurricanes, you know, you don't really have time to think like philosophical question. You know, the climate imperative is an existential crisis for us. And so you have to look for partnerships. You have to look for investors. You have, of course, you need to negotiate so that those agreements serve your economy, serve your populations. But again, that's where you see that we're not irrelevant, because now Europe is seeking to diversify its partnerships. So, you know, I strongly disagree with that argument, and I think that as things evolve, and as the United States certainly will take other policies against its allies, I think that we'll see just that, like, Latin America and the Caribbean is very much relevant.
Okay, I was about to take one more question, but he just gave me the sign that he's going to kill me if I do so. So thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you so much, everyone. If I could request everyone to please remain seated. We will begin the next session immediately. If I could invite the speakers at the front of the stage for a quick photograph. If I could request my colleagues to open the door so that I have line of sight and I can invite the speakers once the stage has cleared. Yeah. Climate Cataclysm. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. The adaptation agenda is gasping. We're just waiting for the stage to be refreshed. Is the stage ready? Okay. They're just refreshing the glasses here. If I could request everyone to remain seated. Once again, please do not crowd the doors. There's too much noise that travels inside, please. Excuse me, if I could request the speakers of the previous session to please take their seats. The next session, the speakers are ready. The stage is just getting refreshed. If I could request everyone to please remain seated to clear the front of the stage. Right. The next session, Climate Cataclysm, the adaptation agenda is gasping. May I invite the speakers to the stage. Eduardo Martinez Diaz, Deputy Prime Minister, Cuba. Abdullah Khalil, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Maldives. Arzu Rana Diuba, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Nepal. D.N. Dhungel, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and External Trade from Bhutan. Wangari Mushiri, Director of Africa Global Wind Energy Council from Kenya. And the moderator, Kira Winke, Head Center for Climate and Foreign Policy, German Council on Foreign Relations. Ma'am, please join us on stage, and if I could invite the rest of the speakers as well. We're ready to start. On stage, Eduardo Martinez Diaz, Deputy Prime Minister of Cuba. Abdullah Khalil, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Maldives. Arzu Rana Diuba, Minister of Foreign Affairs from Nepal. D.N. Dhungel, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and External Trade, Bhutan. Wangari Mushiri, Director of Africa Global Wind Energy Council, Kenya. Moderator Kira Winke, Head Center for Climate and Foreign Policy, German Council on Foreign Relations.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this very timely session. We will talk about climate adaptation from the view of the most vulnerable, the V20 countries. These countries have in common that they have high exposure to the threats of climate change, but have contributed very little to its cause, global carbon emissions. In this current situation, we are facing that many countries have difficulties in financing adaptation measures, in particular because often there is no business case for adaptation. We have also witnessed the withdrawal of the United States from USAID efforts, from climate finance, and there's a huge gap that needs to be filled. In 2022, we had 28 billion in global adaptation finance. However, the need is between 190, maybe 300 billion annually, according to a UNEP analysis. So the gap to finance global adaptation efforts is huge. Even industrialized countries are struggling with extreme weather events. And this means that the most vulnerable countries, who often also do not have sufficient capacities to address the extra stressors of climate change, face significant constraints to deal with this crisis. This morning, we have already heard statements on climate change undermining our security and the interaction of traditional and non-traditional security threats. It is my pleasure to have this excellent panel together, this very high-level panel to discuss this very topic of today. My first question goes to you, Minister Diaz, on the current adaptation efforts and how they're not keeping pace with the increase of extreme events and their rising frequency. How can this dramatic acceleration of adaptation happen, and how can we minimize future economic losses, especially in countries like an island state like your own? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Distinguidos colegas, agradezco en primer lugar al gobierno de la India por invitarnos a participar en esta importante reunión.
Distinguished guests, I thank the government of India for the invitation to participate in this important meeting.
El cambio climático no es un riesgo a futuro, sino un peligro presente y real para millones de personas en el mundo.
Climate change is not a future risk, but a present and real danger for millions of people around the world.
La posición de Cuba ante los retos climáticos y del desarrollo de nuestras naciones siempre ha sido la salvaguarda de los reclamos históricos de los países en desarrollo, en particular los más vulnerables a los efectos del cambio climático, con especial énfasis en los pequeños estados insulares.
Cuba's position on the climate and development challenges facing our nations has always been to defend the historic rights of developing countries, especially those most vulnerable to the effects of climate change, with a special emphasis on small island states.
La consolidación de la alianza de los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, como la voz que representa a los países que enfrentamos los impactos más graves de un fenómeno global que no causamos, ha contribuido a visibilizar nuestras circunstancias especiales y a reivindicar los derechos de nuestros pueblos a existir y progresar.
The consolidation of the alliance of small island developing states has the voice of the countries most affected by a global phenomenon, not of our making, has helped to give visibility to our special circumstances and to defend the right of our peoples to exist and to develop.
Los países desarrollados deben asumir la responsabilidad histórica que les corresponde en apoyo a los esfuerzos internacionales para alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible de los países más necesitados.
Developed countries must assume their historic responsibility to support international efforts to achieve sustainable development in developing countries.
En este contexto, la reprobable decisión del gobierno de los Estados Unidos de retirarse del Acuerdo de París y de cesar sus compromisos financieros con la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre Cambio Climático constituye un duro golpe a la cooperación internacional.
In this context, the reprehensible decision of the United States government to withdraw from the Paris Agreement and to cease its financial commitments to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, it is a serious blow to international cooperation.
Para Cuba, el principal obstáculo para el bienestar y el desarrollo de su pueblo y la protección ante los efectos del cambio climático es el criminal bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero que por más de 60 años mantiene los Estados Unidos contra mi país, reforzado con la arbitraria inclusión de Cuba en la lista unilateral de estados que supuestamente patrocinan el terrorismo.
For Cuba, the main obstacle to the well-being and development of its people is, and the protection before the effects of climate change, is the criminal, economic, commercial and financial blockade that the United States has maintained against my country for more than 60 years, reinforced by the arbitrary inclusion of Cuba in the unilateral list of states that allegedly sponsor terrorism.
Estimados colegas, el resultado de la COP29 en relación con la nueva meta financiera global marca la pauta de la Agenda Climática Internacional. Sin embargo, el limitado compromiso en el apoyo financiero impactará la capacidad de los países en desarrollo para emprender acciones de adaptación más ambiciosas y efectivas.
The COP29 outcome on the new global finance goal sets the tone for the global climate agenda. However, the very limited commitment to the financial supports will impact the capacity of developing countries to make more effective and ambitious adaptation actions.
En este contexto, esperamos que el compromiso de los países desarrollados de duplicar para el 2025 las finanzas para la adaptación y el incremento de sus contribuciones al Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños tenga un lugar central en el debate climático internacional.
In this context, we hope that the commitment by developed countries to double adaptation finance by 2025 and to increase their contribution to loss and damage fund will be central to the international climate debate.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this important introduction to the topic. Minister Khalil, you are from the Maldives. Your nation is an island nation of low-lying atolls. How would you respond to this question of accelerating adaptation efforts and minimizing future losses?
Thank you very much, first of all, and also let me begin by thanking Observer Research Foundation and the Government of India for this timely discussion. You know, Maldives, as you have rightly mentioned, it's a very low-lying nation. Specifically, some of the islands, it is less than 1 meter above the sea level. So we are like any other island nations, Maldives is facing severe challenges of climate change. Some of the islands, most of the islands, in fact, it is the highest point in the Maldives, it is 1 meter above the sea level. So it's a huge challenge in the Maldives. Also, I would like to reiterate that given that the nature of the islands or Maldives as a whole, or specifically the other smaller islands as well, these island states or SIDS, it usually produces, for instance, less than 2.5% of the harmful gases to the atmosphere, which means the contribution to the global warming or sea level rise as a result is very much insignificant. So that is where I believe larger nations needs to come forward, as my colleague here has just now mentioned, with appropriate funding. Rightly, you have mentioned at the beginning, at the moment it is 28 billion it is raised for climate funding, but the need is not basically 300 billion, it's in trillions of dollars. So that's where the funding is required for smaller island nations to mitigate the climate changes that the smaller island nations and similar nations are facing. Number one, it is definitely raising the appropriate funding. At the same time, I believe we have noticed that many institutions have mentioned that the availability of the funds. But then when we go for, when we send for instance, proposals to raise funding, it's quite difficult to access the funding. And also sometimes the cost of funding is also quite not very appropriate for island nations like Maldives, specifically when such nations are having debt burdens at the same time. So it's a question of, for instance, whether we service the debt or whether we service, or whether we finance the environment mitigation programs. So that's where these environment-related funding is really important for these island nations. To accelerate, it is the financing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for highlighting these diverse economic impacts that are being faced. And of course, we are focusing today on financing adaptation, but of course we should also mention that there are non-economic losses, cultural heritage that is being threatened by climate change, and this is something one should also not forget, that there are things that are being lost from climate change that cannot be compensated with money. I would now like to turn to Minister Duba. You have heard the statements from the island nations. You are coming from a completely different context, from the context of Nepal, where the climate impacts are nevertheless also being felt increasingly and devastatingly with glacial melt, flooding, etc. Can you also comment from your perspective, from the perspective of High Asia, on this question of how to accelerate adaptation, momentum, finance, and how to minimize the future losses?
Thank you so much, Kira. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference, especially the Ministry of External Affairs of India and the ORF for inviting me here, and especially for organizing such a wonderful session, a session that is much required in this day and age. First of all, from the point of view of the V20 countries, and especially from the point of view of Nepal, I would like to say that just even for climate justice, the financial aspects of supporting adaptation has to be increased, and the increment is not only in billions, but like you said, like my colleague who spoke before me said, it has to be in trillions of dollars. And countries like Nepal, we already have our national adaptation plans. We have devoted 45% of our small country to the landscape is all under forest. It's heavily forested. We have preserved our land, but that doesn't ensure that we don't have climate-induced disasters. Just at the last of last monsoon, which is in September, we had 3 days of incessant rain. We lost livelihood, lives, infrastructure, crops, which totaled almost 45 billion Nepalese rupees, which is, I can't say, I'm very bad at converting money, but it's a lot of money for a country like Nepal. We are very committed to our NAPA plans, the National Adaptation Plans, but we need something like $45.9 billion in external assistance. And as you know, the environment right now is not right for raising that kind of money from the traditional donors. So what do we do? So this is why I think this conversation is at a very good point, because we need to reach out and look at more options for funding projects like this, for programs like this, and maybe reaching out to the private sector. Debt, like nature and nature swaps for conservation, nature and debt swaps, green bonds, blended finance could be some of the ways out. But I have to tell you frankly, Nepal as a traditional country has not really thought through the processes of how we are going to initiate this. So conversations like this will surely help us in raising that kind of money. But even, the consciousness and the conscience of the countries who have been responsible for increasing the global temperatures should think very seriously, because that doesn't really only affect island states or the glaciers melting in countries like mine. It affects the whole world. Where will we go if planet Earth dies? Where will we go if the temperature really rises to more than 2 degrees? These are very, very serious questions that we should look at. And it's not only funds that we need. We also need data. We need to know when the clouds are going to burst. We need to know when the storms are coming. We need to know when there is going to be no water. And we also need technologies. We've, in the morning session and in the sessions yesterday, we heard a lot about AI. So is it only going to benefit the aggrandization of rich economies? Or is AI also going to look at how issues such as drought, such as managing pollution, going to be, will AI be adapted or trained towards these issues? Is it going to look at how diseases are migrating? So we have lots of issues that we need to look head on and tackle. Also infrastructure that we have lost. For Nepal, it's very, very expensive to build infrastructure, and we don't have that much resources. But the minute we build it, we haven't really even used it, and it's gone. So how can we climate-proof infrastructure? Who's going to look at insurance, climate insurance risks? So these are many questions that need to be answered. And I'm glad I'm in this platform, because these are questions I don't have answers to, but I think collectively these are things that we can all talk to and come up with. And I think in the next questions we are also going to look at some Marshall Plan issues. So I hope my other participants will also be talking to that. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I will pick up on that. Given what the other speakers have just described, the intensity of the impacts, the acceleration of both sudden onset events such as tropical cyclones, but also slow onset events, sea level rise, glacial melt. Does the Global South need a Marshall Plan type of effort towards adaptation? And if so, who would lead this effort, or who should lead this effort? Minister Dungyal, from your perspective, from Bhutan, please.
Thank you, Kira. I must thank the organizers at the outset for organizing this very important event, the Raisina dialogue. This is my second time attending this dialogue. The first was last year. This year I came over, and I'd like to thank the organizers as well as the Ministry of External Affairs here in India for giving us this opportunity. We have just heard right from the sea level of Maldives to the Himalayas in Nepal. Bhutan is not an exception. Bhutan, although it's in the Himalayas, although we have a lot of conservation efforts which are enshrined in our constitution, yet the climate effects are not sparing Bhutan even. Therefore, the question that is brought in front of me is, do we need a climate marshal? If so, who should lead it? On this, I must quote, or I must say that whatever we plan or we come up with should be based on climate justice. The climate justice that is very clearly emphasized by none other than Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji. There should be obvious recognition for countries which are carbon neutral or carbon negative. Bhutan is a net carbon negative country, yet the effect of climate change affects Bhutan in a big way. Therefore, what we need is, apart from my colleagues just spoke about the funding part, funding part on the climate mitigation. Along with that, what we need is the political will to implement it as it comes. Unless we have that will to implement the mitigation efforts, we will not be able to bring changes in the climate effects. If we talk of Bhutan as a country, the climate adaptation program, if Bhutan only has to implement it, we need over $14 billion US. For a country like Bhutan, which has just graduated from its LDC category, this is a big amount. Therefore, we need to collaborate, we need to have funds, and we need to have political will for the implementation of it. Now, on the climate marshal, leadership is another one that I'd like to talk about here. Unless we have a coalition of countries, similar countries, we will not be able to again mitigate the climate change. What Bhutan has spearheaded very recently is, that was just in the last COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, we initiated a coalition of carbon neutral and carbon negative countries. A coalition among Bhutan, Madagascar, Panama, and Suriname. That is called Z0. Now, this is a coalition of carbon neutral and carbon negative countries. Now, if we can have this sort of mini-lateralism among the multilateralism, we will be able to have a say in the world, and our voice will be heard by them. If Bhutan only raises the issue of climate change and climate mitigation, our voice gets lost in between. It loses its importance. So to be able to heard outside, what we need to do is maybe make this sort of mini-lateral coalition of small countries, like-minded states, which are affected equally by climate change. Although we are carbon negative or carbon neutral, the effect of the world gets shared with us also, and we get affected in a big way. Therefore, these small countries, a coalition or independent countries, independent states, should be allowed to have a voice or should be allowed to have a say in the decision making, so that small countries also contribute to the mitigation of climate change. Hence, in the spirit of equality and justice, small countries along with bigger economies, bigger states could collaborate, and in fact today through this area, through this opportunity, I would like to share that like Bhutan has done on the Z0 coalition of small nations, all carbon negative and carbon neutral nations, I'd like to urge upon other states and other nations also to join us and to appreciate us and to support us in mitigating climate change. Climate marshal is required. Unless we have that, we'll not be able to take it forward. But who should lead? It is a coalition. It's not one nation or it's not one country that will lead this. It has to be a coalition, either in the multilateral arena or, as we have done through Bhutan, through Bhutan's initiative, the mini-lateral avenue that we have created. Therefore, group of countries, group of coalition countries, like-minded states should take this forward and ensure that mitigation work is done by smaller nations as well as by the bigger states. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for highlighting the connection between the need for mitigation to keep adaptation options open. I would like to turn to you, Hungary, and ask you, many developing countries are heavily burdened by debt. And we are seeing this rising additional pressure on adaptation finance in these countries and all over the world. Why has there not been the ability to unify debt restructuring, for example, by China and the Paris Club, who set out to find ways for enabling restructuring of debt? Can you comment on this?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much, Kira, for having me, and really to ORF and the government of India. We really appreciate the invitation to be here today. Now, to come to the question around debt relief and debt restructuring, especially for the V20 countries, which now are 60 in total, there's been quite a lot of conversation around how they're the victims, right? And it's rightfully so. They did not contribute to the climate crisis. The bigger economies did. And a lot of the times, the most vulnerable countries are the ones that are suffering the highest impacts of climate change. Now, normally that narrative that we're told, or when we're speaking on global platforms, this is the narrative that kind of tends to be pushed forward. I think it's important when we're looking at debt restructuring and looking at debt for climate swaps or debt for energy swaps, to take back the power. And to take back the power from who is actually having the conversation. So if we're looking at restructuring debt and looking at finding new ways of convincing the global north to either forgive debt or to restructure it a different way, then it's a conversation that we need to have more frankly. And this means we also need to speak their language. And for so long, we've been speaking as a vulnerable V20 countries. I come from one of them called Kenya. So many of them are in Africa, so many of them are across Latin America and Asia. These countries are really struggling. And so what happens is we need to now look and say, it's not a conversation of me being the victim, but it's a conversation of economic value. If you think about what happens when there's flooding or when there's heat waves, supply chains of many products get disrupted. So it's really a question of economic stability. And one thing that a country like Pakistan did very well in 2022 when they had the floods is they really linked the floods to how much economic disruption is happening, which made sure that the West and the global North countries were listening. I think the second thing that we need to do when we're really restructuring this conversation is looking at it as a geopolitical issue. Now, what happens when there's climate refugees globally? They tend to migrate to the global North. And so that means that there'll be more people coming into different countries. When you speak about that, and rather than staying in their own home states, but when you speak about that, the global north also tends to listen. So I think it's important to also have that conversation about it being a geopolitical issue. And then finally, when you look at what climate change or adaptation investment is, for every $1 spent on adaptation, that's $4 to $7 that you spent on, or that you save on disaster recovery. So it's an investment, right? And so we need to start looking at these conversations differently, rather than the narrative that has been pushed forward, which is, we're the victims of this. Now, coming to your question around restructuring debt, and really looking at it from a perspective of how do we convince a lot of the global north countries, China, and others to either restructure the debt or to forgive the debt or to do the debt for nature swaps, as was mentioned by Honorable Minister before. And one of the things that we need to look at, and speaking quite frankly, is that debt is political, or debt restructuring is political. I'll tell you a bit of a story. If I take a loan from a bank and I'm not able to repay it, but I go back to the bank and I say, okay, but I'll plant trees and I will make sure that I take care of people who don't have food, and I'll make sure that the streets are clean. Maybe the bank has to pay through its CSR funding. How do we have the conversation and change the whole conversation around what are we doing for the benefit of all of us through these debt climate swaps? And so when you look at why there's not been a typical alignment between the Paris Club and China, it's because the structures in which these two groups of people, these two areas, think about debt. When you negotiate with the Paris Club, it's several countries coming together and talking as one. When you negotiate with China, China's debt restructuring or debt negotiations tend to be bilateral. So there's already misalignment in the structure in how these things are set up. In addition to that, when you look at how much debt is actually owed, many African countries, I'll talk about Africa here, 80% of the debt that African countries hold is with the private sector. How are we bringing private sector into the room to have these conversations around how we restructure debt to climate swaps? And so it's important to really look at what's the core reason or the root cause of why this is not working well. Now, I would say, and I think the Minister from Bhutan has put it very, very well, we do need a global South leadership around this. And we need people, and my President Ruto, has been very vocal about a new way of being or a new way of financing these mechanisms. And so if we can find, as you called it, mini-lateralism, which I think is fantastic, ways or groups to negotiate together and say, as Africans or as global South countries will come together, we'll get a much better deal for this. Now, what is happening is every single country is trying to restructure its own debt separately, talking to each party separately. And so this means that you can only go in with the information that you have. But when you come together with 60 other countries or 20 other countries, so in the V20, there's actually 60 countries, when you come together with a bigger group of people, then you're able to get a much better deal from this. So I think those are a few points I'd like to put forward into how to restructure that and why it's not working at the moment.
Thank you so much. And I give a first warning to the audience that in a second it will be your turn to ask questions. So please prepare your questions and maybe get in line for the microphones. But before I turn to the audience, Minister Duba, I would like to ask you on this debt for nature swaps. Is this something that could provide an answer to financing adaptation and development in your viewpoint? Yes.
Okay. Like I said, this is for me a new concept, but I know it has been there for a long time. I think since 1987, WWF tried it out, and it has had mixed results. In many countries, it has worked well. In some others, it has not worked that well. And I think the basic of it is what Wangari just talked about. Okay, if we are going to, clear off our debt and do this, how is it going to benefit? Will you wipe our debt out? So when we talk about things like that, I think there are few things that we have to keep in mind, because I read in the literature that if it's like a 600 million equivalent debt, that's brought down to 100 million. So who is it really going to benefit? I think that is one question. The other is, is it really being used for what it is stipulated to be used for? So the technicalities of it, the modalities, the proceedings of how these debts are going to be worked out, I think needs some careful consideration. Same with green bonds and with blended finance. But as the world is moving along in a new path where maybe the traditional donor kind of grant may not be available in the near future, hopefully in the midterm and the long-term future, the world is going to look more different. We have to start looking at these new ways of financing climate adaptation and mitigation measures. For this, I think the Marshall Plan is also something that will help us, because it will hopefully create a group. We should look at this very minutely and look at the kind of things required to actually do this kind of work with the private sector. Because the private sector also lives in the same world. It doesn't matter how rich you are. If your global commons, if you don't have good air to breathe, if you don't have good water to drink, it doesn't matter how rich you are. So I think the private sector also has a very strong role to play, but we need to point it out to them, but we also must have a methodology or different kind of modalities to ensure that it really does work, that there is some accounting for it, and really the voice of people sitting at the table talking about this is going to be very, very important. And I hope all of us will be sitting at the table talking about these issues.
Thank you. I'm now looking at potential questions. I'm looking at the Raisina Young Fellows. Yes, please.
My name is Wahid from Amali Asset Management. And my 2 cents on this is there's sufficient private capital today, and there is incredible amount of debt financing available. The banker friends are incredibly busy, constantly innovating, bringing new products into the market, whether it's Texas, whether it's HSBC, whether it's Standard Chartered. Some of them are bringing unique tools to even increase the liquidity of certain instruments to make these projects come to life. On the private equity side, they have a lot of dry powder. And with this context, what are the channels of communication that are open to further engage with the key stakeholders here? Our Kenyan friends, they introduced regulatory reforms that made it easy for private capital to go into carbon credit projects and unlock significant funding. Our Tanzanian friends alike. Okay, so what are the channels of communication? And the second question, how can we enable the political will for these projects to come to life at a national, regional, and most importantly, at a local municipal level to engage with land stewards? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Wangari, we would like to jump in on this one.
Great. Thank you so much for your question, and absolutely fantastic. Thank you also for highlighting that Kenya is made it easier for private sector investment within this climate space. It's true, at this point, we are not getting enough money into climate, and so we need to pull on all the straws we can pull on at the moment, whether that's carbon credits, whether it's the debt for nature swaps, as we said. And also it's true that if we can find private sector investment, so if you look at the amount of money it takes to build a wind farm, for Kenya, the largest wind farm on the continent costs $780 million. If, like the minister from Nepal said, if it's 600 million is the debt, can we build a wind farm instead of having to pay debt back? And so these are some of the really serious questions we need to be asking. Now, to come to your question around what channels of communications are there, I speak from an industrial trade association. So we have 2,500 members, private sector members. We engage with governments regularly. Go to your local associations. They're already engaging with government on behalf of the industry. So if you're able to get some of these, in Kenya, we have the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. In all the different countries, there are private sector bodies. Then if you're able to engage with them, they can also help put muscle, private sector voice behind your query to different governments.
Thank you. Next question, please. And please introduce yourself and also keep your remarks short. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My question is about insurance. While we are figuring out climate financing, the vulnerable communities have already been affected, and millions of them in droves in the global south. So I want to know what non-traditional insurance product the V20 is looking at that can address the immediate challenges that is happening right now before debt financing get figured out, before regulations get figured out, before policies get figured out?
Thank you. Who would like to come in on the point of insurance?
I would like to come in, but not because I have an answer, because I have a question about who could help us to create such products, and maybe somebody in the room who's more savvy about things like insurance could also answer or give us a lead, because I'm also looking for people who would do insurance on things like this. And maybe, that's why I'm happy for this forum, because I'm learning a lot of new things and also trying to find out where are the resources that could help us to take this conversation to its destination. So I also want to just add to his question.
Thank you for throwing it back to the room, because this is exactly what also the Raisina dialogue is about, to find connections, to find allies, to move these important topics forward. I'm looking for the next question. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Yes, my question is about COP30. So looking ahead to that, what are the key priorities on the global climate finance action agenda that vulnerable nations would like to see, especially regarding the Baku-Belém roadmap to deliver the 1.3 trillion for climate action in developing countries by 2035? That was agreed at COP29 last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Expectations for the COP30. Minister Khalil, would you like to come in?
Thank you. I think it's a very important question in the first place. Like for vulnerable nations like the Maldives, for instance, at the moment, Maldives is considered as second most vulnerable nation on earth by the United Nations, specifically because of environmental issues that the Maldives is facing. Now, and Maldives considers, for instance, environment as one of the key priority areas for the country. As for that, I just would like to highlight, in the Maldives we have 93 protected areas. That is something like 64,000 hectares and 3 UNESCO biosphere reserves in the Maldives we do have. So we would like to see in COP30 specifically, when it comes to small island nations, seats to rise as a single voice. So that is very important for smaller nations to come with a single voice and convey our message as that we need to fulfill the financing gap that we are having at the moment. Countries like Maldives, we are at the moment protecting the islands with sea walls, for instance, and we have to do other mitigation measures to protect our people as well. That is the lifeline of the people. I mean, we are working to protect. So, coming up as a single voice by smaller nations, vulnerable nations, I think that is the way forward to raise funds and also to access the funds as well. So that is what I would like to see in COP30. Thank you.
All right, short.
I'll just add very quickly. My apologies, I'm not going to be diplomatic at all, because we do not have time. For some countries, just as we've heard also from the minister from the Maldives, it's really an existential crisis. So we gave developed countries, a couple of years to raise $100 billion. They were not able to do it. We went to Baku, we committed 1.3 trillion. They were not able to deliver on that. So at COP30, it's a do or die moment. And so we don't have time to discuss. It needs to be on the table, and the finance needs to be clearly laid out for developing countries.
Thank you. Deputy Prime Minister Diaz, COP30 will be in a Latin American country in your region. What is your expectation for climate adaptation?
Sí, ustedes conocen que Cuba es un país, una isla pequeña en el centro del Caribe y nosotros cada vez sufrimos más los efectos del cambio climático y esta situación nos ha obligado a crear condiciones y hemos establecido un sistema de defensa civil que nos ha permitido salvar vidas anualmente y nos ha permitido salvar muchos recursos económicos a partir de todo un plan de país con el que contamos.
So Cuba is in the heart of the Caribbean, as you all know, and we have suffered the impact of climate change for many years. And this, we created a civil defense that which has allowed us to save many lives and to save also many resources.
Nosotros quisiéramos en este marco reafirmar el compromiso que tenemos con nuestros hermanos países pequeños países insulares, en contribuir a todos los elementos que tienen que ver con la adaptación al cambio climático a través de la adaptación basada en ecosistemas y particularmente en la restauración y conservación de ecosistemas de manglares en los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo.
Cuba reaffirms its commitment to the South cooperation and proposes to share experience to strengthen national capacities to adapt to climate change through ecosystem-based adaptation, particularly for the restoration and conservation of mangrove ecosystems in small island developing states.
Y extendemos a nuestros hermanos de los pequeños estados insulares del Pacífico el ofrecimiento para compartir nuestras experiencias con los países del Caribe en la evaluación del impacto del cambio climático en las costas arenosas y las alternativas para su control y resiliencia.
We extend to our brothers in the small island states of the Pacific the offer to share our experience with the Caribbean in assessing the impact of climate change on sandy coastlines and the alternatives for mitigation and resilience.
Thank you so much for these insights. I have one last question here.
Good
and
evening.
then
This side.
Can I go?
No, we don't have time.
Good evening to all the panelists.
So can I ask the question?
But there is a ministerial meeting immediately right now for one of the ministers on stage. Unfortunately, we have to close. Thank you so much to everyone on stage, and my sincerest apologies to all of you and those in the audience who had very many more questions. If I could invite the panel to the top of the stage for a quick photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. My sincerest apologies, Kira. If I could also request my colleagues from the production team to set the stage for the next session. Thank you. We will swiftly move to the next session once the stage is ready.
Yeah, sorry. I thought we still had like 2 minutes.
Even I thought we had 2 minutes.
Yes.
They started pressuring me because they had to take her out.
Okay.
And there's a photograph panel and that's it.
Okay.
My apologies.
No,
I
no,
didn't mean to.
no, no,
I had to.
no, sorry. I would have closed right on time.
No, it's fine. I know you're German. But they
but
started
I
pressuring
was, yeah,
Is it
sorry.
okay?
Yeah.
No, my apologies. My apologies.
For me, it's not a problem. I just hope for you it's also.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I think the panel was quite good.
It was quite good.
Yeah.
And although you should speak to Deb from Barbados,
Yes.
she had certain things that I think she wants to discuss with you.
Okay.
She needs the pitch down initiative.
I want to also the minister here speak again. And of course, it takes longer.
I know, मैं बार-बार करती हूँ, हर बार चेंज कर देते हैं.
They told us right now.
नहीं मतलब the seating changes all the time. I have to come back every time.
Tanubi? Can one person just give me ishara when to call them? Because they told me that the Indian minister also has to leave at 6:40. Okay, if I could request everyone to settle down, we'll begin the next session, Winning the AI Marathon, India in the Global AI Race. On the panel, the Honorable Minister from India, Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister for Railways, Information and Broadcasting, and of course, Electronics and Information Technology. Ronnie Chatterjee, the Chief Economist of OpenAI from the US. Vinod Dham, Founder and Executive Managing Partner at the Indo-US Venture Partners in the United States. He's in fact the father of the Pentium chip, if you're aware of him, and moderated by Shireen Bhan, the managing editor of CNBC TV 18. I'm sure many of you have seen her on television. Shireen, over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What an absolute pleasure it is to be here at the Raisina Dialogues to talk about something that the world is fixated with, the AI race and where India finds itself in the race at this point in time, what's happening globally. You know, it really depends on what tweet you're looking at and how quickly the world is changing depends on the news feed that you're broadcasting. But I've got a very astute set of panelists here with me, and we have 40 minutes, so without further ado, we're going to get cracking and get right to it. Vinod Dham, first of all, congratulations on your Padma Bhushan. So, big round of applause for Mr. Dham here. But if I could get started by talking to you about this AI race that we seem to be talking about at this point in time. One, where does India find itself in the race? Are we in the race? Are we outside of the race? Are we at the middle of the race? Number two, you know, what should we prioritize at this point in time from an Indian perspective as we talk about the AI landscape?
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me. Hello. Good evening. Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me to this panel. I took a few minutes to jot down my thoughts for this question. The rest of it, I'll just go extempore. I think I have a 5-point plan for India to win the AI marathon. Of course, the first thing is you have to be in the marathon to win the marathon. So if you're not in the marathon, you don't win the marathon. And with that intent, actually, interestingly, I had come down here a couple of weeks ago and had the opportunity to meet with Honorable Ashwini ji, whom I meet in connection with being an advisor to the India Semiconductor Mission. And I had the same phone with these notes about what would it take to be in the marathon. And before I could even open my phone and talk about them, he had already gone the very evening, and I was waiting for him to inaugurate, I think somewhere in some hotel in Delhi, 14,000 GPU clusters for AI. So give him a big hand of applause. The reason I want to bring that up is this is not the India I knew 15, 20 years ago. This is India where they are one step ahead of even the ideas the advisors are bringing from abroad, which is really a remarkable thing to be knowing. So anyway, I think what I would like to talk about is there are 4 things needed to really succeed. First, of course, is skills. Now, skills for AI, if you already have IT or software skills, are not that hard to transform to. The reason is, fundamentally, people who are in software and IT services have a computer science degree. And if you have learned linear algebra, you have learned statistics, you have learned calculus, you can very quickly learn how to build neural networks, learn about deep learning, do the backpropagation, and learn about transformers, which was a single seminary event that really created ChatGPT and this whole OpenAI phenomenon in November of 2022. So I think it's not that hard for our kids to learn this technology, and we have deep talent and very wide talent, and that's the biggest strength India has when it comes to AI today. Now, when it comes to models, of course, there are companies like OpenAI and now a host of other companies who are also creating models, Google being one of them. And then there are open source models like Llama and Mistral and Falcon. So
you didn't mention DeepSeek.
I'm sorry?
You didn't mention DeepSeek.
I will mention DeepSeek, and I'll take a second to, let me first deal with DeepSeek because it seems like it's a thing waiting to be talked about. I will let actually Ronnie talk about DeepSeek. He's an expert. But my view of DeepSeek that I deeply studied and all the paper they published and everything that went on, and me personally losing 18% of my value of NVIDIA stock for a stupid reason, is really DeepSeek was built on top of OpenAI's training. So it's not like DeepSeek existed in vacuum and they just came up with $6 million investment and showed us how to do inference. And by the way, it was an inference step where they did some reasoning and they paused and they, of course, it required a lot of calculations and compute at that time as well. But really, DeepSeek is built upon OpenAI technology. It's built upon US technology. So I don't think they should, anyone should be misled to believe that by themselves, only with $6 million and 4 engineers, they came up with a thing like that.
Okay.
At least that's my view. I'll let Ronnie tell me whether I'm right or wrong.
Yeah, I'll get to Ronnie in just a second, but you want to finish your...
I want to. So I think India should approach models with a hybrid approach. That is, they should use open models. And since it's very expensive to build, by the way, models, LLMs. So we don't need to spend billions of dollars that Ronnie has spent already. We can just leverage that and then build models in our multilingual languages in a hybrid approach. So that's one thing. And we need those models for government, medical, military, defense, and they should be proprietary. We should not use Western models to do very confidential things that we need in this country. Okay. And the last 2 points are, you need lots of compute, and to run the compute, you need lots of energy. And lots of compute being, we need lots of GPUs. And one of my recommendations would be beyond the government of India really doing some private-public partnerships, do an ISM type funding. You know, the government of India, MITI, came up with $30 billion funding for semiconductor program. I think AI will need a similar kind of funding for next 3 years, $50, $100 billion type of investment to really run this marathon and stay competitive in this marathon. And energy is an important thing because these chips need a lot of power to run. and we will need to multiply our energy sources.
Well, thank you very much for setting the context for the conversation that we're about to have. So the big advantage really lies on the skills side. The big ask at this point in time is on infrastructure. Ronnie, I'll come to you in a second, but let me get Minister Vaishnav to respond to what we've just heard there from Vinod Dham. Minister Vaishnav, 1 year of the India AI mission, 14,000 GPUs on the table. You got a round of applause on that, but the ask now from Vinod Dham is we need the government to back this up with at least $20 to $30 billion of investment on the infrastructure side. Do a semiconductor mission as far as the AI mission is concerned. Can you draw parallels with the experience that you've had on the semicon side? Can we expect you to replicate that on the AI side?
Absolutely, yes. And I thank Vinod for such a nice way of structuring the entire context. One, making GPUs available as a common compute facility. That's done. 14,000 GPUs already inaugurated. Two, the most important part of the entire AI journey is getting the data sets. So we have set up a common compute kind of structure called AI Kosh. That is also done. And today morning we signed an MOU, the India AI Mission and the Indian Parliament. We signed an MOU. So because Parliament has a very large data set in multiple languages over a period of time. So that will be a very good training resource for training our models. That's done. And many more other like Doordarshan, All India Radio. There are many other sources of data which is available. Third, getting our own GPU chip. That's very, very important. And we have already started working on it, working with the industry, evaluating different options that we have. And we got really good, bright professors, bright startups who are willing to contribute to that journey. So that is also in place now. Hopefully we should be able to finalize the best option very soon. Fourth, having our own LLM, because whatever the world says, if it's open source today, it may not remain open source tomorrow, which we have seen in the case of OpenAI. I think we should also change the name. So better to have our own LLM. I don't think we should be shying away from that. So I think we are taking the problem in a very methodical, very systematic way. The part on talent is very important. And that's where we have a major advantage. And we have a template in front of us. In case of 5G, we set up 100 labs in universities so that the students can actually learn it on the real 5G environment, real tools. In case of semiconductors, 240 universities and institutes combined, 240 institutes we gave the latest EDA tools so that the students can actually learn what is a chip, how to design it, and really get their hands, get the real experience. Similar approach we are following on AI also. So I think we'll be in a good shape, I would say.
On the GPU, Mr. Vaishnav, a broad timeline by when you expect to finalize who you choose to partner with. Just give us some color on what we should expect on that front.
In short, 3 to 4 years, I would say, to get your good, reasonably good capability GPU up and running. The approaches, basically there are two approaches which we are evaluating seriously, two different types of instruction sets. Which one we will finalize, or will we take both the instruction sets and move forward? That is something which the experts will decide.
Mr. Dham, he's keeping you on your toes. That was part of your wish list, that India should build its own GPU, and Ashwini Vaishnav has already taken up that challenge.
Absolutely. I'm proud of him and proud of him saying that. And I think we need it. And also, the time frame he's given you is very reasonable, if not on the aggressive side, because these things are very complex. They take a very long time. And I think there's a lot of realism in what Ashwini ji just said.
Okay, Ronnie, let me come to you now. Number one, are we likely to see a name change anytime soon? But more importantly, I want you to put on your OpenAI hat, but I also want you to put on your former White House CHIPS Act coordinator hat and tell us what you believe the future holds as far as public-private partnership is concerned, and how do you believe it's likely to play out for an emerging economy like India? How important will that be?
Well, Shireen, first, thanks for having me, and it's an honor to be on a panel with Vinod, who's the father of the Pentium chip, one of the greatest innovators and investors, and the Honorable Minister, who's really leading the way around technology transformation in India. We've been here basically to listen, to understand what's going on in this market, and it's incredibly impressive. So when you think about the meetings we've had over the last couple of days, one, the Honorable Minister mentioned data sets, huge ingredient to building large language models. And India, and the government in particular, has done a fantastic job in terms of making those data sets, public data sets, more available, which is going to be really important to the future of AI. Two, people. I mean, I heard a statistic today that India graduates about 1 million or more STEM graduates every year, depending on how you identify STEM. And when you think about the talent base and their ability to adjust to what's hot in the market, that's an amazing advantage. Even when we talk about the transitions that are going to happen around the world because of AI, if you have 1 million people coming out every year with a new set of skills and a population of 30 years old or younger for the next 30 years, it's a huge opportunity for India to stay on the cutting edge. So you have that ingredient too. And now these investments in AI infrastructure, which is such an important piece of it, the data centers, the GPUs, the energy hookup. I mean, even on the stage, we've now launched a new AI infrastructure initiative. So we're making good progress. Here's the things I think are really interesting in India. One is, what are those killer applications going to be? When you think about the impact of AI on the economy, us economists, I'm very sorry, we're all over the place. We predict it'll be 1% of GDP, 30% of GDP. People have tons of different estimates. Why is that? Because we're still figuring out how this is being used in organizations. We're still seeing frictions to adoption in government, in business, into SMEs. But over time, you'll see a convergence on a huge economic impact. The question is, what are those applications and key verticals going to be? In India, it could be in education. It could be in defense or healthcare. It's going to be up to the people in the Raisina dialogue audience and around the country to figure that out. As someone who led the implementation of the CHIPS Act in the last administration in the United States, I can tell you I see a focus around the world, not just the United States and India, around investments in critical technologies, supply chains, and infrastructure. And I think it's reflective of a world where national security and the subject of this conference, geoeconomics, is becoming predominant. When I did my PhD, we lived in a world that was very globalized, where everything was about sort of knocking down barriers, trading, right, and assuming the best intents of countries around the world. Now we're entering into an era of more contention, nationalism, populism, and you're seeing countries around the world adjust accordingly. It doesn't mean to me, though, that the US and India can't have a very strong relationship and that OpenAI can't be a good part of it. I don't expect any name change for OpenAI, but ChatGPT might be called Chatterjee GPT. But that is what I will promise the Honorable Minister, okay? That's my only...
Well, we look forward to that. But Mr. Vaishnav, that's a very important point that Ronnie mentioned there. You know, in the world that we live in today, when we're talking about the escalation of tariff wars, we're talking about export controls, and which is why Mr. Dham is suggesting that you need to focus on proprietary technology, proprietary models. I want to understand from you, you know, the partnership between India and the US, how do we build on that? We've had a partnership, which is, of course, the ISET, but in an AI era, in an AI age, what can India and the US do together? What do you foresee on that front?
I think we have very complementary strengths between India and US. If you look at it, today Stanford University ranks India as the biggest talent concentration in terms of AI. Every country needs the talent. Second, the diversity that we have, the kind of rich data we have, that would be one of the greatest resource for any country which wants to be in the race of AI. Two. Third, the way we have developed our relationship with the US, where the foundation of the relationship is trust. The foundation of the relationship is respect for IP rights. The foundation of relationship is to co-create and co-develop technologies. That thing is something which has happened over a period of last 10 years, and that is a very big strength for both the countries. I think the two of us will do a lot of things together. I think that will be a good win-win for the entire world.
But you don't believe that Make America Great Again could overshadow this partnership that you speak of?
See, I think today's world is quite different from the past when it was win-lose kind of situation. In the world of technology, I think it's more of win-win, and the pragmatism with which we are approaching our foreign policy, our Prime Minister is very clear in his mind, and our External Affairs Minister has a very practical approach. So with those two major ingredients, where we are looking at what can, how both the countries can really win and create things which are good for the humanity, good for the two countries, and they are following some of the most basic principles which in the world of technology are very important. I think that works well.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to when Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji was in Washington last month, he talked about MAGA, which is what you're referring to, right?
Yes.
And he also talked about MEGA.
Yes.
And then he said both of them combined are like mega. So I think that's exactly what Ashwini ji is trying to indicate.
Well, that's the hope that we will be able to create that. But Mr. Tham, you know, you've likened the AI race to what we saw happen as far as the nuclear race is concerned as well. What do you believe we need to be mindful of? What are the guardrails that you believe we need to put in place?
Yeah, it's like a nuclear race, because if US decides to only proliferate it, only to trusted partners, like India is one of the trusted partners, then it will be restricted to few countries. And we are fortunately on the right side, and we bring a lot of value, like Ashwini said, and hopefully we can return significant amount of value back into the system.
You know, my question, Ronnie, also is, and as the chief economist at OpenAI, what are we talking about in terms of transformational impact? What is waiting for us at the end of the finish line? You talked about the killer apps that we need to really think about, that we need to focus on. At this point in time, what's the best estimate in terms of what happens on productivity uplift, what it means in terms of bridging the access deficits on healthcare, education, financial inclusion? I mean, take us through what you're reading into it at this point in time.
Sure. When I talk to folks around the world, their optimism about AI depends on the use case that they're familiar with. For a lot of people, ChatGPT is just typing something into a window and getting magic back, right? Editing your document, summarizing something. If you think about that, that can save you a lot of time at work, and you can spend that time on other more productive things. And what I'm seeing is 20 to 30% time savings in terms of return on investment for people using ChatGPT in that way. But if you really want to think about unlocking the economic impact at the scale of a place like India, I think you have to think further down the line. Think about our deep research tool that many people in the audience have worked with. Now you're moving from a helpful editor or summarizer to a PhD level research assistant. Somebody who I can type to prepare for this panel some speaker notes and the bios of my fellow participants, the moderator, and I can spend more time thinking about jokes about ChatGPT, right? So as you think about now with helpful research, it can scale your work in a different direction and increase productivity. Now, and Shreen and I talked about this earlier, now think about agents who can go, agentic AI, and start entirely new organizations and transact with one another, creating products that we never could have done on our own. The productivity increases of those types of applications could be immense. But what you're going to need in a world of agentic AI is trust and governance. So it goes back to Vinod's point, and he's seen this from the beginning of really foundational technologies. And the government role, of course, is going to play a big role here as well. But I think when we move to that world of agentic AI, the productivity benefits are going to look much more aggressive. You're seeing some economists think between 7 to 10% increases in productivity. That's not what we're seeing today, but over time, those are within reach if we embrace what this technology can actually do. We're not there yet. With most technologies, there is a period between invention and adoption. Yep. It's called the between times. It takes a little while for us to figure out how to use the steam engine, electricity, or the semiconductor integrated circuit. That's where we are with AI as well. But Shreen, it's moving incredibly fast.
It is moving incredibly fast. And Mr. Vaishnav, you know, since we're talking about being in the in-between phase at this point in time, and I think every government around the world is grappling with, at the end of the day, what do you do with this technology? What do you prioritize as far as the use cases are concerned? From an India perspective, you know, if I were to ask you to list out for me where you believe you would like to unleash the power of AI to bring about true transformation, what would those areas be?
1, healthcare. 2, agriculture. 3rd, weather forecasting, basically meteorological matters. Fourth, education. These would be the top four.
These would be the top four. And how do you believe you will be able to address some of these? Do you see a deeper public-private partnership at the end use to provide the last mile service, so to speak?
Absolutely. I think the AI revolution, or let's call it the new industrial revolution, this is just a beginning. What we have seen in the last 2 years is something that has been built upon what was happening in the industry, the mainstream industry. And what we are seeing now is probably just the chapter 1 of this entire book. It's really going to go far beyond what it is today. And what will really bring the productivity will be very frugal but very effective applications that will change. Let's say one example of Baramati, where the farmers are today they have almost tripled their yield of sugarcane because of the use of AI. Let's say, take the case of some of the industrial applications where in case of maintenance, what was such a big, onerous, very difficult task to go under the machines and see what the situation of the different components is now getting very easily done using AI cameras with computer vision and getting those algorithms right and making sure that you are giving priority 1, 2, priority 3, priority 4 to the people who are actually going to maintain those equipment. So that's something which is going to change the entire thing in a very fundamental way. And I believe, apart from the engine which is right now being talked about, that will just remain the engine, and that will also get commoditized in my personal opinion. I may be wrong, but that will get commoditized in coming years. And over and above that layer, the layer of applications is what is going to really make a big difference.
Yes, and I think we will get Mr. Dham to comment on that. But, you know, as Mr. Vaishnav pointed out, one, of course, is the cost of compute, and we've already started to see that come down. Of course, not as much as we would like it to be. The commoditization as far as the engine layer is concerned and building on top of that. As we write the next few chapters in this story, Mr. Dham, what do you believe we should be looking forward to? What should we now expect as far as the next chapter is concerned? You also talked about being in the race to win it. You know, when we look at Rani and Stargate and $500 billion there in terms of infrastructure spend, I mean, it's an unequal race to start with. So, you know, how do we kind of look at this in a way that provides us perspective?
I think the way to look at it is really to focus on our domestic needs. And like Ashwini said, healthcare, very important element here. And we don't need to spend $500 billion to bring AI into improving longevity of our people, whether it's diabetes, high blood pressure, or any of the cancer issues. AI can help us get to those answers much faster and even reach remote areas in the villages where we don't have doctors available today. So we don't need to adopt US-style $500 billion star projects. We can look at it in a distributed way. India is very good at doing things like that. India never really imitates West, which is one of the best things I've seen. We really have nothing truly to imitate. We are a very old civilization with our own culture. The food is out of the world here. Who the hell wants to imitate anything from anywhere else? So we need to really keep that mindset going, even for the AI side. Pick the best of the things and apply them very intelligently, whether it's agriculture. I think one of the other areas that was not mentioned should be is warfare, in national security, in drones technology. The future wars will be fought, So
weaponizing AI or AI being used in
AI
weapons?
Being used to weaponize. So all those things are very much likely in the next 5 to 10 years.
Likely in the next 5 to 10 years. You know, let's talk about the capital that's going in. And I think, Rani, the question that's being asked today, and it's being asked by corporations, it's being asked by governments, is what is the return on investment? Stargate, $500 billion. What is going to be the timeline before we start to see a return on investments? How do you respond to the in-between phase of where you've got to put the capital in the hope of being able to see returns at the end of it?
So, I mean, the first thing I did when I took the job as the chief economist, I'm the first chief economist at OpenAI, so there wasn't really a predecessor. I spent time talking to the technologists and the people who are building these large language models. And those folks, they live in the future. You have to do that work, you have to live in the future and see the future in some ways. And when you understand the revolution that's happened over the last 2 or 3 years, where the capabilities of our models have grown so fast, things that people thought were impossible in the models are now possible. You start to understand that, you know, the laws of scaling, as they're referred to, are going to require more compute. And that's why, as a company, right, we believe that infrastructure is destiny, and the investments in Stargate, properly calibrated with milestones in the right places at the right time, will make good sense. Now, there's been lots of challenges to these scaling laws over time, and you mentioned before, of course, the DeepSeek example. But even with our new models, our reasoning models, and you're seeing this rise of test time compute and the power of inference, which is also going to use a lot of compute. To me, just as Vinod said, I'm actually not too worried about these challenges to compute, because I think as an economist, the cost of intelligence going down, the cost of compute going down is a good thing. And in fact, we're going to have so many applications to use it. Think about the applications that were already mentioned. I'll give you one more. In villages in India, when a child is born, we heard about this earlier today, there's often a question about low birth weight. But nobody knows exactly what the cutoff is and how to properly weigh the child. And you all know, if you're from India, some of the superstitions around handling children in that stage or having strangers handle a child. Well, now you can take a picture of that child, right, in a privacy-controlled way, and estimate the weight very precisely, which allows a healthcare worker without visiting that village to figure out whether the child is underweight and needs further medical attention. It's those kinds of innovations that can make the impact you're talking about. They don't require massive infrastructure investments yet, but they can be really useful. So this is kind of where I see a lot of opportunity here. If India decides also that this AI infrastructure bet is one they want to make, that's fantastic as well. But in the US, as we saw it, based on where the models are going, we think the return on investment is going to be very positive in the next 5 years.
Yes, just like to add, I mean, the talk in the media on the ROI is that if you just imagine the next move in AI is agentic models. Yeah. And that's, agent is like a human, just think of it like that. And if you have 10 agents working together, there are 10 humans working together. If they can create an output which can save, let's say at the minimum, one head count. One head count is like, in American terms, they talk about $10,000 a year, which is a reasonable number. Right? If you save $10,000 a year for a company, and you charge them $2,000 instead, which is a 5x saving for them, which is Microsoft charging its Copilot $250 a month. Suddenly their revenues and profitability will skyrocket. So this is the kind of thinking. I'm not saying it's going to come to fruition, but at least there is a thinking going on ROI as to how you're going to get there.
That's the assumption. Mr. Vaishnav, let me come to you, sir, to really get a summation, so to speak, of what you've heard from these two gentlemen here, but more importantly also, your vision as far as the next year of the AI mission is concerned. What should we expect as the short-term milestones? What should we expect as the medium-term milestones? What should we expect as the long-term milestones?
For summary, go to OpenAI, ChatGPT.
We need a proprietary vision, sir.
Immediate term, we must get our startups and academia and researchers and students the right tools, the right skill sets, making sure that our IT industry is geared up for taking it up as an opportunity, rather than thinking of it as a big challenge. That is the immediate term goal. Mid-term focuses on getting the LLM in place, making sure that our GPU strategy is progressing well, making sure that our universities have changed their course curriculums so that they are able to generate a continuous stream of well-trained, great talent. That is the mid-term. Long-term, of course, we need to keep our eyes focused on our goal of 2047. We definitely want to take lead in some of the most important technologies.
You know, and again, I want to just go back to that 2047 goal as well and link that to what we heard there from Ronnie in terms of economic impact. There are assumptions that, you know, economists are working with. What's the assumption that you're working with on how much AI and the transformative impact of AI you can harness to be able to get to the 2047 goals?
See, when new technologies come, getting the ROI equation solved for it, I don't think that's the absolutely the right approach. I think when new technology comes, we must invest in it. We may not know what exactly the returns would be, but for a country or for a company or for an organization to be able to compete ahead, that investment in technology must be continuous, for sure. How AI will play out in the next 20, 30 years, I think it will be something that we'll have to kind of modulate our approach. We'll have to see how it plays out. As I said, this is just the chapter 1. And as AI evolves, and there's going to be a lot of mathematical innovation which will go into this. I remember my IIT days where I built the first text-to-sound transformer, that T in GPT, right? So that transformer which I built, from those days things have changed a lot. But some of the fundamental math behind neural networks, some of the fundamental math behind AI, that remains constant. So that math, when it gets applied into the newer AI models, that's going to bring about changes which we, at this point of time, we can't even imagine. What I would say is embrace technology, use it properly, make sure that it is good for society, and make sure that the harms which can come from it are also controlled.
What is exciting you the most as an engineer? Are you reliving your IIT days? Do you feel like you want to be back in a lab, Mr. Vaishnav, tinkering at this point in time?
A couple of days back, I was in IIT Madras, and the energy of that place was phenomenal. Those boys are doing some good work on Hyperloop, and I'm the 72nd member of that team. So it was real fun. That gives tremendous amount of energy. IITs have their own charm.
Yeah, they certainly do have their own charm. I'm going to end by asking you, because I know the minister has a hard stop at 6:40. Are we in the race? Are we at the starting point? Where are we today?
We are very much in the race. We are in the first inning of the race, not at the starting point. And like Ashwini said, it's a multi-inning race. This will go on for a long time. And we need to just stay there and continue to invest appropriately and make sure we don't fall too far behind.
I'm glad that you've moved from race to cricket, which is probably appropriate of an analogy to close the conversation when we talk about where India finds itself, the role and relevance of AI. Ronnie, I'll give you the final word.
Well, first, just thank you. And I think going back to the IIT Energy, the students and young people in India are really the future in a big way. And I think leveraging the universities to produce cutting-edge innovation, to improve on this is something that's worked in other parts of the world. And I think that's another opportunity here with India, given how many people are going to university and the kind of research happening at institutions all around the country. So I'm just excited to watch and support however I can.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very, very much for joining us here. There's plenty of optimism, confidence, and maybe get the three of you back to talk about where we find ourselves in the AI race and all the suggestions that you've made and the promises that the government has made to take that forward. Appreciate your time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the speakers and, of course, the moderator. If I could invite all of you to the top of the stage for a photograph. We will be taking a short 15-minute break now, and then we'll come back into this venue for the session called Secure Waters, ASEAN, Quad, and the Indo-Pacific. So 15-minute break, stretch your legs, and then come back in. Thank you so much, and thank you once again to the Minister and the other speakers as well. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the final session in this hall for today, the plenary session titled Secure Waters, ASEAN, Quad, and the Indo-Pacific. We will now be starting the session shortly. Could I request my colleagues at the door to please help close the door? May I request everyone to be seated now? We are now starting the session. Can everybody be seated, please? We now move to the final session at the Darbar Hall today, Secure Waters, ASEAN, Quad, and the Indo-Pacific. We have an excellent cast of speakers and moderator for you. May I please welcome His Excellency Enrique Manalo, Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines, to join us, sir. Please on stage. His Excellency Maris Sangiampongsa, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. Sir, please join us on stage. Mr. Brent Sadler, Senior Research Fellow, Naval Warfare and Advanced Technology at the Allison Center for National Security, the Heritage Foundation from the US. Mr. Hiroyuki Akita, Foreign Affairs and International Security Commentator from Nikkei, Japan. Dr. Ji Yong-jong, Assistant Professor, Department of Military History and Strategy from the Republic of Korea Naval Academy, South Korea. And finally, our moderator, Lisa Singh, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Australia-India Institute from Australia. Lisa, over to you. You have the mic with you on the right side.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It gives me great pleasure to be here at this 10th Raisina Dialogue and to moderate this esteemed panel discussion on secure waters, ASEAN, Quad, and the Indo-Pacific. I would like to first thank the Observer Research Foundation, Dr. Samir Saran, and the Ministry of External Affairs for organising this very important discussion. This forum, of course, has consistently provided a vital space for engaging conversations on the pressing strategic challenges of our time, and today's discussion is no exception to that. To just set the scene, with the Indo-Pacific region standing at a critical crossroad with regional security, multilateralism, alliances and strategic partnerships being tested like never before. Geopolitical rivalry is continuing to shape this region's destiny, and the regional bodies that exist within it, like ASEAN and the Quad, are going to need to respond to these challenges that the region faces. One of which, of course, is the shifting foreign policy of the United States, which is recalibrating its approach to both global leadership and regional commitments, raising fundamental questions about its long-term strategic role in the Indo-Pacific region, coupled with China's increasing economic and strategic assertiveness in the region, such as its claim over the South China Sea, all raising further concerns about the future of the rules-based order. So with this context, ASEAN and the Quad countries face a defining challenge: how to navigate national interests while sustaining regionalism, multilateralism in an ever rapidly changing security environment. And in essence, the future of regional peace and stability and of a free and open Indo-Pacific region depends on how these groupings will evolve and engage with these shifting global dynamics. So to discuss this, we have an esteemed high-level panel who will delve into the pressing geopolitical, security and strategic factors that will shape ASEAN, the Quad and the broader Indo-Pacific region for years ahead, and who I will introduce shortly. But before we begin, let me briefly outline the structure of this session. After the expert panels shares their insights, we will open the floor for around 10 minutes for audience Q&A. So the speakers will provide their valuable perspectives And you can take a note and a moment to think about the questions that you may wish to ask them then. So let me introduce our expert panel on these challenges facing ASEAN, the Quad, and regional security. Firstly, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs from the Philippines, Mr. Enrique Manalo. Secondly, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Thailand, Mr. Maurice Sangiapong. The Senior Research Fellow of Naval Warfare and Advanced Technology, Allison Center for National Security and at the Heritage Foundation in Washington, D.C., Mr. Brent Sadler. The Foreign and International Security Affairs Commentator, Nikkei, Japan, Mr. Hiroyuki Akita. The Assistant Professor, Department of Military History and Strategy, Republic of Korea Naval Academy in South Korea, Professor Ji Yeong-jung, and that is our panel. Welcome to our panellists. So let me just dive straight into this particular topic. And I'm going to ask this first question to our entire panel, and I'll start with our Secretary from the Philippines and come down from there. So firstly, the future of regional peace and stability and of a free and open Indo-Pacific depends on how groupings like ASEAN and the Quad evolve and engage to the shifting global dynamics in our region. With China's growing assertiveness and the US's evolving foreign policy position, do ASEAN and the Quad have a chance to succeed as groupings in tackling these challenges in our region? Or are we seeing strategic fragmentation rather than cohesion? Secretary, over to you.
Thank you very much, and good evening to all. Well, let me try and answer and respond to that question by first saying that definitely ASEAN and other regional organizations or groupings in our region definitely have a chance to succeed. The real challenge here is how to increase cooperation and partnerships among countries in the region. And as far as ASEAN is concerned, it has definitely moved along this direction. It's expanded its partnerships with many countries, dialogue partners, also development partners, and ASEAN has also increased its links with other regional organizations such as GCC, EU, etc. So definitely ASEAN has really maintained the road towards greater cooperation. So I don't really see how there could be any fragmentation, as ASEAN is determined to enhance its role in our region and also enhance its ASEAN centrality. Of course, we're faced with many challenges in the region, and these, I think, ASEAN and the individual members of ASEAN are concerned. You mentioned the growing assertiveness of China, which is definitely a fact. The Philippines has, in fact, borne the brunt of that assertiveness in the sense that China has actually prevented the Philippines from asserting its legal rights in accordance with UNCLOS, in accordance with the arbitral ruling of 2016. And our efforts to just exercise our rights by letting fishermen fish where they want to fish within our EEZ, or even supplying ships which are clearly within our EEZ, are being challenged by China, which is laying claims to parts of the South China Sea which are clearly within our EEZ and therefore go against UNCLOS in the arbitral award. So this is a challenge by the Philippines, and I think ASEAN also is aware of that. Regarding the importance of a rules-based order is something which ASEAN firmly subscribes to, the need for all of us to abide by international law and a rules-based order, simply because middle powers and the smaller powers need international law and a rules-based order to protect their rights and enable them to thrive. And it's also important that middle powers and the other countries, smaller powers, have a role and say in their future. And that's, I think, what ASEAN is trying to do. We should determine our own future and not let the future of our region be determined, for example, by just the big powers. So that's somewhere where ASEAN is also focusing on. And again, one final point is the importance of multilateral cooperation. This can take the form of cooperation, for example, bilateral cooperation, multilateral cooperation, trilateral cooperation. between individual countries of ASEAN and then ASEAN, as I mentioned, with other regions such as GCC and the EU. So I think just to go back to your question, yes, ASEAN has many challenges, but I believe that ASEAN is determined, as well as the individual countries, to succeed and not to allow the geopolitical uncertainties prevent our ability to prepare our people and for prosperity in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Sangyapong, as a fellow ASEAN member, how do you see this particular question in terms of the future of ASEAN and groupings?
Well, I'm not sure. First of all, thank you very much, and good evening to everyone. I'm not sure whether I would say that this is the easy or difficult questions because my colleagues already answered several things on behalf of the ASEAN. But I will add on from the Secretary Manalo mentioned, I think the ASEAN has a very special characters. I say in several occasions that ASEAN, in fact, we've gone through all of these things together during the hard time of Cold War periods, which is 50-something years ago, 58 years ago. In that period of time, it's the rivalries, not between country, but between the political ideologies. And we've gone through that difficult times together. And Philippines and Thailand is a founding member of ASEAN at that time. I fully agree with Secretary Manalo that ASEAN still very strong together. With 58 years of our development of ASEAN make us strong. And I think it is time for ASEAN to play a very active role in the areas of trying to balance the power between superpower. I think the collaborations between ASEAN is very important, and the integrations of ASEAN is also very, very important for to maintain peace and stabilities in the regions. The principle of strategic equilibrium, balancing of economic securities and diplomatic priority, while upholding ASEAN roles as a central platform of the region dialogue is very important. On everything, ASEAN have gone through collaboration through a constructive dialogue. I still believe that the constructive dialogues will be the best way to solve all the problems of the rivalries of any major powers in the regions and in the world. I think that ASEANs are now playing very important role. As Secretary Manalo said, that we are ready to be part of the negotiations and try to be a model of collaborations and enhance these collaborations to extend it to several countries in the regions and in the world. If I can recall the comments made by our former permanent secretary of Singapore, he said that look at ASEAN. His name is Mr. Glacial. And then he said that if you want to learn how to live peacefully together, come to ASEAN, and looking to ASEAN as the model of, doing things peacefully together. After we established ASEAN 58 years ago, there's no major conflict in these regions. And that is the very special characters that ASEAN would like to offer, that we can work together. ASEAN has a number of dialogue partners, India is included, and that is the key characters of ASEAN, that we can work with other countries in the world. We also are a bridge builder, and we also link between several regional groupings, like Secretary Manalo said, BRICS, even Raisina, several regional groupings and regional and international forums. ASEAN will be playing very active role together with our country, other countries, to make sure that we live in the peaceful environment and to promote a constructive dialogue and rule-based of the United Nations.
Thank you, Minister. Brent Sadler.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm very optimistic about ASEAN and even more optimistic about the Quad, because for the Quad, this is the one with India, the US, Japan, and Australia. There's another Quad that I'm also very optimistic about, which is in the South Pacific, but perhaps for another time. And the reason I'm optimistic is that for ASEAN, embracing what ASEAN is, it's not to judge it by the outcomes that it delivers, the Secretariat based in Jakarta and the group of nations, all 10 of them, because they're a mosaic. They're not a monolithic, coherent group of singular national interest. It's fragmented, it's a mosaic. So really the right metric, and the one that I've tried very hard to impress upon policymakers in DC for many years, is to judge ASEAN's effectiveness going forward based on what it enables. And I'll give you one example. Back about 2012-13, this was the US was rebalancing to the Asia Pacific, and central to this was Southeast Asia in particular. And the notion of small like-minded groupings of nations coming together was encouraged by the ASEAN Secretariat. One of the tangible, very real outcomes was the Trilateral Cooperative Agreement between, which was mentioned already, which was between the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. And it was to police the Sulu Sea against piracy and terrorist activities of Abu Sayyaf. And of course, that enabled other things. And so for that, I give high marks for ASEAN, because it's enabling other very tangible actions, some of which, as Burma goes through a very troubling time right now internally, and also, of course, the plight to the Rohingya. It is going to very likely enable, not in ASEAN proper, but its members to take real actions, because they can come together, they can socialize, and then find the most optimum path forward. It also, importantly, as an American up here on the stage, it enables also partnering with other nations outside of ASEAN in a very, I guess, constructive manner. I think one of the original intents of ASEAN was to give leverage and strength to all 10 nations acting together. I think ASEAN's strength is as a platform to enable these smaller groupings to actually do real things, which they have. And the Quad, of course, has taken off new meaning in the threats and, I guess, the return of great power competition, most notably driven by rising China's presence in Southeast Asia, but also across the globe. Interests of China don't align with many of its neighbors and other countries in the world, and that friction is drawing other countries to come together, again, because the threat of conflict is becoming much more real, as we see in Ukraine today.
Thank you. Hiroyuki Ikata.
Hi, thank you very much. First of all, this face doesn't look like, it's completely different from the photo on the agenda profile. But please don't worry, this is not a deep fake, but I'm a genuine Hiroakita. Just don't wear glass. So since I'm from one of the most dangerous geopolitical locations, Japan. Japan is surrounded by big and rich dragon, and also huge bear. And also there is a very unpredictable country in the Korean Peninsula. So maybe I'd like to present a more pessimistic view about the geostrategic landscape of Indo-Pacific. If I compare this region to a weather map, it looks like this for me. There are three levels of destabilizing factors or threats. First level, lower level, is a tornado. Tornado can hit you once, but then it disappears. Maybe from Japanese perspective, it is North Korea. Sorry about that. But then it can hit once, but cannot hit many times. And second level of the destabilizing factor is big hurricane. Hurricane will hit you maybe several times, and it will cause huge impact in a bigger region. But it cannot last forever. It will hit a peak and fade away. Maybe that is Russia that is waging a war in Ukraine. So Russia waging a war in Ukraine is hurricane. And then highest level of the destabilizing factor is a climate change. Climate change caused by China. China is causing climate change of ecosystem of security and geo-economic relation in this region. And this will not hit us today or tomorrow, but it constantly changes the geopolitical, geostrategic landscape to be more favorable to China by using economic cooperation or sometimes military intimidation. But that is not the end of the story. And now we have another climate change coming from Trump administration. And this is very, very unpredictable climate change. So Trump administration is trying to transform the ecosystem or international and regional system to be more from rule-based or value-based to power-based or transactional-based. And big question is, last point is, big question is that for the Trump administration's climate change will be good news for this region or bad news for this region. And I was in Washington, D.C. last month, trying to find the answer, but I'm not sure at all. So I would say there are two extreme scenarios. Good scenario and best scenario and worst scenario. So best scenario is that Trump administration will bring more military asset to this region, maybe by reducing a footprint in Europe, and then try to push back the climate change caused by China, and thereby maintain the U.S. kind of influence in this region. But one scenario is that Trump administration will cut a deal with China on a trade and economy, potentially at the expense of security, and then instead of bringing more military asset to this region, but choose to coexist with China's sphere of influence. In that case, ASEAN country, Japan, everybody will be gradually surrounded by China's climate change, and it may change the way of life. So that is my pessimistic, but I hope realistic perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akita. It's given climate change a whole new meaning. Professor Xi.
Chair, and thank you very much for having me here with the distinguished guest. I'd like to add a few comments along with Akita-san, that he mentioned the Japanese place in the most dangerous place in the world, but I'd like to add South Korea too. Following what has been already delivered by the co-panelists, I'd like to add a few things for the discussion later. And actually, there has been a common understanding or the shared assumptions in the Pacific, and now the assumptions are changing. There were three assumptions. One is that we are living in living with the Indo-Pacific framework. Second one is that most of countries are connected by or through the seas. So anything that concerns to the maritime affairs or maritime security affairs are gaining the growing importance, and it's going to be more important in the future. The last shared understanding among the Indo-Pacific players were the U.S.-China relations, or the U.S.-Russia relations has been a fixed, constant factor in a country's diplomatic calculations. But previous two factors may be sustained, but the last factor is changing, and that gives a lot of concerns for a lot of countries thinking about their diplomatic costs to afford or the other economic costs they need to review. So that said, that many changing effects or dynamics evolved from the U.S.-China relations and the U.S.-Russian relations actually makes a lot of Indo-Pacific players to think about the return of the hedging strategy or return of the strategic independence or strategic autonomy, so that they can maximize their national interest not spoiling or not ruining any kind of the previous cooperation and previous platforms of the dialogues. So probably the ASEAN or the Quad are the preferable option for many countries to join to talk about the changing dynamics in the international relations. But also some other multilateral platforms may be emerged in discussion of the changing international relations. So I will leave it here, and then I look forward to receiving your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, President Xi. I mean, I think we had some fairly varied answers to a fairly broad question about the future of ASEAN and the Quad and the region we live in vis-a-vis China's assertiveness and the changing, evolving foreign policy position of the United States. I want to now go more specific to some of our panellists on particularly the countries they live in, the region they're a part of, and thus ask firstly to Secretary Manalo about the Philippines. The Philippines, of course, has been grappling with ongoing tensions in the South China Sea while strengthening security ties with the United States under President Marcos. At the same time, ASEAN remains committed to diplomatic solutions and regional autonomy. So how does Manila navigate this balance, deepening its alliances with the United States while reinforcing ASEAN's centrality and managing tensions with China?
Thank you. Actually, we're doing all of them. And first, on the issue of the South China Sea tensions, as you mentioned, I think I already spoke earlier on that. We obviously are faced with challenges because of China's growing assertiveness and its excessive maritime claims, which certainly go beyond international law or the UNCLOS. And we are determined to, of course, assert our rights. But at the same time, we're committed to, as much as possible, resolving whatever tensions we have or disputes through diplomatic or peaceful means. And we have lines of communication with China. But nevertheless, we have made it perfectly clear that any talks we have will not be at the expense of our position, and that is asserting our rights in accordance with the, for example, in our case, the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, as well as the Arbitral Award. We have, of course, established a number of growing defense and economic cooperation with partners in the region. Of course, with the United States, which remains our only treaty ally. But we have also enhanced our defense and economic cooperation with countries in the region. For example, with Japan, with Australia, with New Zealand, even with Republic of Korea. And these are only countries in the region. We've also strengthened our ties with Canada and also with the EU and individual EU countries in an effort to ensure not only our security, defense security, but also our economic security and economic resilience, which eventually redound to enhancing your own national security. So we are exploring all of these partnerships with like-minded countries, and there are quite a lot of them, and including with India today. We are already discussing elevating our relationship to a much higher level. And because we share similar outlooks, not only for a free and open Indo-Pacific, but a free and stable and growing prosperity and commitment to democratic values. So in a way, that's how we're navigating it, because at the same time, while we have economic relations with China, we're also, as I mentioned, have lines of communication with China to try and address the tensions. Of course, it's not always easy in our discussions, as many of my country partners here know. These are negotiations and talks, so they take time. But the point is, it's important we're talking. But nevertheless, we can't rely simply on one line to pursue. So we're pursuing these partnerships as well as various types of cooperation. I mentioned earlier unilateral cooperation, even trilateral cooperation with other countries. So we are trying to really shore up our cooperation with like-minded partners, but at the same time addressing one of our primary security concerns in the South China Sea.
Thank you, Secretary. Minister Sangiapong, I wanted to ask you how should the rest of the world see ASEAN's approach to China? I mean, on the one hand, obviously, ASEAN centrality continues to be supported and recognised, but on the other hand, there are individual ASEAN countries' national interests. Thailand, including, for example, its national interests, such as its trading with Russia for economic growth. Obviously, that led to sanctions from the United States as well on many Thai firms. So I wanted to ask you, in terms of that sort of landscape, the national interest balance vis-a-vis ASEAN and ASEAN centrality, how do countries like Thailand and others in ASEAN sort of reconcile their national interests with that imperative for cohesive multilateral cooperation within ASEAN? And indeed, how do we see that approach in terms of ASEAN's approach to China?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to highlight that, like Philippines, Thailand has a very long standings and long histories of close relationship with the U.S. We have a very special relationship. Our relationship dates back, and it's almost 200 years ago. It's based on the treaties of, collaborations. And right now, during in the midst of the changings of the whole geopolitics, and which is very fast, we are now trying to set up, working together, take stock of what we have together with the U.S. And we would like to set up the strategic plan, how we can, work closely with U.S. in several dimensions. And at the same time, Thailand is very close to China. We have also a very special relationship, not just a trading partner, but we also sharing the same value of culture, histories, and also we are we move from China, and then we have a very special relations with China. So take the example of a very good relationship between Thailand and U.S. and between Thailand and China. Now we move closely together with ASEAN, which share the same value of collaborations to not to protect, but to highlight the interests of our regional groupings as the whole. So take advantage of being a special relationship with several countries, including, as Secretary Manalo mentions, that Thailand and ASEAN has long histories of relationship with several regional groupings and has a very long relationship between other countries in the whole world. ASEAN has several countries who are part of the dialogue with ASEAN. We have like US, EU, Australia, New Zealand, India, and Japan, Korea. Not only that, some of the ASEAN countries also working very closely in the sub-region groupings like Mekong sub-regions. And Mekong sub-regions comprise of countries in CLMV. This is part of ASEAN. And all this kind of good relationship with all the country, with all the regional grouping, we can, balance. And as I said from the very beginnings, that the dialogue, a constructive dialogue, are very important. And, to highlight a good collaboration, what I like to see is that we can, think of something in common interest and trying to create the common interest as the sector or the issues that we can work peacefully together, that we can work for the benefits of the country, for the benefits of the regions, and for the benefits of the mankind. I think there's no ways or not a single actions that we can get rid of the difficulties that we have in this real world. But, we have to start good collaborations, change all the mindsets of the conflict into collaborations is the best way. And, I believe that constructive dialogue to promote a stronger collaborations will lead to a durable solutions at the end.
Thank you, Minister. Brent Sadler, history has shown that when one power steps back, others are quick to step in. With the rise of US isolationism, the dismantling of USAID and foreign funding freeze, and with the US withdrawal from certain multilateral groupings, what does this mean for the US's strategic commitment and engagement in this region, particularly in relation to ASEAN and the Quad? And how can such foreign policy postures be beneficial for a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific region?
Well, I would push back on the characterization of US moving to an isolationist posture. Quite to the contrary, I would say it's one of answering and pursuing America's interests in a very clear and explicit articulation, which makes it a lot easier for other nations to adjust, but also to engage the United States in meaningful action. And because of the tensions and the threat of major war breaking out, most notably between the United States and China over the fate of Taiwan, I think it's in all our interest, and it's the top of the current administration's priorities, is to make sure that a war doesn't break out with China, because that would be extremely destructive for all of our nations in this room and many that aren't here. And so that is the number one interest of the United States. It's certainly the interest of the current administration. And I think if you look to Bridge Colby, who's soon to be the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, he's articulated this time and time again. So if people are policy, it's pretty clear that's the direction we're going. The USAID, I think, is actually welcomed by many, specifically African countries. The programs that were not of the asking of the host country, that the United States is taking it back and reassessing how it engages more effectively, but also with limited resources where our priorities are most important. So I'd push back on the characterization that the USAID is part of a wider isolationist bent. But again, the United States has mutual treaty obligations for defense that are also mutually entered into. It's not the United States imposing, that go back decades, but have in the last few years, under China's actions, become reinvigorated. That's with the Philippines, it's with South Korea, and of course with Japan. And those are all frontline countries in China's first island chain. And so it's imperative for the United States that force is easy to assess and to measure and to see. So military presence is perhaps the most effective language of diplomacy. And quite frankly, the Chinese are watching that. And so I think that is something you're going to see as an engagement, not an isolation, that is founded on, first and foremost, Americans' national interest, and quite frankly, a national interest that's shared by many countries in the region.
Thank you. Mr. Akita. Following Japan's Prime Minister Ishiba's recent visit to the United States to visit President Trump, who pledged 100% deterrence support for Japan against what he called China's economic aggression, you have written about the deepening Japan-US alignment in countering Beijing's influence. So, however, given Trump's sort of transactional approach to foreign policy, one could say, how confident now is Japan that this commitment will be sustained? What concrete steps would Tokyo like to see from Washington to solidify the security assurance for Japan and for the region we live in?
So short answer is maybe as of today, they are relieved, and maybe in a way they are assured by the Ishiba's visit without catastrophe. But if you ask me about 1 year or 2 years or 4 years from now, we are not sure. Means I'm not at least sure, because it's deeply related to the power structure of Trump administration. So initially, I and also many people assume that power structure of Trump administration is a condominium of different factions. Maybe let's say 4 factions. One, the other, here is the MAGA people, Make America Great Again, represented by maybe Vice President Vance. And on the other side of the spectrum, there are people like Secretary of State Mr. Rubio, or National Security Advisor Waltz. So some people define them as a China hawk or primacist. Anyway, the other side, end of the spectrum, MAGA. And in between, there are people like Elbridge Colby. And then here is Musk. So if these four factions compete each other, maybe we will see more predictability. And the expectation in Japan or other US allies, or maybe in India, will be that maybe those people like Rubio or Waltz, Primacist or China Hawk, will make much of, insist that alliance is so important, and then try to kind of prevent US Trump administration's policy to drift away from alliances. But I think now, power structure is not that, doesn't look like that at all. Power structure now look like a solar system. Solar system instead of condominium factions. What I mean is that there aren't any strong factions that can influence Mr. Trump, but they are just a coalition, loose coalition of these people, and it's almost like a universe. And then under solar system of Trump empire, their sun, that is Mr. Trump, and all the universe are going around the sun. And it is the sun who make a final decision. It is nothing like a competition so much. And maybe Mr. Trump will pick up advices or options that he thinks it is best from his perspective. And if he thinks that this universe, cabinet members or advisors, will not be important anymore, maybe he will turn off the switch of the gravity and this planet will go out of orbit. Sorry for my journalistic expression, but that is if that is the case, we have to analyze what the sun do. It's more difficult than analyzing this in battle of these factions, how it plays in. So because of this new interpretation of the power structure of Trump administration, I know that the Prime Minister Modi have a very good visit to Washington. And Ishiba's visit to Washington was okay, but I'm not so sure that any single success of state visit will assure the very, very stable relation in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Ji, and the last question about to go to the audience. Professor, the US and South Korea have been strategic allies for decades, with the 1953 Mutual Defence Treaty forming the backbone of their security relationship. But with the Trump administration signalling shifts in US foreign policy, there's a lot of uncertainty about what it means for long-standing alliances. So where does this leave countries like South Korea? Or more importantly, what role do you see South Korea playing when it comes to securing the seas within the Indo-Pacific?
Thank you for the question, and probably this question is something I'd like to ask to the other experts as well, because U.S. and South Korea has a long history to be in the alliance system, and South Korea has been one of the crucial partner to the U.S. And some changes made from the D.C. is making South Korean policymakers and professionals to review their policies. But given the circumstances and given the experience South Korea underwent, then there is a consolidation of the U.S. alliance system, and South Korea is placed well within the alliance system. So probably despite of the changing environment or despite of the changing power in the DC, but still, I guess that the two countries' relationship is solidified and strengthened.
Thank you, Professor. Look, I have so many more questions I would love to ask this panel, but we are limited to time and also to dinner. So this is your opportunity to ask the panel a question. Please introduce yourself by stating your name and organisational affiliation, and kindly ask that you keep your questions brief and focused, and please refrain from making statements or comments. So where do I go first?
Hello, can I speak? My name is Daisuke Kawai from Tokyo, Japan, an assistant professor at the University of Tokyo. I also serve as a senior advisor to the Core Investors Network. So my question is about the institutionalization of Quad. One of the challenges that I think is the Quad has launched numerous initiatives that are making it difficult for non-experts to keep tracking of them. So this leads to misunderstandings among ASEAN member states and causing ASEAN member states with to view Quad with cautious. So in that sense, I believe we need a more effective public outreach strategy to better engage with the ASEAN states, such as a unified.
To your question? Can you get to the question?
So my question is that if such institutionalization were to take place, how would the ASEAN countries perceive it? Could the establishment of a parliament office or secretariat be considered? Thank you.
Who on our panel would like to answer that? Brent.
Yeah, so the Quad has its beginnings in a naval exercise that goes back, to the 90s called Operation Malabar. And so it was founded with a security, a maritime, a naval at the part, because that was easy. And there was easy for a common interest to align in that regard. So fast forward to today, common interest between the four countries, I think India is the most important one in coming to this new reality and pressure from Beijing that's not all positive and increasingly a threat. And so this common threat perception is driving the Quad together. So formalization, making institutions about it to enable more actions that deter bad activities or actions from competitors or other countries outside of the Quad, contrary to those interests, are going to happen organically and is already happening. I'm not sure that it's necessary to have an outreach or a public communications campaign to try to explain the Quad to ASEAN. And again, as I mentioned earlier, there are countries within ASEAN that do welcome more security assurances from a broader array of partners. The Quad is one way. India's Act East kind of policy comes to mind, which has a history of more than 10 years. Now inside the construct of a Quad, it's welcomed by numerous countries inside ASEAN. So I don't think there's much explaining if the actions and the delivery of a public good is understood and appreciated by specific countries. It's not going to be everything to everybody, but alliances and partnerships and multilateral organizations hardly ever are.
Hello. Okay, on your left, please. Can I take the second question? Yeah. So my question is on the military-industrial complex in the Indo-Pacific. So on one side, we are seeing increasing militarization in the Indo-Pacific. On the other side, there's a transatlantic rift, and Europe is going to diversify its military supply chains. So they want to supply to the Indo-Pacific. So are we going to witness a competition or coordination between US and Europe or the European powers in the Indo-Pacific on militarization? Thank you.
Who on our panel would like to answer that question on militarization? Professor Xi?
I guess that there are a lot of industrial cooperation and government-to-government cooperation building the kind of ecosystem on the defense industry as well as the other things and so on. So, for example, the shipbuilding industry is the emerging item for making the old countries getting together, because shipbuilding sounds like a simple, but it's not a simple things to approach, and a lot of countries need to build up the multilateral platform for developing the shipbuilding technologies and the production and maintenance as well. So on one side, that US and Europe may be in competition to approach to the Indo-Pacific players for the shipbuilding industry, for example. On the other side, US and Europe and the other, even the US allies and ASEAN countries are all together to build ships commercially or the militarily. So on one side, we can see the competition. On the other side, we can see the cooperation. Thank you.
The lady at the back.
Hello. Thank you. How critical do you see, Vandanik Merrick's Germany. How critical do you see the rising tensions between China and Taiwan, and how are ASEAN US allies coordinating with Taiwan on the security threat in the region? Thank you.
Thank you. Who in our panel would like to take that question regarding China and Taiwan? Yes, Secretary.
Well, of course, the issue of Taiwan is of great concern to all the countries in our region, if not to the world. And I think that, for example, from the perspective of the Philippines, our northernmost island is only 70 kilometers away from the southern tip of Taiwan, and we have over 150,000 Filipinos living and working in Taiwan. So the point here is our position, basically, and I'm sure this is probably shared by many countries, is that our hope is that whatever resolution, whatever outcome of the situation in Taiwan it has to be done through peaceful means. And I think we have made that message very clear, and we have urged the parties concerned to maintain regular lines of communication in order to prevent tensions escalating. Tensions are always simmering. Sometimes they get higher, sometimes lower, but the important thing is to ensure that the tensions do not erupt into something even more dangerous. And believe me, a conflict in Taiwan involving some of the major powers will have fantastic ramifications not only on our region but even globally. And I think it's really in our interest to try and ensure that the tensions do not escalate.
Thank you. We have time for one last question.
Ma'am, you're on the left side.
And yes.
As we heard about the evolving role of Quad and ASEAN, the shifting US dynamics and the growing economic and security challenges, given these complexities, how can these regional groups continue to play a strong role in maintaining the stability and cooperation?
It's a bit like your opening question. I think anyone can take this.
Well, I think ASEAN has a very key role in the sense that by enhancing the ASEAN centrality in the region. I think the ASEAN is probably the only organization or regional grouping which has the necessary infrastructure, institutional mechanisms to bring about the participation of all the big and middle and small powers in the region, and also those outside the region. We have two key mechanisms, the East Asia Summit and the ASEAN Regional Forum, which every year bring together all the key players who have interest in the Indo-Pacific. And this doesn't just include those in our region, but also the EU, United States, Canada, and other countries. So ASEAN has, I think, a very important role in bringing together the various countries in the region, bringing them together to discuss issues of not only regional concern, but also of global concern. And these can range from climate change to the security situation, for example, in our region. And ASEAN is also reaching out to other regions from Latin America, etc. So ASEAN is really trying to serve as a kind of bridge builder to bring together various regions, at least provide a forum for discussing issues, and hopefully through those discussions finding solutions.
Well, thank you, Secretary, and thank you to those questions. And on that slightly positive note, facing all of the issues for ASEAN and the Quad in the region we live in, I want to thank our panellists. Please join me in thanking our expert panellists on this session today.
Thank you so much. Could I request the speakers and the moderator to join us at the front of the stage for a quick photograph? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us for this session. We now move to the dinner sessions for the evening. We have Rethinking Partnerships, Minerals, Materials, and Monopolies at Shah Jahan. We have Policy and Palette at Mumtaz. For the young fellows, we have Capital's Gender Bias, Making Money Flow to Women Entrepreneurs. And lastly, we have at Roshanara, the India Opportunity with Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Those of you who are invited for this dinners, please join us. And we have an interaction with the US-India AI Fellows at Sheesh Mahal. Everybody else, please join us for our specially curated dinners at the lawns. Thank you so much.